Here's the formula. I'm going to have to go through this quickly, so you write it down. Take the price of the land, add the price of the improvements. Now, in other words, I want to know, what's this whole thing going to cost you to build, brand new, including the land. Whatever that total is, I want you to plug in the financial calculator that amount of money. Because don't we want to borrow the whole thing from the bank? Okay, plug that in as the loan amount. Plug in whatever rate of interest you're going to have to pay. Plug in 20 years as the term. And the calculator will tell you how much your monthly payment is going to be. Now, multiply that by 1.2, because the bank will require that you make a 20% positive cash flow. Well, you know what the payment's going to be. Now you need to know how much rent you have to get. So you multiply it by 1.2. Now that's how much money you have to have coming in after you pay the expenses. How much did I tell you expenses could run? 30%. So multiply your answer by 1.3. Now whatever you came up with, that's your projected rent roll. I've just told you how much rent you're going to have to get to make $300,000 in value. Has it cost you any money yet? Could you do this without spending a dime? We're thinking, right? We're just playing with some numbers. You take the cost, see how much your payment's going to be. Shortcut is multiply that by 1.5, and that's how much rent you need. We'll get to that in a minute. But don't worry about how you're going to pay for it. If the bank loaned you the whole money, you could pay for it, right? Okay. Now we need a tenant that would rent it for that amount of money, right? Wouldn't it be neat if you could find a tenant that would sign a lease today based on the fact that it says right in there, if you will build these plans in the next year, if you'll finish this in a year, we will lease it from you for that amount of rent. Now, what do you think of that?
That's great.
If you had that lease, could you take that lease down to the bank and get a loan on that? Now, who do you think the bank is interested in checking out their financial statement? You or the tenant? The tenant. The tenant's the one who's going to be making that payment, really. Your name may be on it, but they want to make sure that tenant can pay that, right? We're talking about a national company here. We're talking about people like Goodyear Tire and Rubber, Midas Muffler, Amco Transmissions. Some of these people, right? Pizza Hut, Burger King, Southland Corporation for 7-Eleven. Are you liking it? Are their financial statements better than yours? They're a whole lot better than mine, I can tell you that. Okay, so, but wait a minute. That's great, John. Yeah, I understand that you could take the lease and their financial statement down there and get the financing, but where do you find tenants like that? Would you be interested in that? Yeah. Let's see how much brass y'all got. It's cost you $1, folks. Go buy a Wednesday and a Thursday USA Today. The reason you have to buy both of those is I forgot what day this comes out. It's either Wednesday or Thursday. They come out with a business opportunities section in the USA Today. And in the business opportunity, you'll see all the national companies that are advertising their franchises. Why are they advertising? They want locations all over this country, because every time they add a new location, it produces income for them, doesn't it? Now, what are they willing to pay to do that? Depends on how much income it produces. The way businesses expand is find good locations. So what I did, I called every one of those that had an 800 number. What's the key to an 800 number? It's free. Am I tight or what? Well, I don't know what kind of response I'm going to get. And I call them up. It's a free call. And I said, hey, I was looking here at the USA Today, and I see here where you say that I could become financially independent if I just would invest my money into this Goodyear tire rubber store. And it said, they said, yes. Did you notice down there where it says you have to have a minimum $50,000 investment? Yeah, there's no problem. Could you say that? Say it together. There's no problem. Does that mean there's no problem? No, it just means you can say that there's no problem. That's all. Now that's what they want to hear. There's no problem. Okay, then they start telling you about this business opportunity. Start asking some questions now. That would be smart. Well, if I did this, what kind of location would I need? Do y'all have locations built that I could just rent from you? Oh, no. We help you. We have a real estate department that would assist you in finding a good location. That's so important, Mr. Childers, that you have a good location. We've got the finest real estate department in the United States. We will send you a set of the guidelines as to what a good location would be. And if you find one, call our real estate department, and we might put this down on one of our little tours, and we'll stop and check it out to see if this would be a good location for one of our franchises. Great, but I'm not sure I can handle the business and owning the real estate. Is that common sense? No problem, Mr. Childers. We have real estate investors that are willing to build that building for you. Now, the reason that they're willing to do that is they build it to our specifications, they lease it to us, meaning like Goodyear, then we, Goodyear, will sublease it to you, Mr. Childers. I wonder why they want to do that. There's a good reason for that. Anybody guess? Why would they want their name on that lease? Because a lot of times I go in there and this business gets going real good, and I just say, well, I'm going to change the name from Goodyear to Childers, and I've got my business going already, and I just cut them out, right? I can't cut them out if it's their lease, right? So it's common practice for the franchises to sign the lease and sublease to their franchisee. That way they got the control. All right? I'm thinking, wait a minute. The national company signs the lease for the guy that builds this building? So I said, hey, what if I didn't want to buy the business and I wanted to be the real estate investor? I already found out that they need people like me. Great. We could do that. And I said, well, I'll tell you what, I'm willing to build these things if you find somebody in the Orlando area that wants to buy your franchise. Great. Have I given the right man the information? The guy in charge of real estate? Now, what are you going to do? Put all your eggs in one company basket? Didn't cost you anything. Why don't you do that to 10 or 15 companies? Will all of them send somebody down there to check it out? No. Do you know which ones will? No, but it only costs you an 800 telephone call. Don't cost you anything. So you line about 10 or 15 of them up and you see what happens. Pretty soon somebody calls you up and says, we got somebody interested in your area. Are you still interested in building that building? Because as soon as they get somebody interested, guess what the primary thing is? Let's get that thing up and built. They don't stick it out for shopping to see who gives them the best deal. Because now, do I know how much rent they need to pay? Look at your notes. I know exactly what they want built. I know exactly what it's going to cost me. And I know how much rent I need. And now they're saying, well, we'll pay that rent. Whoa.
You already got a buyer.
This is great. Now, I put all these packages together, and I run across my last obstacle. I get down to the bank, and they said, okay, according to all these figures, this thing's going to be worth $1 million when it's finished. We don't loan over 70% of that. That would be $700,000. That happens to be exactly what I needed. Well, That means, see, most people don't understand this. They think that the bank loans 70% of the appraised value. I'm telling you, they put up all the money over and beyond your 30% down payment. Is that the same thing? It's the same amount of money, but what they're saying, you know, banks aren't nearly the fools we thought they were. You know, I used to tell you, know the difference between a dead banker on the highway and a dead skunk on the highway? Sometimes there's skid marks in front of the skunk. You know, bankers aren't near that stupid, you know. So what I found out is they make you put up the first $300,000. Whoa. Is that a problem to anybody? It's only $300,000. I thought this was for the sophisticated bunch of y'all. Donna, you got a problem with the $300,000?
Well, I just don't have it in my pocket.
You'd have to cash some
Yeah.
CDs in or
Right.
something. Okay, that's too much trouble. Okay, so what I want you to do is go to the property owner. How much was the property worth? $400,000. That's not a cheap piece of ground, by the way. Is it, Lolita? So I go to Lolita, who owns that property, and I said, by the way, got an opportunity for you. I know you want $400,000. I know that's your asking price. I don't know how much you're willing to negotiate on that because I'm not really good at negotiating. And I've been to these seminars where they ask you to, you know, they teach you to ask for seller financing. And I know that if you had your choice, you'd rather have cash too, hadn't you? But you know, the epitome of selling something is to get asking price and cash money. If you would put this property up as collateral for this project, now is she making anything out of this project now? No. If you put that property up as collateral, I'll give you asking price and cash money. But you get your cash when we finish the project. Now, the landowner is sitting there. They're going to get more money this way, right? No seller financing. They're getting cash, but they get it in about a year. And folks, most commercial properties are done just that way, with the landowner becoming a partner in this deal. Not a full 50% partner. There's a limit to what they'll make. The limit is she gets her $400,000 in the year. All right, now I'm going in with a free and clear piece of ground. Have I put up the first $300,000? I've put up $400,000, haven't I? And now you get the full amount of money. And I think I've answered all your questions. There's nothing down except for one thing. It's called non-recourse. Non-recourse in commercial is like this. When you get into big enough properties, do you know how you qualify to borrow money on the house you live in? They figure out the payment, and you have to make 4 times that. And if your income is 4 times your monthly payment, you can qualify to buy that house. You familiar with that kind of rule of thumb? Okay, they're saying your monthly payment cannot exceed 25% of your income is another way of saying that. If that's the way they look at loans, how much would I have to make to qualify for that $7,200 loan? $28,000. $7,200 is $7,225 is a payment on $700,000. That means I got to make $28,000. Anybody want to qualify for this loan for me? How many people in the United States you think could qualify for that loan? Not very many. But wait a minute, we already found out that there's all kinds of commercial property been out here. Now something don't jive here. There's lots of properties out here worth a lot more than that, and we don't know anybody who makes that kind of money. There must be some other criteria by which they decide how to loan that money out. Absolutely. It's because they look at the property first and the borrower second. The property has to produce 120% of what that payment is. Well, then you get into limited partnerships where so people say, I'll put up so much cash, but that's all I stand to lose. Well, if that's who's owning the property, what does the bank do if the property owners are limited in liability? They have to make the loan based on the fact that the property stands on its own 2 feet. So if the thing turns sour, they get the property, but they don't get to go against the owners. It's called non-recourse. You don't hear about that in single-family homes. That's only for income-producing properties of $1 million and above. Whoa, I'm liking this a little bit more all the time. I've shown you how to do it with none of your own money. I've shown you how to find your tenants, how to use their financial statement going into the bank, how you get non-recourse, there's no way you can lose it, so you got nothing down, and you created $300,000 equity that is equal to $30,000 a year in positive cash flow, and you got tenants in there that are signed up with a 5 or 10 or 15 or 20-year lease because they don't want to move out in 5 years, do they? I mean, if you paid $100,000 for a Goodyear franchise, you don't want to be there 5 years and then move, do you? I mean, you want to stay. It's one of the hottest businesses today. Now, what I did, folks, in the last 3 years, I have done 3 of these to the tune of several $1,000,000. It's unreal how much equity you can create. I had no income at all. I could not qualify because I came off the speaking circuit. I had no provable income at all. I didn't need it because the tenant's financial statement made these things fly. I created a 30% equity position in every one of these properties. Did I kick anybody while they were down?
No.
I did not take advantage of any. I created an income stream. So you deserve them. That's how money is made in real estate. When you look at Donald Trump being a billionaire, he didn't step on people. He created income streams with his mind and through his efforts. And that's what I want you to start thinking about, creating these things. Now, as I did that, I know that there's a lot of home study materials here, and mine is of one thing. It walks you through the entire thing. There's 18 hours worth of audio cassette teaching you from the very beginning to the very end on how to do that. It's $295 is what you have to pay for that. I can tell you truthfully, this is the 3rd time I have taught this. I taught it in a 2-day format in Orlando and in Anaheim. I am here teaching it at this convention. I will not be teaching it again because I have other topics that when I teach them, the rooms are packed. If you are interested in doing this, you need to get your package today because I am leaving here in a few minutes to go home. If you do not feel that you're interested in that and you don't want to do this, by all means, don't get it because it would just sit on your shelf and gather dust. Does that make sense? I'm trying to be up front with you. If you still think it's over your head, I didn't do a good job because I had never done one of these things. I didn't have any income. I needed income. Now, these 3 projects are producing in the neighborhood of $15,000 a month positive cash flow. That's pretty good income for me. And I'm set for life. Now that's, of the idea, that's the income. That don't count the D, which is the tax write-offs I get. That don't count the E, which is the equity buildup I'm getting. It don't count the A, the appreciation of the fact that there's over $1 million worth of equity there that I created. Folks, the Childers idea is the best ideal you'll ever run across. And I think you ought to take advantage of that. I want to thank you very much for being at this workshop. Thank you so much for your attention. And God bless all of you, and thank you so much for being here.
My name is Dave Smith, and in case you might have gotten in the wrong room or whatever, we're going to be talking about, well, I'll cover here what we're going to talk in just a few minutes, but we're going to make the financing and investing absolutely simple for you. We're going to take all the confusion, frustration out that most people have in their minds. We're going to eliminate that and make it just very simple and straightforward for you. All right, so let's go ahead and get started now. There are 3 areas that I want to cover right up front, and here's the first one. Money is at the heart of every transaction. Everything you do, money is going to be at the heart of it. You see, I don't care what decisions you make, they are going to, or what your positions are, they are going to be financial decisions. In your investments, every decision you make will have a financial component or will be primarily a financial decision. It's like a big monopoly game, and money is how you keep score. So don't lose sight of the fact that money is at the bottom line. You see, a lot of you think you came here to learn how to buy more real estate or learn how to buy foreclosed properties or how to buy mortgages, or how to get involved with probate, or how to do this, or do that. No, you didn't come for any of that stuff. What you came here for was this right here, money. See, that's the bottom line. Don't lose sight of that, that what you came here for is money. And every decision you make will be a financial decision based on maximizing that money profit. That's the thing you're going to do. So the bottom line, you came here for what? Money. Don't lose sight of that fact. Money is the bottom line, and money is at the heart of every transaction, everything you do. As a matter of fact, there was an ancient philosopher who kind of had a pretty good way of describing this understanding of money. Let me just show you that. Hagar the Horrible said the secret of happiness is to be content with what you got. So, get enough. That's his view. All right, so now then, if that's the first point, money is at the heart of every transaction, then here's the second point I want to make for you. Time distorts the value of money. Time distorts the value of money. You say, wait a minute, what in the world are you talking about, Dave? Time distorts the value of money. All right, let me give you an example. Here we go. You and I own a property. We put it up for sale for $75,000. This is our property. We own it. Get an ad in the paper, a bunch of calls come back. Finally, we get two offers. One's for $50,000 cash, the other's for $75,000 terms. All right, now I ask you, which is the best of those two offers? 50 cash or $75,000 terms? 50 cash, some people are saying 75 terms. All right, the point that I want to make is this. You really can't answer that question until I tell you what the terms are. Isn't that right? All right, let me tell you what the terms are. Terms on that $75,000, 6%, interest only, one annual payment a year of just interest, and at the end of 30 years, you'll get your $75,000. Up to that time, you'll get 6% interest only, just one payment per year. Now, which would you rather have, $50,000 cash or $75,000 terms? 50 cash, very straightforward. I'm going to make one change to these terms, just one change. It's going to balloon a week from next Thursday. Now, do you want your $50,000 cash today or $75,000 a week from next Thursday? You want the term. What's the one thing that we changed? Time. You see that? Time distorts the value of money. You see that? But that's not all. We've got more problems than that. As investors, we've got more problems than that. Not only does time distort the value of money, but interest rates magnify that distortion. You say, whoa, wait a minute, Dave. I understood this time bit, but what do you mean by interest rates magnifying it, make it even worse? Well, let me show you. Do you realize that the very same size payments that are required to support a $60,000 loan can also support a $92,000 loan if I can lower the interest rate from 16% down to 10% or some other corresponding amount? You say, you mean to tell me, Dave, that I can buy 50% more property with 50% more income for the very same size monthly payments if I can just get a lower interest rate? Yes, that's exactly what I'm telling you. So you see, not only does time distort the value of money, but interest rates magnify that distortion. Now, how in the world am I, or you, as an investor, going to go out there in the open marketplace and know whether we're getting a good deal when we look at those, at the size of the mortgage or the deed of trust or whatever it turns out to be, and we see what the numbers that it says at the top, that it's a $60,000 or a $92,000, whatever it is? We can't believe those figures. How are we going to be able to go out there and determine whether or not we're getting a good deal unless we can eliminate all that distortion due to time and due to interest rates? And that's what we're going to be covering here today. That's what we're going to teach, and we're going to make it very simple and straightforward. Okay? It's not going to be difficult. Now, I can hear a lot of you saying, well, oh boy, you know, I know what's coming now. This is going to be 2 hours of solid math. And I say, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. People say, look, I never was good at math. I've been out of school for a long time, and I'm sure not good at math now. I just, you know, the whole idea of working with that stuff, it just goes over my head. I say, listen, don't worry about it. We're not going to do any math. We're not going to add, subtract, multiply, or divide, or do anything any more difficult than that. And I think when you see how simple it is, you'll see that that's the case. You catch me if we do any adding, subtracting, multiplying, or dividing, and we're going to go through a lot of creative techniques. You say, well, how in the world we're going to do this then? Well, we're going to start out by showing you that all financing is broken down into just 5 simple variables. That's it. Just 5. There aren't 6 for the super creative or for the Harvard business school graduates. There's just 5. All right. You know what happens if you come up with a 6th variable? You go to jail. You see, so there's just 5. Remember that there's just 5 variables. Now, let's see what those 5 are. By the way, when I show these, I want to make a comment to him. We'll put them up here, and a lot of you are going to say, oh boy, yeah, okay, I already know about this stuff, because these are the 5 keys that are on my financial calculator. Yes, to some of you, this is new information, and to others, this is kind of old hat. I would say to all of you, don't shut me off. Stay with me, because this builds on it, and on the whole subject, one builds on the other, and we're going to go right on into a lot of creative techniques. If you turn me off here, then you're going to miss a lot of the benefit that's going to come later. So stay with me. Okay, so these are the 5 variables that are involved in all financing. Let's see what those 5 are. Well, N is the number of time periods. If I had a 10-year loan, then N would be 10. Okay? So you'd put a 10 under the N key. I is the interest rate. If I had a 12% interest rate, then I would put an I under, or I'd put a 12 under the I key. You see that? Now, if I gave you $1,000, I handed you $1,000 right now today. Is that a present value or a future value? Present value, because I gave it to you today, right now. It is a present value. Here it is right here. It goes under the present value key. What if I didn't give you that $1,000 until 5 years from today? Now what is it? Future value. It is a future value. All right, what if there are some periodic payments that come in, month by month, quarter by quarter, year by year, whatever it turns out to be? All right, they would go in under the periodic payment key. And those are the 5 variables. Everything you do must fit those 5 variables. If it doesn't fit those 5 variables, run, don't walk, and for sure don't invest in it. Okay? Do not get involved in it if you can't make it fit those 5 variables. That's crucial. That's important. Okay? Let's go a little further here now then. What we want to do is I want to show you how to put those 5 variables onto what is called a cash flow diagram. I want you to literally see every transaction that we're going to get involved in. So you can actually see what's going to occur. We're going to draw a cash flow diagram. We're going to start out, draw on a timeline, divide it up into 6 equal pieces. Let's go ahead and number those. All right. Here's time 0 right now, right at the very beginning, right there. That's time 0. This is 6 time periods. This could be 6 days, weeks, months, quarters, years, whatever. However, typically in real estate, don't we think in terms of either 6 months or 6 years? Don't we think in terms of months or years? So let's think in terms of these as being 6 months or 6 years. That's the time periods we're going to be working with, all right? Now, how many people in here just love to pay bills at the end of the month? I mean, you just can't wait to write out those checks and pay people money. You don't really like to do that.
You like to have the money to do it.
Oh, you like to have the money to do it, but you don't like to give it away. I mean, you see, if you like to pay out checks at the end of every month,
Get them paid rather than have them checked.
okay, but that's not my point. If you like to give money away, I want to give you my address because we could get a real thing going. I love to receive it, okay? You could write me all the checks you want. I'd make you just happy as a dickens. See, we don't like it. That's a negative cash flow, isn't it? That's a bad deal. That's money going away from us. We don't like it, so we're going to draw an arrow down. Okay, that's negative cash flow. Now then, how many people like to receive money at the end of the month? You like those checks coming in? We like that? Okay, all right, we like that. All right, so we're going to draw an arrow up. You see, that's a positive experience. That's money coming in, positive. We like that. All right, so this is money that we have to pay out, negative. Cash down, or arrow down is cash flow out. This is money we're receiving in. I'll move this up a little bit so you people in the back can see it. I'll keep trying to do that. You kind of give me a little, let me know if you can, and we'll try to move this up every chance we can. Okay, so now then, this is money that is coming into us, so that's a positive cash flow. This is money that's going out, that's a negative cash flow. We've just drawn a real live cash flow diagram out there. It represents something out there in the real world. You know what that might be? Let's think about this for a minute. How about if we take a situation like say we go to a bank with $1,000. We take our $1,000 down to the bank and we push it across the counter and give it to the person behind the counter of the bank. We give them our $1,000. Is that positive or negative when we give the bank our $1,000? Negative. There it is right there. 6 months later, we go back and we draw it all out. All the principal plus accrued interest. Is that positive or negative when we get that money back? Positive. So you see how that is? That's a positive cash flow there, negative here. This is a savings account. We just gave an example where we put our money in a savings account. 6 months later, we've got the whole thing back out at the other end. That could be a savings account. Could also be something else. How about, let's say that you and I went out and bought a single-family home for a rental property. Let's say we paid all cash. Now, please don't go out of here saying Dave said to buy your properties with all cash. If you do, you're probably going to buy about one right in a row. You know, that's not going to work very well.
So let's say you buy it all cash, so just to keep it simple. We purchase the property. Is that positive or negative when we purchase that property? Negative. 6 years later, not months, but years later, we sell this property out here at the other end. And we get a whole bunch of cash that comes back to us. Is that positive or negative when that cash comes back? So you see how this is appreciation. Same diagram as appreciation. Savings account, appreciation. How about something else? Suppose a friend of yours comes up to you and says, hey, I'd like to buy a little, or I'd like to borrow a little bit of money. You know, I'm kind of in a tough spot here. Could you loan me $1,000? So we talk about it with him a little bit, and we get some collateral or whatever, and we agree to loan this guy $1,000. We say, how long are you going to need it? He says, well, about 6 months. We say, okay. We give him our $1,000 today. Is that positive or negative when we give it to him? 6 months later, he pays us back all principal plus accrued interest. Is that positive or negative when he pays us back? Positive. There is a single payment note. You see that? We loaned the guy $1,000. He signed a note. 6 months later, he's going to pay us back. We're going to make a change to this. Watch this and see what this is. Tell me what these are. These are payments, aren't they? Okay. Now then, what's that whole diagram now? What do you suppose that whole diagram might represent? How about a loan? Instead of a single payment loan, how about a fully amortized loan? What if we told this guy, instead of you paying me back in one lump sum 6 months from today, how about if you pay me back amortized, fully amortized, same size, equal payments all the way through for 6 months? And we let him pay us that back every month for 6 months. You see, that is a fully amortized loan. Now this very same diagram is also the loan, it could be the loan on your house. Same thing. This could be a $100,000 loan and you're making payments back to somebody else on it. Or they're receiving the payments. You see that? Could be the same loan on your house. No big deal. Now you may be thinking, Dave, aren't you belaboring this just a little bit too much? You know, you keep talking about these cash flow diagrams. Listen, if a picture is worth 1,000 words, then a cash flow diagram is worth 10,000 words. It is extremely powerful, believe me. I'm going to make one more change, though, and you watch this one. Tell me what this one is. Remember now, this is a standard loan, standard mortgage, or a deed of trust, whatever you call it. What's this out here? A balloon. You see, I got a standard loan here, but it's going to balloon after about 6 months or 6 years instead of going on for the full 30 years or however long it was originally. All right, how many variables did we say there were? 5. All right, I want to show you where those 5 variables are so that you know and there won't be any question in your mind. What is this first one right up here, right up front, that we get right at the very beginning when we pay this money out or we give this money to somebody? What is that one called? It's negative, yes, but what is one of those 5 variables is it? What's it called? Present value, isn't it? Because it occurs right now, right at the very beginning. This is a PV. All right, if that is a present value, then what's this one that's sticking up at the top at the other end? Future value, okay, pretty straightforward. All right, so we have a present value and a future value. Now, what are these that are sticking up in between there? Payments. There's a periodic payment, so we'll put a PMT here. That's the payments. All right, what's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6? Time periods. N, the number of time periods, aren't they? All right, so here's the N. Now, that's 4 out of the 5. What's the 5th one, the one that we're missing? I, the interest rate. I is equal to percent. There they are. Those are the 5 variables. Everything you do have to hit those 5 variables, have to fit them. If they don't fit those 5 variables, as I said before, run, don't walk, and for sure do not invest in it. Everything you do must fit those 5 variables. Okay? Now, by the way, this may not seem like the most exciting stuff you've ever run into. You think, oh, Jimmy, we're going to get 2 hours of this stuff. Listen, when you see how powerful this is and we start getting into the creative techniques and how much profit there is there, you're going to be just as excited as I am. In fact, maybe even more so. Some of the people that went in my session yesterday have been talking to me out there and you know, they're not even touching the ground. They're kind of floating, you know. So I hope you really get a feel for just how powerful this is too. It really is amazing, the things. But the points I'm telling you here that's in the time value of money, these principles, these 5 variables, are the very core of the time value of money. The time value of money principles is what you're going to need to understand. And remember this, I don't care what area of investing that you are involved in. You pick out the area that you may be involved in, and if I don't have it up here, just mentally go ahead and put it in there. The time value of money, the principles I've just shown you and the ones that I will be showing you later, are at the very core of every decision you make. Everything you do will be a financial decision. If it is not a financial decision, then you are not maximizing your benefit as an investor, your money benefit, and that's what you need to be doing. So you see, the bottom line is this: unless you can figure the dollars that are going into an investment, whichever investment you may be involved in, and the dollars that are coming out, and what your yield is going to be, then one of two things is going to happen. Either you're not going to invest, or you're going to just blindly invest, say, I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm going to do it anyway, and you just put your head down and go. Well, now both of those are bad. Let's look at the first one. If you don't invest, you're sitting on the sidelines again. That's no good. That's not a way to make your net worth grow. So that's no good. If you just blindly invest, you say, look, I'm going to just put my head down and jam my foot on the accelerator and say full speed ahead regardless. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'm just going to do it. Look, if you go for broke in your investments, guess how you usually end up with your investments? Broke. You see, neither one of those are any good. You need to understand the time value money. It's the bottom line. As a matter of fact, there's a German proverb that rather succinctly states this whole thing, and here it is right here. It says, he who does not open his mind must open his purse. And that's very, very important. You need to understand this stuff. If you don't understand it, you're going to be hurting financially, so it's important that you do. If you seek financial security without an understanding of these types of financial matters, you face almost certain failure. And yet, by contrast, once you learn them, the road to wealth is really paved. It's much easier than it was before. All right, now you may say, all right, now Dave, so you told us there's no math, but listen, how do I remember all those formulas? I say, you don't have to know any formulas either. Not only is there no math involved, there's no formulas involved. You say, this sounds too good to be true. How do we do it? Let me show you how. You're going to take those 5 variables that we talked about, and you're going to put it inside your financial calculator. Let your calculator do all the hard work. It remembers all the math. It remembers all the formulas. You don't have to. And it'll give you the answers. All you have to do is take those 5 basic variables and put them in the machine by yourself. Now, let me give you an example. When I say this machine knows all the formulas, it knows everything, so you don't have to know how to do it. Let me show you what I'm talking about. I went to school at Michigan State. During my junior year, there was a guy that just appeared there. The guy's name was Austin. Now, Austin was a rather portly individual, pretty good size. His eyelids came down to just over the tops of his pupils, and when he talked very, very slowly. And when he walked, he kind of walked along, shuffling his feet every place he went, And you figured maybe Austin's elevator didn't quite go all the way to the top, you know what I mean? He might have been just a few bricks shy of a full load. See, but Austin was one of the sharpest guys I've ever met. I mean, he absolutely blew my mind. The toughest course in mechanical engineering was thermodynamics. The toughest part of thermodynamics were combustion problems. One problem would be 5 or 6 pages long, and it's all math. And when I say math, I'm not talking about adding and subtracting. I'm talking about differential equations, calculus, this kind of thing. Austin would pick up his ink pen. Now, this just blew my mind. I mean, I still carry an eraser around with me. He's got 100,000 miles on it, see. But Austin would do everything with an ink pen. He'd start at the top of the first page. 6 pages later, he would not have slowed down. He wouldn't stop any place to reassess where he is and where he's going. He'd just start writing, just like he's writing a letter home. 6 pages later, without marking anything out, he'd have the correct answer at the end. I just blew my mind. I could not believe it. We never went to the instructor to ask for any questions. We always went to Austin. He'd give us the answer. I mean, that's just the way it was, see? And we had a 3-hour final in that course. Now, everybody was there early, because remember, this is the toughest course in mechanical engineering. You figure if you can make it through this course, then you have a pretty good shot of going on and getting your degree. Up to that point, man, there's just no way of telling. It's all up in the air. You don't know whether you're going to get your degree or not. But if you can make it through there, everybody, so everybody was at that final early. See, and 3-hour final, and that counted for over half of our grade. So we got there, and when the starting bell went, man, we were all working. I mean, we were really going. Austin didn't even show up until an hour into the exam. He walks over to the instructor, and he picks up the exam, and he kind of thumbs through it a little bit, gets a little idea of what's in there, and then he says, hey, he says, I forgot my pen. Can I borrow your pen? And the instructor gives him his pen. And he goes over to the other side of the room, and he kind of builds himself a little nest. He sits down there, and he gets a place to put his feet up. He gets comfortable, and he starts writing. There was one guy out of there before the 3 hours was up. There was 1A. It was Austin. Austin is right inside your financial calculator. All right? He's the guy that knows all that stuff. So when I mention Austin now over these next couple hours, you know who I'm talking about. I'm talking about the guy that's in here that knows all of the formulas and all of the math, so you don't have to. Now, I got a call not too long ago from a member of the World Bank in Hong Kong, and the first thing this guy said to me, this is a call from Hong Kong, first thing he said to me was, Dave Smith? And I said, yeah. And he says, hey, Austin's given me a little problem. That's the first thing he said. And so I knew exactly what he's talking about, and I helped him with it, and we went on from there. All right, so you'll know who I'm talking about when I mention Austin. Now, by the way, there was a study made, and I'm kind of into these studies a little bit. I hope you all don't mind that. There was a study made of people who attend seminars, and they wanted to find out how many people were paying real close attention at any given time. And what they found out I thought was rather interesting. In fact, I couldn't hardly believe it at first when I first heard it. They found out that only about 10% of the people were paying real close attention at any given time, and that about 40% of the people were thinking through some personal or business problem they had, you know, of one type or another. They're kind of mulling through it and letting it see if maybe a solution would come up in their mind. But that fully 50% of the class were dreaming about some sexual fantasy that they had of one type or another. See? And when I heard this, I thought, gee, I'm up here, I'm trying to teach this stuff, and the people are just sitting back there daydreaming. And then I got thinking, hey, that's not so bad, because at least half of my class is going to go home having had a good time that day, all right? Okay. So I would ask you, be alert. The country needs alerts. I don't know what alert is, okay? So if you figure that one out, let me know. Okay. What we're going to do now is we're going to take those 5 variables and we're going to put them to work for us in a real live situation. But first, before I do, we're going to work with a fixed payment mortgage. But before I do that, I want to move this up because I want to home in on just the bottom part and show you that. And then we'll come back and we'll go through the whole thing. All right, those are the 5 variables we've talked about. This one is colored orange. You say, why? That's because that's the question we're going to ask Austin this time. We're going to say, hey, Austin, how big are the monthly payments? And Austin's going to give us the answer. He's going to say $132.15. All right, so whenever you see one of these as colored gold here, or orange, on the bottom of the slide, you'll know that that's where we're headed. Whenever I throw up a new slide, it'll immediately help you to home in on our goal on where we're headed. It'll help you to understand the problem easier and faster, okay? So I'm trying to give you these mental props to kind of steer you down the right path so you can pick up this much information, or pick up as much information as possible in a short time period, because I've got a lot that I want to go through. All right, so this time, this one, the payment is colored orange. Next time it may be future value or present value or interest rate or something else. Right now we're going to be looking at payments. All right, let's take the real live example now and go down through it and see how it works. Here it is. Fixed payment mortgage. And by the way, when I use the term mortgage, remember that's deed of trust or contract for deed or whatever other term that you may use, but we're talking about a loan as more of the generic term for it. I see some of you people are standing. We do have a couple of seats over here if you'd like to. Yeah, okay, however, just come on and move in as you'd like to. All right, so we got a fixed payment mortgage. Now let's set up the situation so you understand what's occurring here. You and I, we own a property together. It's our property. Put an ad in the paper, get a bunch of calls come back from the ad, but we narrow it down to just one guy. In this case, this one guy looks like the most likely guy to purchase this thing. And the only difficulty is that he's $10,000 short from being able to buy the property. 10 grand short. No problem except that he doesn't have all the money, all the cash. He's got everything else, but he's short that 10 grand. All right. We can either not sell it to him, or we can say, I'll tell you what I'll do. How about if I let you pay me that $10,000 over the next 10 years at some interest rate, like maybe 10%. And you can pay me monthly payments. The guy says, well, maybe I can do that, but wait a minute, how big would those monthly payments be? All right, now we want to know that as well as him, because we want to make sure he can make those payments. Otherwise, we don't want to sign this deal. So that's what we're going to look at, is how big should the monthly payments be. Now let's move it up so you people in the back can see just a little bit better there. All right, let's take a look at the 10,000 bucks. Let's see where that came from, or that $10,000 negative there. If you and I give this guy $10,000 equity in our property right now today, we hand it to him, the equity in our property, and he doesn't pay for it today, doesn't give us the money for it, is that positive or negative when we give him the equity in our property today? Negative. There's the $10,000 negative. Now, can you see if he had $10,000 cash, there'd be an arrow drawn right up here. It would off-balance this equity that we're giving him, and all these payments would go away. Isn't that right? But he doesn't have the $10,000 cash. So instead, he's going to pay us on a monthly basis for the next 10 years at, say, a 10% interest rate. All right, so there it is. Let's see how we put this into our machine, or how we would solve it. Let's think about it here for a minute. How many months are there in 10 years? 120 months. Okay, so there's 120 months in 10 years. This machine right here will convert the years to months with just one keystroke. It'll automatically change you 10 years to 120 months. You say, well, big deal. You know, I can do that in my head. Yeah, but you can do that with 10 years, no big deal. But how many months are there in 13 years, 17 years, 21 years, 26 years? You see, you're going to have to get up early to get ahead of Austin. He knows that stuff just like that, okay? And he'll tell you in every one of those cases. All right, what interest rate are we looking for? 10. Is that annual or monthly? Annual, isn't it? Okay, so it has to be divided by 12 in order to come up with a monthly interest rate, doesn't it? All right, so we get a monthly interest rate, divide that by 12, and we come up with 0.83% per month. There's a monthly interest rate. Now, the $10,000 that we give him, or $10,000 worth of equity we give him today, right now, today, is that a present value or future value? Present value. There it is right there. Is there some big future value out here we need to concern ourselves with? No, so we just ignore that. We punch the payment key, we get an answer of $132.15. The guy says, hey, I can make those payments. We say, fine. Everybody signs on the dotted line. He buys our property. We all go off into the sunset in different directions. Guess what happens? First of every month, we go to our mailbox, and there's $132.15. Every month, just as regular as clockwork, it starts coming in $132.15, first of every month. And he's going to pay us off for the next 120 months. However, I'd like for you not to forget this guy. Keep this in your mind right here. Some of you may be taking notes. Keep this one in your mind because we're going to be seeing him in about 3 years. He's going to come knocking on our door again. Just a few minutes, but it's going to be 3 years are going to go by. Right now, I'm going to move over into another area, then we'll come back. So keep this guy in mind right here, okay? Let me ask you a question. How many people in here own at least one piece of investment property of one type or another? Very good. That's great. I like to see that. Those of you who don't, I would encourage you to go ahead and buy properties. It's the quickest way to wealth I know of. It really is. Get yourself a hold of some real estate. It's really the way to go. However, those of you who have already purchased property, have already gone to, to buy some property, already own some investment property, and maybe some of you who don't but have already tried and haven't been successful in getting the financing, let me ask you this. In Southern California, is this the way the banks treat you as an investor, buying or getting money for your investment property? They say when. Is that how they treat you? They don't do it that way, huh? Okay, well, maybe you see yourself a little bit more like this as an investor. Is this how you see yourself? And by the way, maybe you can't read that little sign on the corner of his desk that says, forget it, you're not getting this loan, baby. Okay? All right, so you go to a bank and you try to get a loan as an investor now. We're not talking about for your own residence. We're talking about for an investment property. You go to a bank and you try to get a loan. And, they want everything in triplicate, and it just doesn't quite do the job for us. Kind of frustrates us a little bit, So you think, well, now, wait a minute. If you're like me, I like residential properties. You figure, well, why don't I get myself a residential, some residential property and use a savings and loan? Because those people are kind of chartered to deal with residential properties. So we go to a savings and loan. Well, now, they want everything in triplicate, too, but it's a little different set of rules, and they're not set up for investors. And it really gets frustrating, They won't... you got to do everything their way, and it just doesn't fit the creative ways that we like to do things sometimes. Then you think, well, now, wait a minute now. How about a mortgage broker? I mean, a mortgage broker ought to have every kind of loan there is out there available. If I can get a hold of a good mortgage broker, he ought to have exactly what I'm looking for. So you find yourself a good mortgage broker. Well, now you can see that doesn't quite do the job either. So that really begins to frustrate us. And then you think, now wait a minute now, the federal government, they control virtually everything, except the federal deficit, obviously. But, but other than that, they control about everything. So why in the world can't we see if we can get a hold of a government-insured loan? So we try for a government-insured loan. Well, now they try hard, but that just doesn't quite do the job for us. But then you come to one of these conventions, and you hear of something, it's called creative financing, and you think, why in the world didn't I think of that before? It's called creative financing. You see something wrong with that? See, I'm an engineer, but I had to study that for a while, and somehow that just doesn't look like that's going to do the job for us, okay? All right, so what I'm really trying to tell you, now by the way, I'm not trying to put down creative financing because I'm going to be giving you a bunch of it here in just a little while. But what I am trying to tell you is this. What you're really looking for is private financing. And you say, what do you mean by private financing? I mean, get the guy that is selling you the property, the guy that's a motivated seller, to carry back the loan on that property. You see, then you not only have a motivated seller, but you have a motivated banker. You're working in the unsophisticated market. You can make any kind of a transaction that the two of you agree upon, so long as it's within the legal limits of the, doesn't surpass usury laws or anything like that. You can make any kind of agreement you want to. You don't have to be working with some loan committee that's sitting in some, granite building and mahogany walls. You're dealing one-on-one with the buyer and the seller, and you're meeting both people's needs. It's the way to go. It also gives you by far the least amount of long-term liability. It is really the neat way to go. So I would encourage you to go with private financing. You say, Dave, can you really do that? Listen, in my entire life, I own a lot of real estate. In my entire life, I've gone to a bank one time to apply for a loan. That's one time for any kind of a loan. I've gone once. I got that one. I mean, they offered me the one loan. They accepted me. I did not accept them. Why? Because it was at the unheard of high interest rate of, at that time, of 11%. See, we were all used to 9 and 8 and 7, and the idea of 11% just would blow your mind. But now, I've got interest rates that are higher than that. Everything I have, it is either private financing or they are loans that I have assumed that you can, and some loans you can still assume. But for the most part, that's getting difficult to do also. All right? But I would encourage you to go private financing. That is the way to go. I encourage that. Now then, remember that guy who's making those payments to us? Let me get something here to weight this thing down because they tend to move on us sometime when I have a double slide, and this is a double. Okay.
What's the best way to find private financing?
The best way to find private financing is always to get the guy who owns the property to carry back the loan on that property. If you've got a motivated seller, you also have a motivated banker. You got somebody who will carry back the loan on that property, and I would encourage you to do that. That is the way to do it. Second way is also to find people who are professionals or two-family income people or whatever that has some excess income that they want to invest, and give them a good rate of return. Write a mortgage on the property and let them carry it, and you make monthly payments to them. But that is nowhere near as preferable as getting the person that is selling the property to carry back the loan on the property. That's where I do the bulk of it right there. I can answer questions, but we're not going to get through the material if I don't keep moving. So. Not necessarily refinance. She asked us, do we mean to refinance? That could be part of it, to refinance, but I'm saying for the equity that they have in the property, just get them to carry back a loan for that amount, a second mortgage or a second deed of trust or a third or whatever it turns out to be. See, for that amount of money, with additional amount, so you don't have to put as much cash down. Get them to carry back the loan and then assume the others that are under it. Okay. We said that this guy, remember this guy when we sold the property to him, and he's going to make monthly payments to us every month for the next 120 months, all the way on out, $132.15, remember that? Okay, and I said he was going to knock on our door after about 3 years, 36 months. All right, here we are. He's come up to it and knocked on our door just before the 36th payment. And he says, Dave, he says, remember me? He says, I'm the guy that you sold that property to, and I'm making those monthly payments to you, $132.15. We say, oh, yeah. And he says, well, he said, I'd like to pay this thing off. And we say, well, fine. He says, well, how much do I owe you? And we say, well, I don't know, but I'll have to ask Austin. And he'll look at us kind of funny, but we know what we're talking about when we ask Austin. All right, what we're really looking at then is remaining balance. That's what we're looking for. We want to find out how much this guy owes us after 36 months. This is the remaining balance, R/B. All right, and that's that portion right there. Now, let me show you what the caution is. Here's the caution. Remaining balance does not include the 36th payment. Remaining balance does not include that 36th payment. You say, all right, big deal. So what are you telling us that for? Well, because it almost cost me $13,000. And I'll show you that in just a couple of slides here. That's a very important distinction that you need to make. Remaining balance does not include the 36th payment. Now let me move into a balloon, because that's why I showed you the remaining balance, and once I show you that, then I'll show you why it almost cost me $13,000, and that's peanuts compared to some of my students. But let me show you about a balloon first, okay? The anatomy of a balloon. Now, by the way, at this point, you've had your brains pulverized now for 2 days straight. I can see your eyes are beginning to glaze over. You're kind of going into brain fade, and you're probably powering down from your third coronary of the day. And you look up here, and you see this symbol right here, and the first thing that comes to your mind is sperm. Well, I don't teach that seminar. Somebody else teaches that one, okay? What this is this is a balloon with a string that's hanging down. Okay? So whenever you see that symbol, you know we're talking about a balloon mortgage, a balloon with a string that's hanging down. All right, here's the guy that's made the 34th monthly payment, the 35th, and finally just before the 36th payment's due, he says, I'd like to pay it off. We say, fine. We figure out that the total amount that is due on the 36th payment date is this entire amount of money right here. It is the remaining balance plus that payment. It's the entire amount of money that's due on the 36th payment date. Now, when you use the word balloon, there are two different ideas that people out in the real world have for what a balloon is. And let's make sure that you understand. As a matter of fact, what I do is I always describe it very explicitly what I'm referring to when I say a balloon. Let me show you what the two ideas are. Some people believe that this portion right here, just the remaining balance, that's the remaining balance right there, that this portion is the balloon. Most people, including myself, call this entire amount, everything that's due on a 36th payment, because it's all going to be paid in one check at one time, everything that's due on a 36th month is the balloon. It's the remaining balance plus that last payment. We call that the balloon. That's what the majority of people do. But whenever you refer to a balloon, you need to understand that some people are thinking this way. So what I always say is this. I say, there will be 35 consecutive monthly payments of, and I tell exactly how big each one of those payments are, followed on the 36th consecutive month by a single payment of, and I give this entire amount of money, whatever that turns out to be, at which time this loan will be paid in full. You understand? You say it in words. There is no way that anybody can misinterpret that some attorney can get in there and torque it around and say, no, he meant this or he meant that, or that there can be some question about whether or not the payment should be added in there or whatever. And you may be thinking, now wait a minute now, Dave. You said this thing almost cost you $13,000 because you forgot to add in this one payment. Because you see the caution down here is those using this first method right here risk forgetting to add in that last payment. You say, now wait a minute now. On this mortgage that we were just dealing with here, just this, what's the one that we were just talking about, how big are the monthly payments on that? $132.15, all right? And if we forgot to add in just one of those payments, what's the most amount of money we could possibly lose? $132.15. You say, man, you must have been working with a huge mortgage. I say, no, I wasn't. I wasn't working with a very big mortgage. You watch. Let me give you the example of what the mortgage I was working with. Okay, by the way, you didn't go blind. There's nothing on that slide. Okay, here's a $100,000 loan. That's nothing, you know, that's this very typical. Nothing unusual about that. Let's say it's at 10%. Nothing unusual about that. Okay, let's say it's for 10 years. Now that's pretty short, but not for raw land and not for commercial properties. That's right in the middle of the box. So there's really nothing unusual about any of this so far. Here's the one thing that's different than what we've talked about up till now. Here it is. The payments are annual payments. All right? Now, without using a calculator, just off the top of your head, just thinking, just using the gray matter you were born with, just think about this for a minute. $100,000 loan over a 10-year time period, just 10 equal-sized payments, one each year. How big would each one of those payments have to be to amortize that $100,000 loan over a 10-year time period? About $10,000. How much is more than that, though, wouldn't it be? Because you got some interest in there. $11,000. Any other numbers? How about $16,500, plus or minus a few $100, a couple $100. 16,500. See, for 10 of those, that's $165,000. You're paying $65,000 in interest on this $100,000 loan. All right, so that's the size of the annual payments. Now let's look at selling the property. We give this guy the equity in our property right now today. First year comes by and he makes the first annual payment to us. No problem. Everything is fine. Second year comes by, he makes the second annual payment to us. No problem. Everything is great. Third year comes along and he says, hey, I'd like to pay this off. And we agree that would be fine. So he agrees that he would like to pay this thing off. We both agree to that. And so we figure out what the remaining balance is right here. And we forget to add in one payment. We just threw $16,500 down the tubes. You see that? Now this is a bigger mortgage than I was working with. I was only working with a $73,000 mortgage, but this is a $100,000 mortgage. You throw $16,000, that's enough to ruin your whole day. I mean, that's a bad deal. You don't want to do that kind of thing. The reason is because a balloon is made up of the remaining balance plus what? The last payment. Do not forget that last payment. I was speaking in Tahoe not too long ago, and there was a guy sitting right back in that back corner, and at this point he says, "Oh, no." And the whole class turned around to see what in the world he was doing. You know, and what he was saying was that he told us, he said, well, I've just been thinking about the mortgages that I've dealt with just recently. He said, I've totaled them up, and this thing has cost me $43,000. 1 week later, I was speaking for the Louisiana Real Estate Commission in Baton Rouge, and I had the same situation, except in that case, there was a guy sitting on the aisle, and it was $33,000 that he had lost on this. Both of them were going back and seeing if they could recoup that. Whether they made it or not, I don't know. In the time value money course, this one here, we teach you all of the profit areas. We teach you the pitfall areas. We'll show you how to avoid the bad deals and how to find the good deals. We'll show you where those bad ones are. And it will also make you an expert on the financial calculator. You'll know how to do it backward and forward. You'll literally be an expert. And by the way, since I mentioned the calculator, let me show you this. A good first-rate financial calculator is the most important tool you can get your hands on because it takes the fear out of investing. Most people don't buy properties. Even those of you who do have some, you're very hesitant about buying your next one because of the fear of making a mistake. You see, the calculator, once you understand how to do it, how to use it, will take that fear away so that you will eagerly go after those properties. But it will also help you to avoid the bad deals. It will expose the bad deals. Let me tell you something. Did you know that a bulldog can whoop up on a skunk? Did you know that? It can. But it ain't worth it. Believe me. And when you get a hold of a skunk in real estate, it is not worth it, okay? It's a good first-rate financial calculator will steer you clear of those skunks. It's the most powerful tool you can get your hands on, the most trusted advisor. It'll be the best teacher that you can ever get your hands on. It really will be. It's a must if you're really serious about investing. As a matter of fact, let me ask you this question. How many people in here remember the slide rule? Y'all remember the slide rule? Yeah, great. Okay. I was talking to my daughter the other day, and I mentioned to her, I mentioned the word slide rule, and she said, slide rule? What in the world's a slide rule? And I said, well, it's two pieces of wood, and one slides inside the other, and it's got a lot of little lines and numbers on it, and you can move them back and forth, and use it for multiplying and dividing, and then I looked up at her. And she had this look on her face like, man, I knew you were old, but that's BC, sliding two sticks back and forth, you know. Listen, we've come a long way. Kids nowadays don't really appreciate what they've got. In fact, we don't really appreciate what we have in our hands here. It's amazing the power that we have in our hands. Do you realize that if aircraft had progressed at the same rate that these computers have over the past 25 years, do you know what you could buy today in the aircraft industry? You could buy a Boeing 767 for $500. It would fly around the world in 20 minutes on 6 gallons of fuel, and not only that, you could put 6 of them on the head of a pin. You see that? That's what's happened to these computers. Absolutely amazing. When I first started learning how to use a computer, I learned a computer that's called a Mystic computer at Michigan State. It filled up a room just about this big. It was a 30 by 50 foot room. It's roughly the size of this room right here. It weighed 30 tons. It had 17,000 vacuum tubes in it. You know, 500,000 solder joints. Absolutely amazing. Took 2 years to build this thing. It didn't have anywhere near the capability that's in this machine right here. Not even close. That fits in my shirt pocket. I mean, it did not even come close to this. You can today, in today's market, you can do everything that huge machine would do on just a portion, not a whole computer chip, but just a portion of a 1/4 inch square computer chip. I mean, that's what has happened in the computer industry. Just absolutely amazing what has occurred. Okay. What I want to do now is I want to take just a second. You see, I want to make this a real solid teaching course, and I don't want to spend a lot of time selling stuff. But we have finished the first portion of it, the first half, which is talking about the time value of money course. I'd like to take, if you'd bear with me for just a minute, to explain what this course is about. Then we're going to switch over into the creative financing techniques course. I'll take just a second to tell you about that, and then we'll get on to teaching, because I want to fill you up with just as much teaching as possible. But I do need to tell you what the courses are about. So let me just take just a second to do that. Okay, what this course is, this is called Time Value Money. This is the first of the 2 courses that I have, and this course is the one that lays the foundation for the creative stuff that's going to follow. There are 8 hours of cassette tapes in here. There's an 82-page manual. It does two major things. It will not only make you an expert on the 12C, which is the world standard handheld financial calculator. It's the standard of the industry, the one that's most widely used. It will not only make you an expert on the 12C, it will also teach you all of the conventional financing techniques, the things that we've just been able to scratch the surface on right now. Everything from the difference between simple and compound interest, single payment notes, standard mortgages, fixed payments, adjustable rates, graduated payments, balloons, wraparound mortgages, buying and selling discounted mortgages, even analyzing your investment properties, depreciation, investments of all types, even programming, even making this machine do things automatically. So you just punch one button and it does it automatically. And also, you don't have to say, now, wait a minute. Now, I know he covered that. It's in this 8 hours someplace, but where in the world is it? You just go right up into the front of the manual here to the index, right in the first few pages. You look up whatever subject you're interested in. It not only tell you what tape to go to, but it'll tell you what side of the tape and what page in the book to go to. And you'll have a private one-on-one seminar, just you and me. I'm punching the very same keys you are. See, I don't like those live seminars where everything is on a screen that you can't see when you make a recording of a live seminar. Everybody's looking at some screen that you can't see. You hear all the answers because the guy's wearing a mic, but you don't know what the questions were because it's somebody in the background, see? And I don't like those. This is done in a sound studio. I'm punching the very same keys you are. I'm getting the very same answers. I say if you don't get those answers, stop and play that part over again. If you still don't get them, look right up here in the front. It's my address and my phone number. Give me a call. I'll be happy to help you. I only have 2 requests. Please don't call me after 11 o'clock at night, Florida time, and please call me on your nickel because it gets expensive to do this stuff, to answer calls all around the country. All right, so that's the Time Value of Money course. It is extremely powerful. It is very widely used, schools, business, and finance all around the country. Even, well, as a matter of fact, I was going to tell you about this other one. Somebody else used it too. I was sitting in my house the other day. It's been some time back now, and I got this call, and this guy says, Dave Smith? And I said, yeah. He says, this is Mr. Herzog of the Internal Revenue Service Criminal Investigation Division. Now, I mean to tell you, that guy had my undivided attention. I mean, not very often does somebody come up with an open line like that, as an opener like that. That really, he had, I was hitting on all 8 cylinders. I've only got 6, see? And so, he says one of our clients, and I'm not sure what he meant by the word client. I think it's the person they're beating into the ground today, But he said one of our clients told us about the Time Value of Money and the creative financing course, and he said we use the 12C, and he said we want to, we'd like to get those courses so that we could learn how to use it better and do some of those things. Well, then I had a problem, because see, my first thought was, man, I'll give you a truckload, just don't call me again, all right? And then my second thought was, boy, I don't know, that's aiding and abetting the enemy. I don't know whether I ought to do that or not, see? So I thought about this, and then I decided, well, maybe I'll go ahead and do it. So I went ahead and I sold some to the IRS. The IRS uses these courses. The World Bank in Hong Kong uses them. Schools of business and finance all over the United States uses these courses. They are widely used. This is not something that's just a little light use thing. It's been widely used. And as a matter of fact, Hewlett-Packard gave me a call not too long ago, and they said, Dave, on your seats there, you had a little brochure there. They said, Dave, they said, can we send, we're having so much difficulty with people trying to get a hold of, or trying to learn how to use our machine with the books that we send with them, because our books are written by mathematicians and computer technicians, that we wonder if we can send your brochures out to people so that they could get your courses if they'd like to learn how to use the machine. And we'd like to send one to every Hewlett-Packard dealer in the United States. Well, you know how many Hewlett-Packard dealers are in the United States? There are 1,800 of them. And they sent these to every dealer recommending these courses right here for people who want to learn how to use the machine. Well, it took me about 2/10 of a second to make up my mind as whether or not I ought to let them do that, because it was at their expense and their request, so I said, fine, hit it, Okay, that's the end of that. We're not going to talk about time value of money anymore. What I want to do now is well, first of all, I want to congratulate you going through the tough part, because that's the ground laying part we had to get through in order to get into the creative techniques. This is where the real neat stuff is, the stuff that's going to follow on here. Okay, let's keep going. When I say the word creative financing techniques, when I use the word creative, I find that a lot of people have a little difficulty understanding what I'm talking about when I say creative. So I want to bring it down to earth so that you understand what creativity is all about. Let me give you an example of creativity so you can see what's happening. There was a guy who worked out in a mountainous area in the United States. He worked in a shop with a bunch of other fellas. And the fellas that he worked with They did a lot of hunting. I mean, every weekend they'd be off hunting, and they really, you know, they really enjoyed it. And they'd come back in on Monday morning, and they'd be telling about all the hunting experiences that they had the previous weekend. And, you know, really animated conversations. But he was always left out of this because he never did any hunting. See, and so he kind of got thinking about, you know, maybe if I make up some stories, maybe they'll, you know, I can get involved in some of these conversations too. So he came in one Monday morning, and he made up a little story, and they listened to him. See, they paid attention to him for a little while. And then they kind of lost interest after a while, you know. So the stories had to get a little bigger, and a little bigger, and a little bigger. You know, and finally, one Monday morning, this guy came in, and he was telling about how he was catching bear the previous weekend without even using a gun. Now, I mean, these guys, they paid attention to him up to that point, but when he got, you know, that was just so far out, there's no way, see. I mean, they had it up over their eyebrows at that point, see. So what they, you know, that Friday night after work was out, they took him, they threw him in the back of the pickup and took off up in the mountains where they do all their hunting up there, their cabin. And they loaded everything out of the pickup into the cabin, and they kicked this guy out the door, and it says, now don't you come back until you've got a bear. And they slammed that door shut. I mean, this guy, he was scared to death. He was up there in, sure enough, bear country. Man, he wished he hadn't been telling all these lies. He didn't know what in the world he was going to do, see? And he started walking down this path trying to figure out what in the world am I going to... He looked back there at that cabin. He could see all those guys in there playing cards and drinking beer and laughing. You know, he see the lights on. He just was... Man, I mean, he's scared to death. You know, he didn't know what in the world he's going to do. And finally, he came around a curve in this path. It was just getting dusk, see? He came around a curve in this path. Here's the biggest bear he's ever seen in his life. That bear took one look at him and started charging. Man, the guy turned around running as fast as he could go, screaming and hollering and yelling. These guys in the cabin, they heard all that commotion, and they came to the door to see what was going on. Well, he was running so fast, when he got to those steps, he tripped and he fell. And that bear was coming right after him so fast, he went right over the top of him, right inside that cabin with these fellas. Well, and so this guy, he jumped up, he grabbed a hold of that door, and he says, you guys skin that one. I'm going after another one. And he slammed the door shut. That's what I call creativity, okay? All right. All right, and don't you know it got just a little bit crowded inside that cabin for a while, huh? All right, so what we're going to do now is we're going to use some of those creative methods. We're going to show you some very neat creative ways of doing things. However, first of all, what I'd like to do is I'd like to show you, I want to show you discounting mortgages. That's the first thing I want to show you. And you may say, oh, wait a minute now, Dave, I didn't come here to learn how to discount mortgages and that kind of stuff. And I say, hey, just a minute. Every time you buy a property, unless you pay all cash, what do you get involved with? A loan, a deed of trust, a contract for deed, a mortgage, whatever. You get a hold of a time payment plan, don't you? All right, so let's look at it and see if we can help ourselves by understanding this. I think you'll find it's very beneficial to understanding the creative techniques. Let's see how it goes. If I've got a piece of property over here on this side of the scale, it's easy for me to determine what that property is worth. I mean, if I can't do it myself, I can get a hold of an appraiser, and they can tell me within 2 or 3% of what that property is worth. So no big deal there, all right? Now then, if I am paying for it all in cash, then it's no big deal to find out whether I'm paying too much cash or whether I'm getting a real good deal, because all I got to do is count the cash, isn't that right, to see whether it equals the value of the property. So no big deal. However, how many of us buy properties with all cash? We don't do that, do we? All right, so if that's the case, then what do we use instead of cash? Well, we use what is called a loan or a mortgage or a trust deed or whatever other term you want. A loan is the most generic term. All right, so what is that? Well, a loan is where money is going out over a period of time at some interest rate. Remember that? Remember what we said is that time distorts the value of money and interest rates magnify that distortion. Now, how in the world are we as investors going to determine whether we have paid too much for that property when it has all that distortion due to time and due to interest rates in it? See, just because the loan says $100,000 at the top doesn't mean anything at all. It's like a friend of mine was selling a railroad station up in Wisconsin, and he was trying to get like $60,000 for this. It was a defunct railroad station. It was being used to store lumber in for a while for some lumber company around there. He was trying to sell the land for $60,000, and a guy in the back of the room says, I'll give you $1 million for it. Well, I mean, he had everybody's undivided attention. Then the guy explained it. Be $1 a year for 1 million years. You see, the terms make it's all the difference in the world. It's a matter of how the terms are in there. So how are we going to eliminate all the time, or all the distortion due to time and due to interest rates? Just because it says $100,000 doesn't mean that's the value of that loan. If it has real good terms, the value of that loan may be way down less than that. If it's horrible terms, it may be way above the 100,000. So how are we going to determine the true value of this mortgage on the end of it, or this loan, and determine whether we're paying too much for this property or whether we're getting a real good deal, unless we can eliminate all that distortion due to time and due to interest rates? And that's what discounting does. It will eliminate all the distortion due to time and due to interest rate and make this loan look like cash. You can find the cash equivalent to this loan. You see that? Now, once you can do that, you have really set yourself apart from the great unwashed masses, from the rest of the people out in the real world. You can really do it. You've set yourself apart, and you'll know how to make those creative deals that other people will not be able to do. So let's see. This is what where we're headed right now in discounting mortgages. Now, let's take a look at it and look a little further here. I want to show you who the players are, because some of you may have a little different idea here of who's who and this kind of a thing. So what's your first name? Marty? Oh, starts with a... Oh, okay. Let's just put an M. Martio. Okay, so Martio is this gentleman's first name. And let's say he has a property that he wants to sell. Martio. And your first name? Nell. Okay, Nell... It wants to buy a property, and it turns out to be just like, did I say it correctly, Nell? Anella. Anella. Everybody calls you Nell. That's great. Okay, we'll leave the N there. All right. Okay, so Martio here has a property that he wants to sell. This is exactly what Nell is looking for right here. And so Martio sells the property to Nell, and there it is right there. Now, is the transaction complete, or does Nell have to pay Martio for the property? Nell's got to. She says no. I think there might be a difference of opinion there. Okay, so it's $1 per month that Nell is going to have to pay Martio for the property. Now, there's the real world. Now it's all said and done. It's completed. There isn't any, it's all done. And maybe this happened 6 months ago, maybe a year ago, 2 years, 5 years ago, some time ago. All right, now, Martio, he's walking around his house one day, and he realizes he needs a little extra cash, and he's bumping around the garage trying to figure out something he can sell to get a little extra cash. Maybe the kids are starting back to school or something. He can't find anything to sell. He needs some extra cash, and then he gets to thinking, now, wait a minute now. I'm receiving these payments every month. It's an income stream coming into me. He's thinking, I ought to be able to sell that income stream to somebody. I ought to be able to sell the right to receive those payments. I mean, if you had a black box that pumped out real money every single month, real money, not counterfeit, wouldn't that black box be worth something? You betcha it would. All right, so that's what Martio has here. He's got real live income coming in every single month. He ought to be able to sell the right to receive those payments. All right, so this is where this is where you and I come in. Here's us right here. And Martio comes to us and he says, hey, I've got this loan. Would you be interested in buying this loan? We say, well, could be. What have you got? He explains it to us. And we say, all right. We negotiate and finally come up with an agreement. And we say, all right, we'll do that. So we give him cash. We give Martio cash. Now then, what does Martio do? Well, he gets a hold of Nell and he says, Nell, change the address on your envelope. So instead of Nell making those monthly payments to Martio, she's now making the dollars per month to us. You see that? And all of these payments go away. Now let's take a look at all the players and let's see what happened here in the real world. Martio wanted to sell his income stream because he wanted to convert it to cash, and he got his cash. So is he happy? Sure, he got his cash, isn't he? All right, let's take a look at Nell. Is Nell paying any more money than she used to pay at the beginning? Not a bit, is she? Doesn't make any difference to her. Just so long as she's getting credit for it, she doesn't care where it goes. Just so long as it's being credited to her account. All right, so then she doesn't mind. Everything is fine there. Now let's take a look at our position. We wanted to buy a mortgage, and we bought one. All right, the question is this. How much should we pay for the right to receive this income stream? And that's what we're going to be covering here over these next few minutes. We're going to say, how much should we pay for the right to receive this mortgage? All right, let's take a look at it, and let's see how it works. Here we go. We're going to discount a mortgage. And I'm going to set up, now by the way, this may look familiar to you. It ought to look familiar to you. All right, what I do, every time I get a chance, I don't set a whole new set of numbers in on you. I use the same set of numbers over and over again so that you can home in on the new principles I'm teaching. You don't have to get confused with a new set of numbers. I try to make it easy for you all the way through. The books and everything I do, I try to make it that way as much as possible. Okay, so here's the situation. Let me set it up so that you understand what's happening. There's a guy, and we're going to use this example several times now, so thank you for thinking through me with this. There's a guy who just moved in right over here across the street from us. He just moved in, And when he sold his previous house, he lived in Tulsa, see, and he sold his house in Tulsa. Now, the guy that bought his house in Tulsa didn't have enough cash to pay the full down payment. So this fellow over here across the street now, that just moved in, when he sold that house in Tulsa, he had to carry back a loan. So now the guy in Tulsa who's living in his old house is now making monthly payments over to this fellow across the street that just moved in over here to it, across the street from us. And this fellow over across the street is now receiving monthly payments of $132.15, first of every month, right over there in his mailbox. Now, this guy comes across the street, he knocks on our door, and he says, Dave, he said, I'd like to introduce myself. He says, I'm so-and-so, I just bought this house over here across the street from you. So the neighbors tell me you buy mortgages. Would you be interested in buying my mortgage? We say, well, could be. What do you have? And he says, well, I sold my house in Tulsa. He said the guy didn't have enough money, so he's making monthly payments to me of $132.15 first of every month right over here in my mailbox. And I'm going to get 120 of those payments. All right, and he said, would you be interested in buying that? Well, let me ask you, if we're going to buy a mortgage out in the open marketplace, would we be happy with a 10% return on our money? No way. We're going to want more than that. Now, you may look at this and say, yeah, I know, but 30%, that's way out of the box. How in the world are you going to get that? Well, listen, that may seem like it's way out of the box when you're first starting out. You may start out at 15, 18, 20, 22%, but after a while, you're going to start getting into the 25%, 27, 28, and you'll be up into 30 and even beyond that when you hone your skills and you learn the techniques and you know how to do it. So 30, although it's a very high average, it's not at all out of the box. You'll get that and better every so often. Okay, so let's take 30 as the yield that we're looking for. Question then, though, is how do we do this thing? Well, let's take a look and let's see how. Now, most people think that discounting mortgages is tough stuff. I mean, this is not for beginners. This is for real tough, real, people that have really been at it for a long time. I say nonsense. How many variables are there involved in all financing? Up to now, we've only used how many? And that's all we're going to use now. There's no math to it. It is simple. It is not difficult. Don't make it hard. It is like falling off a log when you just keep it simple. You can make it complicated. You can call all kinds of fancy names and everything, but just keep it simple, and you'll find it just falls right out in your lap. Okay, here's the situation now. We're going to buy this income stream right here. Now, let's put in the things that we know about. The $132.15, isn't that the monthly payment? So that goes in under the payment key, doesn't it? Okay, now, the 10 years or 120 months, what key does that go under? Under the N key, doesn't it? Now stop right there and think about those two. I'm going to move this thing up a little bit so you people in the back can see it a little better. Think about these two right here that we just put into our machine right here. This is the size of the payment, and this is the number of the payments. When you are buying an income stream, you are buying two things. One is how much, that's this one. How often, that's this one. And that fully defines the income stream. How much, how often. There it is right there. Everything out here is fully defined. How much and how often is the whole thing. The only thing left we have to do is tell the machine what yield we want. So let's tell the machine what yield we want. What are we looking for? What yield? 30%. Is that annual or monthly? Annual, isn't it? All right, so you have to convert it to a monthly interest rate. When we convert it to a monthly, that's 2.5% per month. The machine does it automatically for us. Now, we push the present value key, which is the cash value. It could be, the key could be labeled cash. It could have a dollar sign on it. We push that key, and it will tell us how much we should pay, present value, how much we should pay today for the right to receive this income stream if we demand a 30% return on our money. And our answer is $5,012.94. Had a question right here. Good question. The N for the time, is that the remaining time on the loan? Yes, that is exactly what it is. We are assuming this is a brand new loan. In a few minutes, we'll do an example where it is not a brand new loan, where it's so many months old. But you are always buying the income stream that is left. You're not paying for something that somebody's already received the payments on, just what's left. So we're assuming we're buying a brand new 10-year loan. Okay? Good question. All right, so $5,012.94 is what it is. Now, I don't recommend you say, okay, I'll give you $512 for it. Here's what I recommend. You say, boy, I'm not sure I can come up with that much right now. That's a lot of money. How about if I give you half of that now, and I'll give you the other half a year from now? All right, and you might time that other half so it comes just before the Christmas season, the guy needs the money just for, for presents, or maybe just before taxes are due in the spring, or maybe just before the summer vacation when he can use the money then, or maybe just before in the fall when they're starting back to school, the kids are, whatever. So you time it so it'll be beneficial to him. You give him half now, and you give him a half a year from now. Let me ask you a question. If you were to do that, what do you suppose would happen to your yield? Would it go up or would it go down? Your yield would go up, wouldn't it? All right, now think about this one. This is a law of investing that you always heard about. If you want a higher yield, you're going to have to accept a higher risk. Isn't that right? I mean, that's just the way it is. If you want a real high yield, you're going to have to accept a very high risk. Well, let's think about this, and let's see if it really works out that way. If my yield went from 30 up to 36.17, and that's what it would do, it would go up that high, would my yield have gone up or down? My yield would have gone up. All right, let's take a look at my risk. If I only have $2,500 invested at stake, at risk during the first year instead of $5,000, would my risk have gone up or down? Down. You mean to tell me that my yield would go up and my risk would go down? Exactly the opposite of what I've been taught all along? Yes, that's what creative techniques can do for you. But watch out, because if you don't understand them, they can do exactly the opposite to you. They really can. You see, a little bit of knowledge is dangerous. It's just like the guy that figured if he could get 9 women pregnant, he could have a baby in a month. A little knowledge is dangerous. All right, so it doesn't work out that way. Now then, but by the way, there's a tremendous, I got some late bloomers there. It takes a while for that one to soak in. All right, there's a tremendous amount of profit to be made in buying and selling discounted mortgages. Tremendous amount of profit if you know how simple it is and how easy it is to do the job. All right, you say, all right, now, Dave, I can see that that's not really too hard. I mean, there's only 4 variables. It's not difficult like I thought it was. All right, but how in the world, I mean, when you make this offer to this guy, how in the world you get him to accept the offer? How do you negotiate this thing? All right, let's cover some negotiation. Let's show you how to do it. Here's the situation. Now, every time I show you, I'm going to use the same $10,000 loan, but I'm going to do things a little bit different every time because, you see, I want to expand your mind. I want to keep pushing it out, expand the borders that you think you have around your mind now. I tell you to push right on through them because there are no limits. The only limits are the limits of legality and morality, the things that are correct, But beyond that, if your mind can conceive of it, then go ahead and do it. Let your mind go on the creative techniques. So I'm pushing you a little bit further, and I'm using a little different example because I want to bump your mind out a little further now. Here it's the same $10,000 loan, but you see this guy didn't just move in across the street. This fellow we're talking about over here across the street, he didn't just sell his house in Tulsa. He sold it 3 years ago. He's been living over there across the street from us for 3 years. We know him. He's a friend of ours. He comes over across the street and he says, Dave, he says, I know you buy mortgages. He says, you remember that mortgage I got? I've been receiving those payments of $132.15 every month. He says, I kind of got myself in a little bind. He said, would you be interested in buying that mortgage? And we say, well, could be. And, what have you got? Explain it to me a little bit more. And so he explains it, a little more. And we say, all right, maybe we can work something out there. Let's say this time we're looking for a 20% return on our money. We'll start out there, 20% return. All right, so how much should we pay for it? Well, our machine tells us we should pay $5,951 for this mortgage. Now, I want to make sure that you know that I'm not doing stuff with mirrors, that you know how to do this thing. So let's see where this number comes from right here. Let's think about this for a minute. What key does this number go under right here? Payment key, doesn't it? What key does this number go under right here? N. What key does this number go under right here? I. And if I want to find out how much I should pay for the right to receive this income stream at that rate of return, what key should I punch in order to get this answer? Present value. You see that? You all know how to do this thing. And a few minutes ago, some of you didn't even know what a discounted mortgage is, and yet it's so simple and so straightforward. That's all there is to it. Nothing to it. All right, so now then, if that's the case, then how do we negotiate this? How do we get this guy to accept this money that we're offering him for this loan? All right, here's the first rule of negotiation involved in all investing. Here's the first rule. Don't forget this. Never talk yield. Some of you may want to write that down. Never talk yield. That's the first rule involved in all negotiation when you're dealing with discounting mortgages. Never talk yield. Second rule, never break the first rule. Okay? Just don't talk yield. That's not a part of the conversation. What you talk is dollars. You just talk numbers and dollars. All right, let's see how we do this if we talk numbers and dollars. Let's see how it would work. Okay, here's what we say to the gentleman. We say, let's see now. You've been receiving, let's see, you've been receiving payments on that loan for how many years? He says 3 years. So, okay, so 36 months times $132.15. That means that you have already received $4,757 on this loan. He says, well, yeah. He says, I guess I have. I've already received that amount of money in payments already. I said, okay. And we're going to give you $5,951 in cash today. So let's see, if we add the two of those together, we come out with $10,708. And how big did you say that loan was originally now? And he says, well, it was a $10,000. Oh, it was a $10,000 loan, and you're getting $10,708? Not only that, you don't have to wait for it to dribble in over the next 84 months. You see, because that's how many months were left. If there's 36 months have already been paid on the loan, there's 84 months left. You don't have to wait for it to dribble in over the next 84 months. You're going to get it all right now. You see, if the guy's even halfway motivated, realizing that he needs this money that we're going to give him right here, and he gets it right now, he doesn't have to wait for it to dribble in over that long time period, and he realizes the total's up to over $10,000 anyway, he'll go ahead and do it. Sure, he'll go ahead and he'll do that. All right, so you say, so that's how you do it. But what if you want a higher rate of return than 20%, Dave? Then what would you do? Well, let me ask you this. If I want a 25% rate of return instead of a 20% return on my money, would I pay more or less than this amount of money for that loan? I'd pay less, wouldn't I? All right, so that number would be smaller, and that's this number, so it would be smaller, and the total would be smaller, wouldn't it? The total would be $9,978. That's almost $10,000 to begin with. You see that? It's almost as much as what he borrowed to begin with, see? Or what the guy borrowed from him. So he's getting, in green dollar bills, he's getting almost all the money back anyway. In fact, go ahead and round it up to $10,000. Give him the extra few bucks. It's only 22 bucks. All right, and then you end up at what rate of return? 25. See, that's how you negotiate. Never talk yield, only talk dollars. When you talk dollars, you can do that. All right, let's go to another, and by the way, let me make this comment to you. Every time you make one of these offers, it's not going to get accepted. You may think it will be accepted, and you may wish it would be accepted, but every time you make an offer, it will not be accepted. In fact, you really don't want all of them accepted. You want about 1 out of every 15 or 20 offers to be accepted. If you get that, then you're getting the very best deals. If every time you made an offer it was accepted, you'd be getting or offering too much money. You want just the very best deals. So you want about 1 out of every 15 or 20 to be accepted. So in this case, the guy, you make an offer like this, the guy may say, drop dead. All right, now I don't know if you recognize that or not, but what that's called is a counter offer. Okay? That's just a point for further negotiations. You don't have to stop there. In fact, you're going to have to learn to take the bad with the good. It's like the guy that got a call from his doctor, and Doc says, hey, guys, I got some good news and some bad news for you. He says, hey, I'm not sure I can handle bad news. I've really had a tough day. He says, why don't you give me the good news? And so the doc says, okay. He says, you got 48 hours to live. He says, 48 hours? I thought you were going to give me the good news. He said, well, that is the good news. Man, if that's the good news, then what's the bad news? Well, I tried to reach you yesterday, but I couldn't get a hold of you. Okay? All right. Now then, let's take another example of negotiation. Another example, and again, I'm going to push your mind just a little bit further. Let's go back to the same $10,000 loan with payments of $132.15, same guy right over here across the street from us, but he doesn't need to sell the whole loan. He doesn't need that much money. So what he's going to do is sell just the first 60 payments to us, and then he's going to get the last 60 payments. We're going to get the first 60 payments, and then we're going to give the loan back to him and let him have the last 60 payments on this loan. Now, you see, you can break up a loan in any way you want to break it up, and we're going to break it up this way this time. So we're getting the first 60 payments, and he's getting the last 60 payments. Now, we want a 25% return on our money, let's say, as an example in this case. And our machine tells us we should be paying $4,500 for it. Now, let's see. Again, I want to make sure you all know that I'm not pulling any tricks. I'm not making something hard look simple to you. I want you to know exactly how to do it. It is simple. What key does this number go under? Payment key. What key does this number go under? It goes under the N key, doesn't it? What key does this number go under? I. And what key do I push to get how much I should pay today for the right to receive that income stream? PV. You see that? You all know how to do it. There's nothing to it. It is that simple. All right, and when we do that, we get $4,500. Now, how do we negotiate? How do we get this guy to agree to that? Remember what I said? Never talk yield. Never talk yield. Okay, let's take a look at it and see how we do this. Here's what we do. We tell the fellow, we say, all right, let's see now. I'll give you $4,000. By the way, don't tell him I'll give you $4,502.35. You know what he's going to think? He's going to think, my word, this guy's gotten a hold of the Cray computer, and he's got this team of financial geniuses working the whole weekend, and he's putting the screws to me. Don't do that. Just say, hey, listen, I'll give you $4,500, $4,450, $45, round it off to some number. Say, just give him a round number, all right? So you say, I'll give you $4,500 for it. Now, I put in the whole number here so, you know, it'd be accurate, but just tell him a round number. All right, and that's the cash we're going to give him right now today. And then you tell him this. You say, or you ask him, you say, do you know what this loan is going to be worth when I give it back to you and there are 60 more payments remaining? I'm getting the first 60 now. But you know what the balance, the unpaid principal balance will be at that time for those last 60 payments? And he says, no. You say, well, it's $6,219. We just asked Austin for the remaining balance like we talked about earlier. And that $6,219 is how much the balance is on that loan at that point. So I'm giving you $4,500 right now, and when I give this loan back to you, it's going to have a value of $6,219. We add the two of those together, it comes up to $10,722, and we say, now wait a minute, how big was that loan to begin with? And he says that was a $10,000 loan. We say, oh, so you're going to get $10,722 for this $10,000 loan. Not only that, you get your cash right up front. You don't have to wait for it. Now you see, if he's motivated, he's going to go ahead and do that. However, he may still balk at it. So if he balks at it, then here's what you do. Instead of telling him what the principal balance is on this loan, you see, that's just principal. That's unpaid principal of $6,219. He's going to be receiving more than principal during those last 60 payments, isn't he? Isn't he going to be receiving principal and interest? So he's going to be receiving $132.15 times 60 more payments. So 132 times 15 is a bigger number because it's principal and interest. That means this number will be bigger. That means this number will be bigger. And the total number of green dollar bills that he will be receiving, total green dollar bills will be $12,431.39. So you tell him, look, you're going to be receiving $12,431 in green dollar bills. And you get your cash right up front to get you over the tight spot that you're looking for. Now, if the guy's halfway motivated, he'll go ahead and do it. And yet our yield is how big? 25. You see, that's a very good way of doing it. Now, you may say, now, Dave, is this stuff really that easy? Can you really do that like that? And I say, yes, you can. Now, don't let me try to paint the picture that you're going to be a millionaire by a week from next Thursday. It doesn't work out that way. You're going to have to work at it. Anything that's worth having is worth working for. But yes, it can be that easy. It is not difficult. Most people have in their mind some real difficult ways of doing stuff. You know, they figure out they'll never understand how to do it. It is absolutely easy. It is not a difficult thing. As a matter of fact, let me give you an example. I was speaking in Orlando. So an elderly couple bought both of my courses. This was a year ago, January. They bought both of my courses. And I didn't even remember them. They came back to me this past January and said, Dave, we'd like to take you to lunch. We'd like to tell you a little story. And I thought, oh boy, you know, I'm awful busy at these conventions, and I didn't know whether I was going to have the time. I figured, all right, I'll go ahead and do it. Now, this couple was in their 70s. They were really, really a vibrant kind of a neat kind of a couple, see. And so I said, okay, I'll go with you. So we went to lunch. And they said, we just wanted to tell you what we've done this past year. He said, we bought your courses last year. And he said, we bought 32 mortgages this past year. Now, they're both in their 70s, both retired. And they said, we've gotten some pretty good yields. In fact, our best yield is in the high 3 digits. And I said, the what? And they said, in the high 3 digits. The guy was almost ashamed to say it, you know. And I said, well, how much was it? I mean, what do you mean? You know, I said, what in the world you do? And then as soon as I said, what in the world you do, I realized exactly what it's one of the techniques I teach in here. You know, and he said, well, our digits, I mean, our yield, our highest yield so far has been 873%. And as soon as I said that, I realized, you know, what in the world you do? I realized what it was they'd done. And we don't have time here in class to do this. I wish I had the slide, but it's covered in there. But basically, here's what they did. I'll just tell you roughly, and the numbers are not hard to do. They really aren't. But here's what they did. They went out and bought a mortgage at a deep discount. In their particular case, I forget the exact numbers, but it was a 30-some% return. I think it was in the high 30s% return that they received on their money, maybe middle 30s, that they bought a mortgage at that kind of a discount, just like we've just done these last few times here. All right? And then what they did is they sold half of every payment to somebody else, to an investor. Now, let's say there's $1,000 a month coming in, Then they kept 500 and they sold the other 500 to someone else. And they sold it to them at a low interest rate or at a low yield, but they sold it to them to a professional person who was used to getting 5.5% on the savings account or 8% in their money market fund or treasury bills or something like that. And what they told them, they said, that, look, you know, we'll sell it to you at a 14% return or something along that line. And they said, that's almost 3 times what you're getting in a bank. And they said, it's almost twice as much as you're getting in from your money market funds. And we'll stay in it with you. So if anything goes wrong, you don't have to worry about it. We'll take half of the payments and you take the other half of the payments. If anything goes wrong, we'll go in and we'll do the legal work and the leg work and whatever. We'll fight this thing with you. But the chances are very small that something's going to go wrong. So that's the way they did it. Now, when they got the money from the other guy, it almost paid for everything that they had paid for the full loan. They ended up with getting 873% on the money that they have invested in this thing. Absolutely a neat rate of return. So you can do that kind of thing. And I cover those. See, I'm only being able to just scratch the surface on the neat techniques. There's just loaded with ways of doing it. You say, all right, now, Dave, let's think about this now. You've told us how to do it. We see there's only 4 variables. It's not difficult. So we can see how we can do that. We can see how that's not going to overtax our brain. All right? And you've told us how to negotiate. Never talk what? Never talk yield. Only talk the dollars. And, you know, it seems like, yeah, that hadn't ought to be too difficult. If you look at it that way, and I see how you're stacking it up there, then that ought to work out pretty well. But how in the world you find these mortgages, Dave? I mean, how in the world you get them? I mean, somehow you're going to have to go out and find these crazy things. How are you going to do that? All right, let me tell you, there are a lot of different ways of doing it. For one thing, if you just tell people that you buy mortgages, the word starts to get out. You can put ads in the papers. You can put various things in it and get it. But here's one of the best ways that I know of doing it right here. Go to a real estate person. Take them out to lunch with you. Some real estate person. Take them out and talk with them for a little while. And in the course of the conversation, say, listen, do you run into a situation very often where you're trying to sell somebody a property, but they don't have enough cash down to buy that property? They'd really like it, but they just lacking the cash to buy it? And they'll look at you kind of funny and say, man, are you kidding me? That happens all the time. So you say, well, wait a minute. There's a reason that happened in some of those cases. Is it because when they sold their house in Tulsa or wherever else it happened to be, that they didn't get enough cash out of that house, and that's why they don't have enough cash to buy this house? Yeah, that's why it happens that way real often. You say, well then, listen, next time you run into one of those situations, remember me, because I buy mortgages. And if I can buy their mortgage, I'll give them cash. They can use the cash to buy the house you're trying to sell them, and then you can earn the commission. So you see, everybody wins. See, I wanted to buy a mortgage, I got it. They wanted the cash in order to buy the house, they got the house. The guy wanted to sell a house, so he got the commission. So he would get the commission. So everybody's happy. All right, now what have I done for myself? Well, I'm no longer having to go look for those mortgages. You see that? I've got them out bird dogging for me. They're looking for me, so I don't have to look. You follow how that goes? And you can get, now let me ask you this question. How many real estate people are there in your area? 2? 3? The woods are full of them. I mean, they're everywhere. Get a few of those people working for you, and then they will be finding the mortgages for you so you don't have to. You see how that works? That's one of the very neat ways of doing it, and I cover a lot of different ways of getting mortgages in there. It's just loaded with them. Okay, let's take another example here. Boy, time's getting short. I've got to keep moving. I got so many things I want to get in here. I'm going to have to push to get through here now, but I want to show you this next one, and then we're going to switch over to properties. Buy mortgages at full face value. You say, whoa, wait a minute, Dave. Why in the world would I want to pay full face value for a mortgage? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, we're talking about buying them at a discount. Wait a minute. This may make a lot of sense to you. Remember the guy over here that sold his house in Tulsa and carried back a $10,000 loan? All right, we're going to change the figures. He now is carrying back a $50,000 loan. Same guy, but when he sold his house, he carried back a $50,000 loan. They're going to pay him over the next 30 years at $438 a month. He's going to be receiving $438 a month right over here across the street, every month now for the next 30 years. He comes over, he knocks on our door, says, Dave, he says, I'd like to introduce myself. He says, neighbors tell me you buy mortgages. Would you be interested in buying mine? We say, fine, could be. He said, what have you got? He explains it to us, and he says, I got this $50,000 mortgage. We say, whoa, stop right there. I recommend you tell him, I don't buy $50,000 mortgages. Unless that's peanuts to you. If it is, then go ahead and buy it. But if it's a fair amount of money like it is to most people, I recommend you don't do that. what you do is you tell him, listen, I don't buy $50,000 mortgages. Buy little ones first, see, and make your mistakes on small ones. Learn how to do it, and then once you get your sea legs and know how to do it, then move on into the bigger ones. All right, so you tell the guy, I don't do that. And he says, well, hey, I don't need 50,000 bucks. He said, we're just living in this house over here, and you know, my wife's kind of on my case because we haven't got any furniture. He said, if I can get a whole 10 or 12,000 bucks, I'll have all I need. We said, oh, well, maybe we can work something out. So we looked this loan over, and we said, tell you what I'll do. I'll buy 1/4 of your payments. And for that, I will give you 1/4 of the remaining balance. Now, let's assume this is a brand new loan. What's the remaining balance on a brand new $50,000 loan? 50,000 bucks. All right, and if we're going to give him 1/4 of that, then half of it's 25, and half of that is 12,500, right? So we're going to give him $12,500 cash is what we're going to offer him today for that property or for that loan. And we're going to be. Oh, I'm sorry. Just made. I'm sorry. Okay, you did. You made us divide. I made you divide. Okay. Now then, and also the number. How many payments are there in 30 years? 360 payments are there. Half of that is 180. And half of that is 90, so we're going to be giving them 90 payments, aren't we? Okay? I mean, he's going to be giving us 90 payments, isn't that right? Now, here's where you're going to get some or some balking. He's going to say, whoa, wait a minute. I can't give you the first 90 payments. I mean, I won't be receiving any payments for the first 90 months. I can't do that. But he says, I'll tell you what I'll do. And here's where he's going to be real magnanimous to us. And he gets a big grin on his face. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 1/4 of every payment for the next 30 years. How's that? And he grins at us. And we say, now listen, maybe here's where we have to explain it to him so it's simple for him to understand. We say, wait a minute, maybe I didn't understand this correctly. Explain this to me. Did you want my 12.5 today, or do you want it spread out over the next 30 years? He says, oh, no, I want your 12.5 today. You say, well, if you want my 12.5 today, then I'm going to need to have mine up front, too. Now, I'm willing to wait for 90 months, but I can't wait for 30 years. If you want yours up front, then I need to have mine up front, too. So when you explain it to him so it's easy for him to understand, then he begins to say, okay, I see what you mean. All right, so then the guy says, all right, I'll do that. Now, what's my yield going to be? Now, let's think about this for a minute. You see, I could have purchased 360 payments for how much? 50,000. Or 180 payments for 25,000. Instead, I bought 1/4 of it. I bought 90 payments for 12.5. You see that? Okay, so that's what we did. Now, let's see what our yield's going to be if we do this kind of thing and see how it turns out. Here we go. Here's our diagram. In fact, let's move this up here so you all can see it better in the back. Let's put in the things we know. Where does this number go under here? No, this one up here on top goes under the payment key, doesn't it? Okay, where does the 90 go? Under the end key. And the 12.5 that we're going to give them right now today, the cash we're going to give them, what key does that go under? Present value. Is there any future value we need to concern ourselves with? No, so you just ignore that. What key do I push if I want to find out what my yield is? I key. And if I do, what's my yield? How about 39.91%? Is that a pretty good rate of return? 39.91%. You betcha that's a good rate of return. That worth getting out of bed for in the morning? Sure it is. See, the reason that it's so high is that time distorts the value of money, but the key is that we bought the first 90 payments. Now, every time I tell you a creative technique, I also show you what's giving you such a high rate of return, so you can go after that. You can find mortgages that have those kinds of characteristics. Now, let's take a look at this. What was the original? I want to show you what's giving you a high rate of return here. What was the original interest rate on this loan? 10%. Did we have anything to do with deciding that was going to be a 10% loan? No, it was decided by somebody across the street that we've never met, and somebody in Tulsa, or somebody across the street that we didn't know at the time, and somebody in Tulsa we've never met, right? They decided on a 10% loan, but I wonder if they had decided on a 12% loan. I wonder what would have happened. Or a 14. I wonder what would have happened if they decided on a 15% loan. Actually, I know because I've heard the seminar before. But let me ask you this. Would the payments on a 12% loan be larger than those on a 10% loan? Yeah. How about a 14? Would it be larger yet? Okay. Then you see, larger payments, bigger interest rates will give bigger payments, won't they? All right, so here's our interest rate. We started with a 10%, and that was the size of the payments. But if it had been a 12 or a 14 or a 16, our payments would have gone up accordingly like that, wouldn't they? However, in every one of those cases, aren't we going to be paying 1/4 of this 50,000 or 12.5? So if we pay 12.5, but the payments we receive back get larger, shouldn't our yield also get larger? Is that a pretty good rate of return out there? You see, this works best on those high interest rate loans. It really works well. It is great. It's tremendous when you're working on the high interest rate loans. I teach you step by step in the Creative Techniques course. I teach you every step on how to do that. I don't leave anything out and say, well, we covered this way back when or whatever, or you can figure that. I show you. I punch the same keys you do. I get the same answers. I'll show you exactly how to do it right from beginning to end. You will know how to do it. Okay, let's move forward here, because what I want to do is get into, how to buy some property on a, see, up till now we've talked about discounting mortgages, buying those kind of things. And I want to use Creative Techniques buying property. So here's an example I want to use for that. First of all, though, the IRS came out with a new tax form, and I don't know if you saw this or not. That's one of the reasons we buy properties, from tax benefits. Not as good as they used to be, but they're still ahead of whatever second. But here's the new tax form that they came out with. If you hadn't seen it first, I showed it to you first. Here it is. How much money did you make last year? Number 2, send it in. They don't get any simpler. Do you get the feeling that we're headed in that direction? Do you think? Yeah, I think we are. Okay, here's what we're going to do. 0 interest rate the first year. Now here's how we're going to work this thing. Let's say we've talked with a guy, we've negotiated this transaction, we figured out what we're going to do. We're going to buy a property from a guy, and we're short $60,000 so he's going to agree to carry back a $60,000 loan on this property, and we're going to start making monthly payments to him of $710 every month for the next 30 years. This is already agreed upon. We've already done this. We've agreed upon it. Everything's all said and done there except for actually signing the paperwork. At that point, here's what we say to him. We say, well, listen, this $60,000, would you rather have that in cash? And he'll look at you and say, man, yeah, I'd love to have that in cash. Why don't you give me that in cash? He said, well, you tell him, well, wait a minute. I can't give you all cash. I haven't got that much cash. But I'll tell you what I'll do. If you'll give me a 0 interest rate during the first year, then I'll give you just as much cash as I can, but I promise I will not give you less than the $710 a month. That's the minimum. But I'll give you just as much cash as I possibly can for the entire 12-month period if you'll just give me 0 interest rate the first year. Well, he's probably going to say you won't do it. So here's what you tell him. Maybe what you do is you negotiate a 13% loan to begin with, or some other interest rate loan that fits with your particular transaction. But then you bump it up for one more interest rate, up to 14, or from 10 up to 11, or whatever it turns out to be. You tell him, listen, I'll give you 14% for the entire rest of the loan if you'll just give me a 0 interest rate for those first 12 months. So then after he thinks about that for a while, he says, man, you know, that's 29 more years. You know, he thinks about that for a while. If you pay it off in that long a time period, then yeah, okay. So he says, I'll do that. All right, so the guy agrees to do that. Now, let me ask you this question. A normal standard $60,000 loan, 30 years, this is the size of the payments, how much do you think you would pay off in principal during the first 12 months? Just a normal standard loan. About $10, he's saying. You know, how much? Anybody other estimates? You know, okay. You're really not very far off. It's only $140. Isn't that a crime? 140 bucks. I mean, it's a crime. All right. Now, if I've got a 0 interest rate for the first 12 months, then how much of each one of these payments do you suppose is going to go toward the principal? All of it. Times 12 is equal to about $8,500. You see that? Aha! Now, which would you rather have? You see, at the end of those 12 months, instead of still owing almost $60,000, we're only going to owe $51,500. Now, if we have that, we've got ourselves a problem. We've got a real problem. You say, what is that? Well, let's see. We're paying this loan off so fast that one of two things has to happen. Either we have to shorten the size of the monthly payments and continue to pay for the next 29 years, or we continue to pay the very same size payments of $710.92, but just pay it off sooner. Because you see, after 12 months, we're only going to owe $51,500. So we've got to either make less payments, or we have to shorten the payments and make them out the same number of payments. You see that? One of the two. All right, so this is a good deal because you save $100 a month, make a negative cash flow property go into a positive. Nowhere near as good as this one is. This one is the best one. Let me show you this one down here. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to keep the very same size payments throughout the rest of the loan and just figure how long it takes to pay it off. That's what we're going to look for. How many years will it take to pay this loan off? All right, here's what we're going to look for. During the first 12 months, payments were $710.92 times 12 was $8,531. Subtract that from the 60 means that we're only going to owe $51,400 at the end of the 12th month, beginning of the 13th month, before we make the 13th payment. This is how much we will owe. All right, at that time period, or at that time point right there, when we've done that, we want to figure out how many years are remaining on this loan based on this size monthly payment and this interest rate. All we do is put the numbers in the machine that we know about. What key does this number go under right here? Payment key, okay? What key does this number go under? I key, converts it to the monthly interest rate right here. And what key does this 51.4? Because we're going to think that we're starting this problem again right at the beginning of the 13th month. So what key does it go under? Present value, because we're assuming we're beginning right there at that point. Actually, there's 12 months ahead of that. We'll add those in later. All right, so there it is right there, 51.4. What key do I punch when I want to find out how many months is going to take to pay it off? N. And when I do that, the machine will give me an answer of 161 months plus the 12 that was before it. Means you're paid in full in 14 years in 5 months for a full savings of $133,000 over the life of the loan. Now, I did not combine 2 or 3 creative techniques. I just gave you one. Now, you can combine 2 or 3, but I just gave you one, and yet we're taking a 30-year loan, dropping it down to 14 years and 5 months. We're saving $133,000. Is that a good deal? You bet you that's a good deal. We cover those things backward and forward, step by step, so you'll know how to do it. You see, when you're looking for properties, there's a lot of profit, lots of times, that you can't get a hold of. The deal is so big that you can't get it all by yourself. You wish you could, but you can't really work it all out by yourself. So instead, you need to have a little bit of help. Well, what is that help? How do we do that? Well, it's called leverage. Now, can you see if I had a long lever like this, how I could lift up all of that profit? You see how I could do that? You say, all right, I can understand that, but what is the lever that you're talking about? Well, it's 10% of your money and 90% of somebody else's money gives you 100% of the profit. You see that? That's what the leverage is all about. Leverage is very important when you're working with creative techniques. The only thing that I did not show you is where the rock is that you put on there so you can wheel your cart under it and wheel off the profit. Okay, but you see, the leverage is extremely important. It really is. Now, the reason I showed you leverage is because I wanted to give you an example of an option. I'm running here short on time, but I want to get down through this option here also because I got a few other things I want to show you. Let me do a real quick one on the option so you can see how that goes, and then we'll go on. And one of the reasons I'm showing you the option here is I want you to understand that I don't care what you get involved in. You can draw a diagram of it, and if you can draw a diagram, you can figure it just like that. It is not difficult. It is simple. All right, an option. We want to buy a property, but the person that owns this property got it up for sale for $100,000. That's the value of the property, $100,000. So we go to this guy and we say, look, I'll give you $2,500 in cash right now today if you give me the right to buy that property for $100,000 at any time over the next year for $100,000. If you give me that right, then, you know, and it could be 3 months, 6 months, whatever you negotiate, but let's assume you talk about a year. I'll give you non-refundable. Here it is, $2,500 cash. You get to keep it, period, if you'll just give me the right to buy this property anytime over the next year for $100,000. All right, so when you get an option like that, you give somebody that kind, or they give you an option like that on the property, and you may have to talk with them to discuss it, and every time you make an offer, it's not going to be accepted. But with a lot of them, but some of them will. So when they are accepted, then here's what you do. As soon as you lock in that price at $100,000 for the 12-month period, then you enhance the price, you force the value of that property up. How do you do it? Well, one way is because prior knowledge. You knew of maybe a traffic pattern change that was going to put in a lot more cars past this commercial property, or you knew of something that was going to really boost the value of the neighborhood, something else that was coming in that was really going to change. Maybe there's going to be some rezoning that's going to really boost the value. Maybe you're going to assemble this little property and that one, none of which are worth much, but you put them all together and you got yourself a real nice big parcel that is really worth something. You can sell it to some major tenant. Okay, something like, maybe you upgrade the property or the tenants. You can upgrade them. Don't think just because you don't own it that you can't upgrade it. You know, they're going to be happier in the dickens if you want to go paint their house. That's upgrading it. If you want to go do something to their house, they're not going to mind. Ask them first, get permission, but they're not going to mind. Okay, so you upgrade the value of the property. Once you do that, once you've upgraded, now then let's take a look at what we've got after we do that. The beginning value of the property was $100,000, wasn't it? Isn't that right? Okay, and let's say that after we do the work, it's now worth $150,000. After we enhance the value of the property, either by rezoning or whatever it is that we do, it's now worth $150,000. That means then that our option is worth how much? $50,000, isn't it? Because with the option and $100,000, we can buy this $150,000 property. We can do it any time over that year time period. All right, so let's assume that we're going to sell that option. You can either exercise it and keep the money or keep the property yourself, but let's assume we decide to sell the option. What did we pay for this option to begin with? $2,500. There it is right there. 1 year later, the value of that property or the value of that option is worth how much? $50,000. All right, so let's just put in the things that we know. This $2,500 that we did right up front, is that what is that, a present or future value? Present value, isn't it? There it is right there. Okay, the one that comes 1 year later, single payment 1 year later, what is that? That's a future value, isn't it? All right, and it's for 1 year, so the one goes under what key? The N key, and when we want to find out what our yield is, what key do we push? I, and we get what yield? Is that worth getting up for in the morning? Options are really powerful, extremely powerful. We teach you every keystroke so you'll know how to do these things. You know what the three most powerful forces are involved in all financing and all creative as well as conventional techniques, but particularly in the creative techniques? Compounding, discounting, and leveraging. We weren't able to cover much on compounding. I go into it in great detail in the courses. Discounting and leveraging, we covered both of those to a certain extent. Time value of money is what these three are made up of. They are the three most powerful forces that are involved in all financing. You say, what about the creative techniques? They just multiply those forces and turn them into dynamite. But you see, the decisions that you make, all of your decisions are going to be financial decisions. And you have to do them in one of three ways. Either you figure them in your head, or you use an inexpensive little calculator, or you use the best calculator on the market, the best there is. Let's take a look at it and let's see the three different ways. Let's take a look at figuring the stuff in our head. Let's think about that one for a minute. I was speaking out in Tahoe not too long ago, and or maybe it was Reno, I think it was. There was a guy came up to me and he says, Dave, he says, I don't need a financial calculator anymore. He says, I just kind of do this stuff in my head. And he says, you know, I don't have to have a financial calculator. And I thought, man, this guy must be brilliant. Because you know what he was telling me? He says, we do precision guesswork. See, that's what this guy was telling me. Well, listen, if you let your financial future depend on your ability to do precision guesswork, you're just kidding yourself. That doesn't make any sense at all. So that one doesn't make any sense. You cannot do that. If you try to do it, you're going to be hurting your own self. So this one we can forget. All right, so now, should we use an inexpensive calculator or should we use a better calculator, one of the best that there is? Well, the difference between these two is only like $20. Believe me, there's nothing to it in terms of price. It just isn't worth the difference. This doesn't make any sense not to buy the best. But let me make that decision, or let me let you make that decision. Using the inexpensive little calculator, a lot of people say, well, now, Dave, listen. You know, I bought this inexpensive little calculator, and that's what I've been using. I got on sale because, and they usually have several different reasons, but the three most important reasons, that are the ones that I hear most often, are because it's simple. It does all I want, and not only that, I haven't even learned how to use this one yet. You see, people use those kind of, and they think that, and it sounds logical on the surface. But let's think about it here for a minute. They say, why in the world should I get something else if I haven't even learned how to use this one yet? Well, let me let you answer that question. Here it is right here. We're going to solve a little problem, and all this problem is, it's a little single-family rental house. This is going to be the down payment on it. I'm moving it up so you people in the back can see. This is the down payment on that single-family rental house, and this is how we owned it for 4 years, 1, 2, 3, 4. And when we sold it out at the other end, this is the profit that we received, the cash that goes back in our pocket out here at the other end. Now, this is not the sales price of the house any more than this is the purchase price of the house. This was the down payment. This is what came out of our back pocket, and this is what went back into our back pocket in the hip pocket National Bank. And this is what occurred in between. We had to feed it a little bit and when we owned this property during that intervening time period of 4 years, a little bit each year. I just have 5 numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I want to find out what's my yield with that simple little problem with just 5 numbers. I'm going to show you the solution using this machine right here and using its next most popular competitor. All right? Using the 12C, here's the solution. Takes less than 1 minute and is accurate to 10 decimal places. Same solution, using the next most popular competitor, and that happens to be the Texas Instrument. I'm not putting the TI down. I'm just showing you the solution using the TI. There it is right there. It's 211 keystrokes and 25 minutes to do what you can do on this machine in 1 minute. Now, I ask you, what machine are you using? Just think about this for a minute here. Would you buy that property, if it's a $100,000 property, would you buy it after going through it one time, or would you double check your numbers? It's a $100,000 property now. You'd double check your numbers, wouldn't you? What happens if the answers don't jibe? Now you got to do it a third time. That's over 600 keystrokes in an hour and a half. Let's be practical. The bottom line is you won't do it. Why? You're going to be depriving yourself of the most basic kind of investment information because it's too hard to get at it. That's why you won't do it. You see, the bottom line is you can do it with this machine 3 times in 3 minutes. That's why it's the Rolls-Royce of financial calculators. That's why it's the industry standard worldwide throughout the entire United States. That's it. You see, with the 12C, in fact, without not just the United States, throughout the entire world. With the 12C, you won't be afraid to invest. Decisions will be made quickly and easily and accurately, and you will know they are correct. There won't be any questions in your mind. Let me show you a quick rundown on the capability of the machine so you can see how it works. Does all different kinds of math, 30 different, I've never run into a machine, or never run into a time where I need to store 30 different numbers, but that's what this machine can do. All the percent keys, all the financial functions, does all the mortgages, property analysis of all kinds, depreciation, yields on any investment. Doesn't make a difference what it is. This machine even has a 2,500-year calendar in it. Rule of 78, by the way, this calendar goes out in the year 4046. By that time they come out with a new model, you can pick that one up. Does bond calculations, programming, amortization tables, and much, much, much more. Let me give you a quick example of programming and amortization tables. I'm going to turn the machine on. Somebody in here give me a size of a loan. Just make one up. How big? $45,000. Okay, here's $45,000. Somebody else give me an interest rate. Just make one up. 10%, I heard. Okay, here's 10%. Somebody else give me a number of years. 13 years, did I hear somebody say? Or 30 years. 30 years, I think it was. Okay, so let's key in 30 years. We hit the payment key, and we've got payments of $394.91. I just saved about 6 to 8 keystrokes over the next easiest to use machine. But watch what happens now. I'm going to punch one key, and I want to show you what that key is. All the rest of the machines are dead in the water. I'm going to punch this one key, and I want you to see what happens. That's called the RS key, the run-stop key. I want you to see what happens when I punch that one key. And I'm going to hold it up here in front of the light so you people will be able to see it. Watch this. There's month 1. There's the interest that was paid during that first month. Now, that's all tax deductible. You want to know that. All right, I'm going to hit the same key again. There's the principal that was paid during that first month. Now, if that's the principal that's paid, then what's the remaining balance? What's the balance left on that loan? Well, I hit it one more. See, it's real hard. You got to remember to hit that one key. I mean, we're talking tough here, see, okay? All right, so hit it again. There's the remaining balance right there. So it gave me the interest, the principal, the remaining balance for month 1. You say, well, what if I want to look at month 2 or month 3 or the rest of the months? I've stopped it each time. Let's turn it on and just let it go. There's month 2. There's the interest, principal, remaining balance. Here comes month 3. There it is. Interest, principal, remaining balance. Here comes month 4. There it is. And you can run it right on as far as you want it to go. Anytime you want to stop it, you push that button and it's stopped. You can go to lunch, you can go to Europe. Doesn't make any difference. It's going to sit right there and wait for you. When you're ready to crank up again, you hit that button and it's off and running. All right, I'm going to leave that thing running. You can take a look at it afterwards when you're through. But listen, to own anything less than a machine like this is almost like buying your pacemaker at Kmart. You want to think about it very carefully, okay? Tell you what I'd like to do now. I'd like to close with a poem, but before I do, I want to give you the prices, and then I'd like to close with a poem. Now, this poem has got a lot of neat things in it, but it also has a little humor in it. I hope you all enjoy it, but first of all, let me give you the prices, and then we'll end up with a poem. There's a lot of neat principles in there. All right, the time value of money course, that's this one right here, the one that will make you an expert on the 12C and will also teach you all of the conventional financing techniques, $195. Creative financing techniques, by the way, it's 8 hours of cassette tapes and an 82-page manual. Creative financing techniques is this one. That one is the follow-on. That's where all the super profits are. You have to go through this one in order to get to that one. All right, you walk before you run, but that's where the super profits are. And that one is $250. 8 hours cassette tapes, 162-page manual. Between the two of them, you're looking at almost 250 pages of instructions and 16 hours of intensive instructions on a cassette tape, plus a lifetime telephone hotline. Now that's my lifetime, not yours, okay? But I intend to be alive. I intend to be around for a while. Two out of the last 3 summers I've spent bicycling across the United States twice, and I want to do it again so bad I can't see straight. So, you know, I'm in fairly good shape. I intend to be around for a while. I would, what was that? How old am I? This year I hit the big 5-0. I ran across this last summer 3,300 miles and 36 biking days, and so we did pretty good there. Okay, but anyway, total of those, including the lifetime hotline, is $620, and I'm going to, you know, this would be a steal. This would be a good buy, an excellent buy at $495. It'd be a great buy at $395, but I'm going to do one even better than that. Here's what I'm going to do. I give you the whole thing, $299. $299. If you don't already have a financial calculator and you want one of those to go with it, instead of $99, I'll sell you a calculator for only $49. Not sold separately, they're only sold with the courses, but that's a dirt cheap price. That's less than my cost. Bottom line is this. These courses that you're looking at right here, these courses are not just another real estate course. They are not. This is the very foundation upon which all investing depends. Miss this and you've just cut the knees right out from underneath all your investing efforts. So I'd say if you don't already know the material that's in these courses, if you're not already an expert on the 12C, then I'd say you better think very carefully about how serious you are about your investing if you plan to leave here without this kind of information. As a matter of fact, watch this next slide. Go through this one with me. Just think about it here. If you seek financial security without an understanding of financial matters, you face almost certain failure. And I can hear some of you saying to yourself right now, yeah, you know, I can't really argue with that. I mean, obviously, if financial security is what I'm looking for, then I'm going to have to understand financial matters. Yeah, that makes sense. But listen, Dave, I've already spent so much money. And, you know, I know where you're coming from. See, I've already spent so much money. And look, I don't have much time. And I know this stuff's important. I'll get it sometime. But right now, I just really, you know, listen, you're playing games with yourself and with your financial future. Either you get this information here or you get it someplace else. But you must get it or you're going to face almost certain financial failure. You say, Dave, aren't you being a little bit hard on us? Listen, as an engineer, I'm a very practical person. If it doesn't make money, I don't want to be involved. This is the most important information you can buy. It's the key that unlocks the profit in everything else you do. It's the lack of this information that gets most people in trouble. This stuff has changed my life. It can do the very same thing for you. It really can. And remember, this life that you're living now, this is not a dress rehearsal. This is your final performance. Wealth comes to those who hustle wisely. So I would say to you, think about it. At only $299 for both of these, including the hotline, and only $49 for a calculator. Listen, if you could find a better deal than that, it's kind of like Lee Iacocca said, go get it. Go buy it. All right, I told you I was going to close with a poem. I'd like to do that right now if I can. Here we go. Think about yourself now. If you find yourself in this poem, think about yourself because you don't want to be in here. Here we go. I hesitate to make a list of all the countless deals I've missed. Bonanzas that were in my grip, I watched them through my fingers slip. The windfalls I should have bought were lost because I overthought. I thought of this and I thought of that. I could have sworn I smelled a rat. But while I thought things over twice, another grabbed them at the price. It seems I always hesitate, then make my mind up much too late. A very cautious man am I, and that's why I never buy. When tracks rose high on 6th and 3rd, the prices asked I felt were absurd. Whole block fronts, bleak and black with soot, were priced at $30 a foot. I wouldn't even make a bid, but others did. Yeah, others did. When Tucson was cheap desert land, I could have had a heap of sand. When Phoenix was the place to buy, I thought the climate much too dry. Invest in Dallas, that's the spot. My sixth sense warned me I should not. A very cautious man am I, and that's why I never buy. How Nassau and how Suffolk grew, and North Jersey and Staten Island too, and others call those sprawling farms and welcome deals with open arms, a corner here and 10 acres there, and compounding values year by year. And I chose to think, while they bought the deals I should have bought. The golden chances I had then are lost and will not come again. Today I can't be enticed. for everything's so overpriced. The deals of yesteryear are dead. Market's soft, so's my head. See, last night I had a fearful dream. I know, because I was awakened with a scream. Some Indians approached my bed for trinkets on the barrel head. In dollar bills worth 24, and nothing less and nothing more, they'd sell Manhattan Isle to me. Most I'd go was 23. Red man scowled out on a bet, and he sold to Peter Manette. At times a teardrop drowns my eye for deals I had and didn't buy, and now life's saddest words in pen. If only I'd invested then. I hope you all enjoyed that little poem. I've got one more highly technical slide, and there it is. You all have been a great group. I thank you very much.
Well, are you ready to have a little bit of fun and learn a little bit about real estate? How many are ready? All right, good. Hey, listen, I want to tell you a story about a man that had 3 sons. And his oldest son came in and he said, "Son, is there something special I can do for you before I die?" And his oldest son said, "Dad, the only thing I ever wanted in my life was an airplane." So his dad kind of scratched his head and he bought him TWA Airlines. Then the second son came in and he was a little bit younger and he said, "Son, is there something special I can do for you before I die?" And his second son said, "Dad, the only thing I've ever wanted was a boat." So his dad kind of scratched his head and he bought him the Princess Line Cruises. Then the third son came in and he was just a little guy. And he said, "Son, is there something special I can do for you before I die?" And his third son said, "Dad, the only thing I ever wanted was a Mickey Mouse outfit." And his dad says, "A Mickey Mouse outfit?" And he says, "Yeah." So his dad scratched his head and he bought him Bank of America. Well, I'm not a stand-up comic, but I'll do the best job I can. This is the Rolls-Royce of the seminar business because we don't teach theory and philosophy. We actually have properties available for you to purchase at discounted prices right now. So when you listen to this seminar, what I want you to do is just write down the things that you think are really exciting, and then I want you to take action on those things, and I think that you're going to make a whole bunch of money just by being here today. We have 3 mentors available for you that will help you in your real estate dealings. For example, if you're a beginner and you're just starting out and you just want to buy your very first house, you're going to want to deal with Kevin. Kevin, could you come up here for just a second and tell Mark and Steve? Kevin? Okay, Kevin Ledbetter is our mentor for the person just starting out that wants to buy maybe a parcel of land or just wants to buy their very first house. Can you give Kevin a big hand, please? Thank you so much. For you intermediate investors, the person that says, "Hey, I want to buy a duplex or a triplex or a fourplex or a small apartment building or something like that," Mark Durnamball, could you come up here? Mark is your mentor for helping you, walking you through your contracts and buy. Give Mark a big hand, all right? Duplexes, fourplexes. If you're an advanced investor, if you're an investor that says, "Hey, I want to buy big apartment complexes, I want to buy shopping centers, industrial strip centers," Mr. Steve Tanaka, could you come up here? Steve is going to be your mentor to help you with that. Steve handles the larger transactions up to 8 digits. Give Steve a big hand, okay? Okay, this is our little team, and we're going to have a lot of fun with these people. And the reason for it is once I educate you on what we're doing, these fellows are going to sit down with you and actually process all your paperwork, review your documents, and at the close of escrow, actually hand you a deed to your property. How about that? Do I get a hand for that? Okay, let's start the program by talking about some basics. And the basics of real estate are setting a goal, developing a strategy, and taking action. This is what it's all about. Your goal is a very personal decision because I don't know how much money you want, but on page number 2, I have a place for notes. And what I'd like you to do on page number 2 of your handout here is write certain things down that I think are imperative to your success as a real estate investor. And from time to time, I'll say, write this down, please do so. On page number 3, we're going to talk today about property selection, financial analysis, financing, improvements, negotiations, operations, exchanging, and a bit about estate planning. And then by the end of the seminar, you're going to have a clear picture of how we make money and how you make money in the process. The National Networking Directory is probably the most important form that you receive today. And the reason for that is you need to fill this out and submit it if you want to be matched up with a property. Some of you just want to buy your very first house. Some of you want to buy an apartment complex. We won't know what you want unless you fill this out and turn it in, okay? And then we're going to take care of that for you, because these gentlemen will sit down with what you write down, and then they'll start matching things up and deal with you on a personal basis. This isn't arm's length. This is where we actually sit down with you and we help you do a real estate transaction, okay? When you talk about investment strategies, there's certain things available today that are legally, morally, and ethically acceptable, such as bonds, savings accounts, common stock, or perhaps a new house. When you examine in how long you want to work before you retire, you have to choose a strategy where you make the most amount of money in the least amount of time, or you won't be able to retire. The reason that very, very conservative people that only invest their money in bonds, the reason it takes them a whole lifetime to retire is because their yield is too low. What we're going to do today is I'm going to put you into a yield position that will provide you with early retirement. That's what we're going for, positive cash flow, discounted properties. If you want to examine the people in California that have made the most amount of money, there's an interesting thing that prevails. Now, Bank of America late last year did a survey of all their depositors to find out how the wealthiest people in California made their money. And look at what happened. Bank of America found out that 4 out of 5 of the wealthiest Californians made their money in real estate. And a percentage still have vast property holdings. Okay, that's 4 out of 5. If you don't use real estate to become financially free, based on Bank of America's study, what are your chances of being financially free? 20%. You have an 80% chance of retiring and becoming wealthy if you invest in real estate. You have a 20% chance of being extremely wealthy if you try some other strategy. So wouldn't you all agree that real estate is probably the answer in California? You bet it is. Now, where do you buy the real estate? Well, you buy real estate that has progression, and this is called unearned income. A person that works with their back stands a very little chance of retiring, but a person that works with their mind can by far retire early. Now let me show you what I mean. Here is a house in San Francisco that in 1922 sold for a mere $10,000. In 1957, $40,000, 62, $59,000, 66, $82,000, 86, $785,000, and it closed escrow on June 2nd of 1987 at over $1 million. Now let me ask you a very simple question. If you and your husband or you and your wife were unemployed your entire lives, but just owned this one house from 1922 until 1987, would you be a millionaire? That's it. It's the secret. See, put your name on the deeds to these properties, and as they go up in value, you get rich. But the secret is to get your name on as many deeds as possible so that when the inflation continues to progress, you'll just continue to get more wealthy. And listen to this. What happens if you didn't buy this house at fair market value? What if you bought this house for $5,000 instead of $10,000? Wouldn't you have made an additional $5,000? You see? So buying properties at discounted prices is incredibly important when you're a real estate investor. You're going to buy properties at discounts through foreclosed homes. This is where we buy them, and we basically do something like Costco. Have you ever heard of Costco department stores? How many have heard of that? Okay, what Costco does is they go in and they buy 15,000 VCRs. Then you come into a warehouse setting and you buy a VCR for a couple $100. Now maybe that same VCR over at Bruner's department store is $300. But because Costco bought in such volume, they got the price down and you can capitalize on that discount, right? Does everybody understand wholesaling? Okay. Our company, Financial Services of America, goes into failed banks, savings and loans, finance companies, and we bulk purchase all their properties at once for cash. We drive the prices down to sometimes 50 cents on the dollar. Then we have a seminar like this, and Mr. Dotto was nice enough to expose you to our company and what we're doing. We will give you these houses on an individual basis at the bulk price. What do you think of that? Is that incredible or what? You bet it's incredible, because let's say a $250,000 house, now we're talking about a 50% discount, you're talking about a $75,000 savings. And that's what's really exciting. By the end of the seminar, I think you're going to see a lot more exciting things that we have to offer for you, but that is just the tip of the iceberg, okay? When you buy foreclosed homes, you have to understand that there's 3 different ways to buy them. You can buy a foreclosed home before the sale, you can buy it at the sale, or you can buy it after the sale. And I'm going to show you all 3 ways to make money. Let me show you what Cindy Peterson here in Los Angeles did before or after the sale. Watch. Cindy Peterson, 31-year-old insurance underwriter, began looking for a condominium apartment, and after 5 months, she still hadn't found anything. Then she found a savings and loan that had a foreclosed property, a 2-bedroom. She said, I called him and offered him $118,000, which was $30,000 less than the price of a comparable apartment. She said, I bugged him, and at first he told me my bid was too low. She said, I called him every day for a month, and finally he accepted my bid. So on her very first deal, she got a $30,000 bonus just because she bought the property below fair market value. There was a gentleman named Mr. Shepard over in Pomona. Look at this. Some of the best deals, however, may be on properties that need repairs. Mr. Shepard of Pomona purchased a foreclosed home from a lender for $68,000. He spent about $10,000 to have it remodeled, and he sold it 45 days later for $149,000. So you have to understand that some of the properties that have been repossessed are going to take a little fixing up, and I'll show you how to do that inexpensively. All right? Now, let's go into the 3 ways that you buy these properties. Write this down. Before, at, and after. Okay, before the sale is a little sheet that's called a delinquent summary. And I'm giving you the inside information about the banks and savings loans and finance companies right now. I want you to understand where I'm coming from. My background is banking, finance. I was the manager of a beneficial finance company. I'm an investment banker. And when I look at things like this, I can identify with it and I can explain it to you very easy because it's straightforward. But I'll give you the inside information right now on how these banks look at the properties they've had to take back through foreclosure. Watch. The fair market value of this property is $79,000. They are first mortgage position. The balance is $47,000. Therefore, if the balance is only $47,000 and if the house was worth $79,000, wouldn't that be a sufficient enough equity position where you would want to pursue this investment? Yes or no? Yes. Absolutely, you'd want to buy this one. Let's move on. This property is worth $300,000. There's a first mortgage for $131,000. There's a second mortgage for $70,000. If you add those 2 together, because those are called encumbrances, you come up with about $200,000 owed against this property. $200,000 against a $300,000 value. Is it worth pursuing, yes or no? Yes, it's worth pursuing. You definitely want to buy that one. How about this? This property is worth $375,000. There's a first mortgage for $104,000. There's a second mortgage for $99,000. You add those 2 together, and what do you have? About $200,000. $200,000 on a $375,000 equity position. Once again, is it worth pursuing, yes or no? Yes, that's the secret. Only go after delinquent summary properties that have sufficient equity. So put over to the right-hand side there, equity. Delinquent summary, equity. What you're going to do when you go into these lenders is you're going to negotiate on that equity position. And let's say that we take this $175,000. Let's say that you only got a $75,000 savings instead of a $175,000 savings. Would it be worth going in there and discussing it, yes or no? Yes, because you just made $75,000. That's what's so exciting about the business. The reason that they're not in these properties too much is because their loan-to-value ratios are low. PPB and CFL lenders have low loan-to-value ratios, and I'm going to show you what that means. Let's move to the sale. The sale is called a trustee sale, or maybe it's a courthouse auction. When a sale comes in, there's a couple very important things that you need to know. And what are the two most important things about dealing at a trustee sale? Anybody tell me. Okay, let me tell you. The date of the loan and the opening bid. Write that down. I'm serious. Write all this down. The date of the loan and the opening bid. Those are the two most important things about a trustee sale. And you say, why are those things, Dante, important? Because what if we had a loan that was dated 1970? And what if the remaining loan balance was $200,000? What's that house worth? Jeez, who knows? This house could be worth $1 million. So you want to look for the older dates on the loans that are going to the trustee sale. The second thing you want to look for is the opening bid. Now let me tell you why people make money with our company and they don't make money trying to do it on their own. They don't understand the opening bid. Therefore, when they're going through the newspaper and they're looking at all the trustees things, you know, with the little dollar amount, well, see, that dollar amount doesn't mean anything. The beneficiary has control of the trustee's bid. Let me show you. This is so amazing. Beneficial finance company is foreclosing on a property. They're owed $125,000. Beneficial instructs their trustee to open the bid at $125,000. Is it a deal or not? No, that's no deal because they're the same. But what about this? Let's say that you bought this property from Home Federal Savings. Home Federal Savings was owed $43,000, but Home Federal Savings opened their bid at $32,000. See? Now in the newspaper, for someone that isn't sophisticated before they attended this seminar, they would look at that number in the newspaper at 43 and say, gee, that doesn't look so good. But now, because you were here today, you understand that what the bank is owed is irrelevant to the opening bid. Is that exciting, yes or no? Everybody do that. Yeah, you're right. Look at this one, Bank of America. Bank of America was owed $159,000. Bank of America opened that bid at $100,000. Bank of America at the trustee sale was willing to take $60,000 less than what the people owed. You say, Dante, I would have loved to have done that deal, but I can't. I say, can't? There's two words that I don't like. Can't and no. They're not in my vocabulary. I don't even understand them. A can't will never do anything, all right? But can. So how many can do it? We all can do it, right? Okay, this is how you do it. Get on the telephone and call up your grandmother. Say, hello, Grandma. She says, yes. Say, Grandma, how would you like to make a quick $30,000 on that $100,000 jumbo you have? She goes, is this Amway? You say, no, hon, it's not Amway. It's dealing with Bank of America. Bank of America? Whoa, boy, they're offering some big CD rates nowadays. No, Grandma, it's not putting your money in a CD. It's putting it into a property that we'll own free and clear. See, the bank, Grandma, is discounting it by $60,000 at the trustee sale. Sweetheart, if we just show up at the trustee sale and you put up the $100,000, I'll give you half of the equity. In other words, we'll split that $60,000 discount. Would you like that? She goes, well, I'd have to have my attorney look at it. Say, no problem. You take it over and you show the attorney and then hope he doesn't show up. She's probably going to ask for a second opinion is what I'm saying, and that's fine. Let her get a second opinion. But I'll tell you something. After your grandma does a couple deals with you, the second opinion will basically become irrelevant. Okay? Now, that's how you make money at a trustee sale. You like this so far? All right? Okay, now let me show you how you make money once the property goes back to the beneficiary. So the first thing we talked about was a delinquent summary. The second thing we talked about was a trustee sale. And the next thing we're going to talk about is called an REO list. REO list. REO stands for real estate owned. It's a slang term that's used in the industry to describe the properties that they've had to take back. Watch. This stuff is so simple and straightforward, it's unbelievable. They do all the work for you. This property appraised for $220,000. So that takes care of the appraisal. What are they in it? They're in it $218. So you know how much they're in it. They'll sell it for $179. They'll take a potential loss of $39 grand. Then they turn around and list it with Century 21 for $199. Could someone turn these lights out? This is really too bright for what we're doing. Just turn maybe this front section, leave the back section if we can. Oh, the light switch is over here. Oh, okay, there we go. That's better. Okay, what I want you to understand, if you would please, is that Century 21 does not know what the bank's bottom dollar is. Isn't that interesting? So Century 21 lists the property for $199, but you now that you attended this seminar understand that the bank's bottom dollar is $179. Therefore, you want to offer as close to netting the bank the $179 that they're willing to accept so you can get the largest discount. But what would be the most important thing about buying REO properties? Make an offer. Right out on the right-hand side there. Make an offer. Write it down. I'm serious. Write this down. Make an offer. You cannot buy REO properties without making an offer. And investors that want to do what we're doing, you have to understand that you're going to have to put it in writing so that the banks understand that you're a serious buyer that is willing to buy the properties. Now, if I showed you a way that you could make 10 offers a day and not lose any money if none of them went through, or even if they were accepted and the deal fell through and you didn't lose one dime, how many would like that? Okay, by the end of the seminar, I'll show you that. Watch this. This house appraised for $135. The lender's in it, $126. The lender will take $96. The lender will charge off $30. This property's worth $34. Lender's in at $34.7. Lender will take $27,260. The lender will take a potential loss of $7,500. Now this is all done by their auditors. All you have to do is get your hands on the sheet by calling up your PPB and CFL lenders, and they will disclose to you the information that I'm providing for you right here. If you just bought these 3 properties, how much money would you have made in built-in equity with no appreciation? How much? About $75,000 in built-in equity with no appreciation. Is that exciting, yes or no? You bet it is. And I'll tell you when it gets really exciting. It gets exciting when I hand you a check right now for $75,000. Now, I just handed you a check. I want you to visualize this for $75,000, and I want everybody just to close your eyes for a second, and I want you to tell me, in your own mind, what you would do with that money. You've just received $75,000. That was it. Those are all the right answers. I'd buy another house, I'd reinvest. That's the key. The word is compounding. You have to learn how to compound if you're going to become wealthy, not rich. Wealth. Wealth is built through compounding, and I'm going to teach you how to compound today. How many want to do this? Y'all want to do it? Okay, you're going to need 2 things. One is called a PPB lenders list, and the other is called a CFL lenders list. Write this down. One's called a PPB lenders list, and the other is called a CFL lenders list. Now, the reason that you want to deal with these people is because their loan-to-value ratios are low. When I was a CFL lender, the manager of a beneficial finance company, and a person walked in with a house that was worth $100,000, I would only loan them sometimes, 40% of the value, maybe up to 70% of the value. So when you're buying PPB and CFL properties, you can bet that you're going to have built-in equity somewhere between 30 to 60% built-in equity. You say, now why would these PPB and CFL lenders sell that property at a discount like that? Because the manager's R1 statement is in jeopardy. If you understand all this, you are going to make a fortune. These managers have an R1 statement. I had an R1 statement. If my R1 statement shows high delinquency because of foreclosures, I get no bonus check. And do you think a manager of a finance company that just makes a little bit of money per month would like to get a bonus check at the end of the quarter, yes or no? Yeah. Well, this property messes up their bonus check. And that's the reason that they're willing to discount the properties to get them off their books so their R1 statement looks real good at the end of the quarter and they get a big fat bonus check. Isn't that something? And do you really think that a manager of a finance company is concerned about the company or concerned about their bonus check? Let's be honest. You know, don't you? You know. This is called a California Lenders and Brokers Directory. And there isn't one person in this room that doesn't need this if you want to do what we're doing. So get yourself a Lenders and Brokers Directory, take a highlight pen. Every PPB or CFL lender that's located in a location that you want to invest, take your highlight pen and put it through that particular lender, call them up on the telephone and ask them this. Say, do you make real estate loans? And if they say yes, say, could I get a copy of your delinquent summary and your REO list? Some of the smaller PPB and CFL lenders don't have a delinquent summary and REO list. So what you want to do is get on their list of preferred investors. Then, whenever the PPB or CFL lender repossesses a property, they'll call you because you're on their investor list, and then you get a hold of them and start negotiating on buying that property at a discount. Simple enough? How many like this so far? It's good? You betcha it's good. Realtors do this. I've been a real estate broker for 15 years here in California. I built the largest real estate corporation in the Sierra foothills of California. I sold it in 1981. It was called REC Land Company, for those of you that know it. I was the owner of that company. We were doing $26 million a year in business and hit headlines and all that kind of stuff, okay, because I was just a young kid. I retired when I was 24 years old. Now, what happens to you is this. When you see that type of money come in, you got to do something with it, just like I described to you a little while ago. You got to reinvest it. You got to keep it compounding for you, because if you don't, you got a problem, right? And you got a tax problem and all this other stuff. So what you want to do is keep that money building for you tax-free, and we're going to talk on how you do that. But this is how I don't want you to invest. I'll show you how to invest, and I'll show you how not to invest. If you go to a general real estate broker, because I had a general real estate company, they're going to show you a thing that's called a multiple listing book. And this is how they describe it. They say, you and Honey Bunny want to buy a house. And you say, yep. And they say, how much do you want to spend? And you say, we want to spend $250,000. So the broker says to you, prices last year in this area went up by 20%. So how much would you and Honey Bunny make if you bought this $250,000 house if the inflation went again at 20%? Help me. $50,000, good. Quick on your feet, I like that. $50,000. Then the broker says, well, because you and your wife are working, sir, you can qualify for our special AML, VIR, BIC. And you go, what's that? Well, what it means is you can now qualify for a $500,000 house. We can? And the broker says, yes. And if the prices went up again by 20%, how much would you make? $100,000. So the broker sits back and crosses his arms and he says, okay, folks, what would you rather do? Make $50,000 or $100,000? And what do you say? Geez, we'd rather have $100,000. Okay, so you buy the $500,000 house, and then your poor wife can never get pregnant. Is it reality? You bet it's reality. Let me tell you something. Children are a blessing. It's a blessing. Don't ever mess around with that. You know, and besides, you know, who do you want raising your kids? A babysitter at $5 to $10 an hour, or you? You know that your children will model after who they're being raised by? Do you know how sophisticated you are? And if you throw your kids every single day in with a bunch of babysitters making $5, $10 an hour, what do you think you're going to get as an end result? A babysitter. Okay, well, we don't want to do that, so we got to change. Now, write this down. This is probably one of the most important things that I can tell you today. The price of the asset in no way has any relationship to the profit potential. The price of the asset in no way has any relationship to the profit potential. Let me show you. All these examples are real live examples of properties that I currently own. Okay, everything I'm going to show you is a real deal, all right? I purchased this property from Morris Plan, who is a CFL lender, for $25,000. Believe it or not. And my wife and I were laughing because we're coming out of East San Francisco, about 40 minutes from our house, and we're buying a house in Stockton for $25,000. It's worth about $50,000. It wasn't in good shape. We only put, ladies and gentlemen, $2,500 down. We assumed a 7.5% FHA loan, and the lender carried the balance. We made the offer subject to obtaining a building permit for construction of an additional 2 units in the backyard. So all of a sudden, you take a little $25,000 contract like this, and you turn it into a $100,000 profit in 6 months. Light just go on. You see? In other words, you don't have to buy a $500,000 house and then pray for inflation. You don't have to do that. All you have to do is buy a property that is at a discount, that has good potential, and bingo, you just made yourself a fortune. Let me ask you another question. What would you rather do? Would you rather sign your name to a $400,000 loan to buy that $500,000 house? Or would you rather make more profit in a shorter amount of time, signing your name to $22,500? Think about it. And let your wife raise the kids. Or if you want to stay home and raise the kids, you raise the kids. But, you know, come on now. Let's think money. Don't get involved in this kind of stuff. You get involved in this and you're paying retail. Get involved with us, you're going to pay wholesale. Look at here. Here's a duplex. This duplex, I bought it for 50 grand. Watch. This duplex is located at the corner of Vicky and Wizard Street. These units are rented for $400 per month. That's a total income of $800. The lender accepted $50,000. This was a PPB lender called Stockton Mortgage Company. I put $15,000 down. The lender carried back $35,000. Payments were $360. Positive cash flow, $440 a month on a $15,000 investment. Does that make sense? You bet it makes sense, and that's how you make money. That's how you make money. Negative cash flow is not a status symbol. When you have negative cash flow, you are pushing yourself further away from retirement. When you have positive cash flow, you are bringing yourself closer to retirement and financial freedom. So the secret is to buy properties with positive cash flows. How do you do it? Well, you can't do it here. You can't. You have to come to a wholesale company like ours and start buying properties at huge discounts so that every property you buy has a positive cash flow. That's how you do it. You say, oh, Dante, you're lucky. I'll tell you something about luck. What burns me up is I came from a little town in California called Tuolumne City. Only 3,000 broke people live there. If I lived there, I'd be broke. I have gone into my little hometown and tried to help some of the people that were my friends from the time I was growing up. I've tried to help these people. They don't want to be helped. They don't want to do anything. They don't want to pay attention. They don't want to write contracts. They don't want to look at real estate. All they want to do is draw unemployment in the winter and work in the woods in the summer. And that's it. If you want to do something for yourself, I can help you. If you want a handout, I will not give you a handout. I will give you a hand up. Watch. Do you know that before I sold that company and it hit the newspapers, do you know before I did that, that there was 2 people from my hometown that called my dad and told him that I was dealing drugs? They said, nobody that young can make money that fast unless he's dealing drugs. That's what our society is saying, hate the rich, you can't make fast money, if it's too good to be true, it is. Those are all lies, those are myths. You know who tells you stuff like that? Government employees that don't make any money. That's who tells you stuff like that. You start associating with multimillionaires, you start associating with dynamic people, and you'll hear a whole different philosophy. They're goers, they're doers, and they want it all. But that's what America's all about. We can have it all if we want it. How many want it? You bet. Let's get it. All right, watch how we get it. Here we go. Here's a 4-unit building for $68,500 from World Savings. Watch. $68,500. If you borrowed the money from your grandma, and if you gave her 12%, your payments will only be $685 per month. You say, well, Dante, what's the income? Well, the 2 studios, government guaranteed rents by Section 8 is $600. The 2 one-bedrooms, government guaranteed rents by Section 8 is $650. That's a total income of $1,250. If you minus your payment, you have a positive cash flow of over $500 per month. How many like that? You bet! That's the way to do it. You want a deal like this? How many want a deal like this? Do you? You want it? Okay, by the end of the seminar, I'll give you a deal just like this. How's that? Do I get a hand? All right, good. There you go. That's what we're talking about here. Let's start making some money and quit messing around. You know, some people analyze themselves into poverty. Don't do it, man. Just go out there and get with it. Take action, okay? This guy takes action. Doesn't he? Does he go for it in America? You bet he does. He wants it all. But look at what he did. Watch what he does to make billions. He's borrowing $675 million right now in a first mortgage at 14% and financing 100%. You get the idea yet? If Donald Trump had a terrible financial statement, if he was flat broke, and if he was able to get 100% financing at $675 million, would he automatically be rich, yes or no? Yes, and he didn't have to put up his bank statement, he didn't have to have a job, and he didn't have to have a credit statement, and he didn't have to have kids in Harvard. He has guts. That's all Donald Trump has is guts. But look it's not even his money that he's using. Isn't this amazing? Do you know that people come to me all the time and they say, Dante, I can't invest with you. And I say, why? They said, I don't have any money. So? What difference does that make? Look he was on television the other day. They said, Donald, what is the most important thing that you've learned in all your real estate investing? He says, how to compound money. He learned the art of compounding. Let me show you how easy compounding is. You put $2,000 away for 6 years. That's nothing. That's only $12,000 at a measly 12% interest. You never pay another dime the rest of your life, and you retire as a millionaire. That's compounding. But let me show you for the person that says, I don't want to write no offers, I don't want to buy nothing, I don't want to do nothing. You know what I say to that person? You deserve nothing. Look at here. Here's this person that says all that kind of stuff for 6 years. And then they pay for it the rest of their life to be a millionaire, and it cost them $74,000. You know who you're looking at here? My brother and I. Do you know in 1975 I started buying real estate? I begged my brother to buy his house. I begged him to buy some properties. And you know what he used to say? I don't want to buy no property because I got to buy a new four-wheel drive this year, and I got a new boat, and then, you know, I'm going to buy me a new gun and go kill something. Great. I said, well, Buck, I'm going to go buy another house. Well, go ahead. You know what he says to me now? He says, Dante, and I said, yeah. And he says, you got so damn many houses, why don't you just give me one? What do you think I said? Nah. Isn't that funny? Little red hen, huh? But look at this kid. I love my brother. I want you to understand that. But listen, this kid comes into my office one day. I'm building this company, right? He comes in, sits across from my desk, looks at me and points at me, and he says, "I'm serious, Dante." I said, "About what?" He said, "I want to get involved in real estate and buy some real estate." I said, "Okay, fine, let's do it." He was 21 years old. This kid's one of the biggest deals in the Bay Area now. But we started our first little company with less than $300. You're going to see these signs all over if you're ever up there. The first guy that put money into this company, it's a 2-page letter asking investors to invest in our company, was a 49er football player, and I don't want to name drop with you, but his initials are DC. He puts in $15,000 into this little company, and you know what he says to us? Listen to this. This is how wealthy people think. He says, "I'm going to do this with you guys. All I want you to do is do what you say." He said, "That's it. You guys just do what you say." So both of us stood there and we said, "We will." He said, "All right." We went, took this money, and we built a little house. Bought the lot for $15,000. We built the little house for $30,000. It was worth $70,000 the day it was done. He comes up in his car and walks through this house. After he got done walking through the entire house, he's standing in the front yard, and he looked at us and he smiled. He said, "You guys will do what you say, huh?" We said, "Yep." He says, "Okay, anytime you need money, give me a call." And that was it. The private money just started rolling in. It didn't take a financial statement. It didn't take anything other than a magic word called integrity. If you have integrity and if you do what you say you're going to do, people will throw money all over you. But just be aware of this. In 15 years, I've never lost a dime of investors' money. Never. My integrity is at stake. You see? You get the point? And people throw cash at me like crazy right now. Right now, in our computer, I have over $600 million in cash available for investing. Because when you do what you say, and when you're a good, strong person that's willing to stand by your beliefs and go for it in life, people love that. Wealthy people love conviction. You say, "How much do you make on these places, Dante?" Well, I made about $25,000 to $30,000 on each one of these houses I built. You say, "Well, that's not very much." Well, no, it's not unless you do it 2-3 times a month. I did that for 6 years. Now, let me tell you something really exciting. I've never sold one. We still own them all. Why would you sell one? When my little mortgages are only $35,000 and the payments are only $375 a month and the rent's is $600, I don't know why to sell it. People say, "Oh, Dante, where'd you do that?" I said, "I did it in Tuolumne County, I did it in Amador County, I did it in Calaveras County, I did it in Mariposa County, up in the Sierra foothills. That's where I could find cheap land, and that's where people needed houses. So I went to where the deal was." Donald Trump invested his money not in New York City. It was Cincinnati, Ohio. How many knew that? Donald Trump, on his very first real estate investment, he was living in New York City and couldn't find a deal. So he invested his money in where? Cincinnati, Ohio. He made $3 million before he graduated from college because he found a deal. You go to where the deal is. People say, "Well, then you're saying this can't be done in Orange County." Oh, no, I did not say that. I just said that you go to where the deal is. Here's a guy, went to a seminar, got fired up, decided to quit his job and buy real estate. His very first investment was $101,000. He spent $3,000 to fix it up, and he sold it 90 days later and made a $13,000 profit. Not bad, huh? But he got fired up. And when he got fired up, he initiated his daughter. These crazy kids bought $43 million worth of real estate in Orange County. You want it? How bad? Okay, read this book. There's a lady named Claire Fox, and this is who got me on a tangent. My attorney gave me this book, and he said, "This lady has wrote a book," and he said, "Dante, you got to read this." I said, "What is it? Give it to me." So he said, "All right, take it home and tell me what you think." I started reading this book. Now, I didn't throw the book down. I read it. I picked it up and I read it. And all of a sudden, I started learning how to use other people's money, form general partnerships, and do group investments. This lady is nobody's fool. She's smart. Read it. This was a stepping stone to my success. I want you to have it. All right? So I bought a whole bunch of these, and I have them available for you today. I want you to have this. It's important to you. Learn how to use other people's money. Learn how to form partnerships. Learn how to do group investments, and you'll end up with a real estate portfolio that'll scare you someday. That's how big it gets. This business, when the ball starts rolling, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not kidding you, you'll make so much money so fast it's scary. How many believe me? Thank you very much. Let me prove it, though. Here's the kid. Kid's 28 years old, comes to one of my seminars, gets all fired up. He's from Switzerland. He comes in, he says, Dante, I said, what? He says, I want to buy an apartment building. I said, geez. I said, you ever bought a house? Nope. All right. So I'm looking at my fax machine, and I'm seeing these deals coming in. All of a sudden, I landed an 18-unit apartment building for 200 grand. Is that exciting, yes or no? Oh, man, I'll tell you. The cash flow on this thing was just shy of $5,000 a month. We go over to the office. He's excited, man. He says, wow, I think I'm going to make $300,000 in built-in equity just like that. I said, you are? He says, let's do it. I said, let's go. So I'm writing up the purchase contract and everything. He gets ready to sign it, and all of a sudden he says, oh, I got a problem. I said, what? He said, I don't have no money. I said, oh. I said, well, what are you going to do? He says, well, he says, in your seminar you said to get a partner. I said, yeah. He looked at me and smiled. I said, wait a second. I said, you're crazy. He said, I know it. You like it. I said, I love it. Let's go. So anyway, I called up a lady. Now, let me tell you, I met this lady. I was doing a seminar just like this, and we were having a great time. And then after the seminar, the lady came to the back table, and she slid me her bank book. I thought, whoa. So I took the bank book, and I looked at it, and I expected to see, like, $2,000, which, is like what the average American has. But no, this lady had over $100,000. So I'm looking at this, and I said, gee, sweetheart. I said, would you do a little real estate deal? She said, no. I said, well, what'd you do? She said, nails and hair. I said, I don't understand. She says, I did people's nails and hair my whole life. I said, really? And you got that kind of money? And she said, yep. She says, but you know what, Dante? And I said, what? And she says, you make me sick. I said, well, thanks. I said, why? She says, because you've been all over the world, you've ate the finest food, you drank the finest wines, you take these big, expensive, glorious vacations, and she says, I've never been anywhere, I've never done nothing, I'm 56 years old, and I'm sick of this. All I got is this bank book. She said, I've lived in places, Dante, in my life I wouldn't drive by today. I said, sweetheart, why did you do that? She says, because I didn't know what to do. I said, you want to invest in real estate? She says, you bet I do. I said, okay, you and I got to have a deal. She said, what's that? I said, I'll get you involved in a real estate deal only if you get this 800 number with a panel of attorneys to back you up. I'll let you call the 800 number unlimited. I want them to review every single document. I want you to inspect the property using our inspection guide. And I said, when you bless it, I'll let you go ahead and do the deal. She said, okay, let's do it. I called her up on the telephone. She came up, did everything I told her to do. She put up the money. He put up the deal. We did this on 8/6 of 87. Remember that. Watch. On 11/18 of 87, she got her $67,000 back first, and these two kids split $156,825 in profit. Is that exciting, yes or no? Now, I want you to think about something. Let's say that you were the person that was involved. We're talking about $75,000, ladies and gentlemen, in less than 4 months. And when I handed her this check, she took the check and she said, Yante, she says, I look at this and I think to myself, this is what I did for 56 years. This is what I did in less than 4 months. She said, I've come to a conclusion. I said, what's your conclusion? She said, I'll never do anybody's nails or hair again. I said, I don't blame you for that. Now, let me tell you something. You know what his motivation was, this young kid? That. This is a custom-built Mariner helicopter by Robinson. And this is what motivated this young guy to come to my seminar and to get involved in investing in real estate, because he was a helicopter pilot, and the amount of money that he was making, he knew that he'd never own a helicopter. He paid cash for this. He had it custom built. He lives in Hawaii now. He's only done 4 deals with me. Our office sends him one big fat check to sit over there in Hawaii and enjoy his life, and this kid flies this helicopter out into the ocean and fishes off of it every day. Now, is that an exciting lifestyle, yes or no? You can have it too, if you choose to. He just chose to do this. It's a personal decision that we all have to make in our lives. We can choose to be poor or we can choose to be rich. It's a personal decision. I would like you to choose the latter. You want it? Yeah. Fill it out. Fill this paper out and I'll start matching you up with opportunities like this kid got, like she got, like hundreds of other people that are getting involved with us are getting. This is the very first time we have ever exposed our company and this program to a convention audience. This is the very first time. Well, last night, tonight's the second time we've ever exposed this program. This is wholesale real estate opportunity. It's an opportunity for you to buy properties cheaper than you'll probably ever see again. When you go out to buy these properties, you got to understand that this is how you're going to see it. Anthony, be sure that all the folks are taken care of, okay, with the networking? Okay. When you see the property, that's how you see it, and that's how the seller sees it. If you get outside financing, that's how the lender sees it. That's how the appraiser sees it. And who do you think sees it like this? The tax collector. Who else, huh? Boy, you know that, don't you? How many pay too much in taxes? Are you sick of paying taxes? Blech, I hate taxes, don't you? Okay, this is how we're going to get out of paying the tax bill. The first thing we want to do is go with historic credits. Buy buildings 30 years old or older, and you can qualify for historic tax credits. Now, let me show you something. My wife and I are on a tangent right now, and we're out buying these specialty homes. Now, this was an Eastlake Victorian built by Charles Eastlake out of San Francisco, and this was built in 1884 for Captain Hamilton. My wife drove by this house, just came home screaming. She had to have it, so we bought it. It's about a 5,000 square foot mansion. Now, my wife went down to our accountant, and she says, okay, does this qualify? He says, well, of course. And she said, okay, if I spend $100,000 to fix the property up, how much can we write off of the tax bill that we normally would have sent Uncle Sam? And he says $20,000. $20,000 tax savings. So in other words, the government paid 20% of my rehab. You say, gee, that's exciting. You bet it is. But listen to the most exciting thing. We'll make probably $500,000 on this property. But can we take the money, yes or no? You can't take the money, see? You got to roll it. So we're going to do a thing, watch this, it's called a 1031 tax-deferred exchange. We take the property and move the base into the next property and we pay no tax. Is that exciting, yes or no? Yeah. Anytime you don't pay any tax, it's exciting, right? Yeah. Okay, so you keep deferring until what happens? You die. So you defer, 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 and die. Then let everybody else worry about what happened. You won't be in those meetings anyway. You don't care. Now listen, on top of that, the most exciting thing in California is what, tax-wise? Somebody tell me. Close. Keep going. What is the most exciting tax dodge in the state of California today? LIHTCs. You're right. LIHTC. You say, what is that, Dante? Low-income housing tax credits. You can take your building that you normally would have depreciated over 30 years or so, and you can shrink the depreciation to 10 years and crank it off the bottom line of your taxes. How many are excited about that? That's right off the bottom line of your taxes. You say, boy, that is exciting. You haven't heard the best part. LIHTC tax credits can be transferred to your investor. So you have a group of doctors that have a tax problem. And they say, well, I don't know if I want to invest with you or not, Bill. And you say, well, what if I gave you all the LIHTC tax credits? Well, okay, Bill, how much was it? And that's what happens, see? Attorneys and doctors and people that are in big incomes, they got to have these tax benefits. It's important. So if you flip your property over to LIHTC, just pass the benefits off to them, and you got yourself an investor. How do you like that? Isn't that nice? You bet it's nice, okay? Now listen, 80%, believe it or not, 80% of the LIHTC tax credits in the state of California are available right now. Nobody's even claimed them. There's millions of dollars in available LIHTC right now. All you got to do is go down and claim it. It's incredible. This is the hottest thing that ever hit the state of California. It's great. I want you all to get involved in it. Some people say, Dante, listen, stop for a second. You're going over my head. Okay, then let me slow down for just a second and ask you a simple question. One thing is, people that don't make money and aren't successful have no excuse unless they've been hit over the head with a hammer and are not conscious. A person that can think, a person that can read, a person that can talk, a person that doesn't have a mental disability can be rich. Because I was expelled from my first high school. I was. I barely got through high school. I don't have a formal education. I don't. But you know what I have? I just have desire. That's all I do. I have desire and I want it bad. You can tell. I want it bad. And I'll get it all. Do I get a hand for that or what? Come on, we can have it all. You can have it all. Okay, watch. Let me show you how to read a newspaper, something as simple as this. The first thing you want to do is throw the whole newspaper away except for the business section. When you get to the business section, look for loan loss provisions. When you see a lender is preparing for a loss, you know that there's a problem, correct? Okay, so just watch the paper and all of a sudden, boop, up comes the loss. Then after you see the loss, you pay attention now. When you see a lender report a loss, come in for the asset sales because they'll start selling. Bank of America sold their San Francisco headquarters for $660 million. They sold their Southern California headquarters for $620 million. They sold their Italian division for $603 million. They couldn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen, so they sold their Swiss banking concern. They couldn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen, so they sold their Dutch Visa unit. They couldn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen, so they sold their West German retail bank division. They couldn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen, so they went to Japan and asked for a $440 million loan. They couldn't stop there, ladies and gentlemen, so they started selling domestically. Those are all Bank of America REO properties right there that they're wholesaling out. They got to get rid of them. And if you just pay attention, grab our little MLS and REO guide that we'll give you of all repossessed properties, get in your car, go out and look at these houses and make an offer. Start buying up this stuff. Listen, right now it was just reported that this situation is $112 billion. Look at this in the paper. $112 billion of this stuff is available. Are you going to sit around until it's all gone and I buy it all? Please join me. It's a fun party, man. It's the funnest party I ever went through, and I never even had anything to drink. Now watch. Grab a hold of this list I give you. We went into the banks in the state of California, and when you go into a bank, they have what's called a little financial statement there. We went to every single bank in the state of California, including all the international banks, and we took their little financial statement and we broke it down for you where you'll know which ones are in trouble. Now let me show you how to read it, because right now it just probably looks to you like a lot of numbers, right? Let me show you how easy it is to read. All I want you to look for is a low number here and a high number there. These are assets and these are properties they've taken back. If you find a lender that has a low asset base and a high number of REOs, bingo, you got it. They're insolvent. You go to that institution, get a hold of their REO list, go out and look at those properties, start making your offers, and all of a sudden you're going to have a nice real estate portfolio, hopefully nice large positive cash flows, and you're one step closer to what? Retirement, financial freedom. Do you like working every day to pay bills? Ugh, I hate that. I see my people, my friends and stuff, and I try to talk to them, and some listen. The ones that listen are rich now. The ones that don't, you know, there's nothing I can do. All you can do is tell people how to make money. It's up to them whether they'll do it or not. But the idea is this. If I give you some tools, if I give you some help, and if you're just willing to make one step up for me and show me you're serious, then let's do it together, okay? I want to be a part of your success story. Sure. I want one day for you to say, you know what, son? One day I went to a seminar down there in Anaheim and I saw the craziest Italian I ever seen in my life. But that crazy guy made me rich, Dad, or son. And you know what? I'd encourage you to watch out for some crazy Italian coming through your life, too. Okay, see, the people are the instruments. It's not all the smoke and mirrors. It's the people. You associate with good people, you're going to make a lot of money. You associate with people who don't have any money, you're going to have a tough time because they don't know how to make it. See? Let me ask you this question. Have you ever talked to anybody in your life that told you to go to low asset base and high number of REO properties? Yes or no? See? That's what I'm saying. But it's so simple. Because instead of you going into every single bank in the state of California and wearing yourself out, you now just go into the institutions that are having the problems and you save all that time. See that? How many want it? You want it? Okay, it's called the it's called the Bank's Financial REO Report. Pick it up before you leave today, and you'll be able to start in right away, going to the lenders that are having the financial problems. You say, okay, Dante, I'm still not convinced. You're going to have to prove to me I can get a deal. How many say that? All right, that's okay. I'll do it. I'll do it. Watch. I'm going to show you how to retire on one deal. I called up Freedom Federal Savings and Loan. I said, hey, I understand that you guys might have some properties for sale. I didn't tell them, I hear you're in trouble. I didn't say that. I said, I heard you might have some properties for sale. And the gentleman said, yes, I do, sir. He said, we have a 42-unit residential complex, apartments. We'll sell you for $640,000. I said, sir, my grandmother has a lot of money, and she's willing to pay cash. Could we get a discount? He said, yes, $420. So with one statement, I saved, ladies and gentlemen, $220,000 by just making one statement. You see, cash in this business means a lot. But does it have to be your cash, yes or no? No, it's grandma's cash, okay? But you got the great deal. Because you bought the property for $420,000, will it produce a positive cash flow? Well, sure, let's check it out. Let's check it out. 42 units, the government guarantees the rent through Section 8 at $300 per month. That produces $12,600 per month in income. Grandma puts up $420,000 and you give your grandma a first mortgage and 12% interest. Simple. You pay her $4,200 per month and you end up with a positive cash flow of $8,400 per month. After you pay your management, maintenance, vacancies, repairs, okay, loss of rents, all that stuff, let's say it was $3,400 a month in expenses. You still make $5,000 a month times 12 months equals $60,000 a year. And you don't even manage it. Did I just wipe your job out, yes or no? You bet I did, thank God. Now you got time to do what you want. See, financial freedom is the first step. Get yourself financially free first. Then you can go out and do whatever you want. But financial freedom is really important in the first step. Listen, yesterday in USA Today, in the money section, PhD professors on the average in the United States make how much? $51,000. And I can show you in one transaction how you can crank $60,000 a year and you don't need a PhD to do it. You see? It doesn't take what some people think it takes to make money. All it takes is a strategy that works. And when you spot somebody that has a strategy that's working, jump on it. Jump on it and model after them. Duplicate it. If they're making money, you duplicate their operation and you'll make money too. That's a secret to business. The guys that founded the Atari Corporation are personal friends of mine. I was telling them about a new thing I saw. And you know what the first word out of the founder's mouth was? Copy it. See, success copies success. And you're going to find whenever you meet somebody that has a really exciting strategy, if there's any way possible that you can duplicate their operation, you do it yourself and you make all the money. Isn't that exciting? These are little tips for you that'll just save you years of frustration. You thought that one was exciting? Watch this. 346 units for $1,625,000. Ladies and gentlemen, I ran it through my Macintosh computer. You know the Macintosh computer program out here? I ran it through. Guess what your positive cash flow after all expenses are to you every month, and you don't even manage it? A month Is there anybody in this room that can't live on $70,000 a month? If so, meet me after the seminar. You and I got something in common. Your wife and mine are probably real similar. You got to meet my wife, boy. She is the funnest loving kid you've ever seen in your life. She just got back from Hawaii, and she's so dark and with that blonde hair. I love her. Man, I'll tell you, she is good looking, and she's a nice person to boot. You know, I'm really in love with her. She's not here with me right now. She had a little thing she had to take care of. This is what we do. My wife and I, once a month, when the reports come in, sit down to review our rental rolls. We have no mortgages. We pay cash for everything. So all the income that we receive from these properties is net. One page of our rent rolls, and we look at a little book of them, one page of my rent rolls to me per month is $13,500 per page. If that gives you any idea of my cash flow. How would you like that? How many would you like it? Okay, if I made you a millionaire right now, would you like that? And I'm serious about this. I'm going to ask you a very personal question. How bad do you want it? And are you willing to do what it takes? Because if you are, I got something here that just came in a short time ago that I think is kind of exciting. But you be the judge. This is available right now. This is not theory and philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. You can have it. I'm serious about this. You can have this deal. Watch the deal. This property appraised for $4.4 million. You go, ooh. Now wait a second. Wait a second. Hang on. We're talking about retirement here. The property appraised for $4.4 million. When I started negotiating with the lender, and the lender didn't know who I was, they said, Mr. Pirano will sell it to you for $3.9 million terms. I said, well, my grandma likes to pay cash. I said, therefore, what could I buy it for cash? And the lender says $1.3 million. Wow. Now watch this. It's 200-unit apartment building. You say, golly, I can't even believe this. You better believe it. It's true. Here's the cash flows. Watch this. Here's the last 7 months' cash flows. $37,000, $39,000, $40,000, $39,000, $40,000, $36,000, $37,000. It's bringing in right now. This building, ladies and gentlemen, is 92% occupied. Now you say to yourself, what? That's right. And listen, do you know that I could go to this 200-unit apartment building and I could stand in the middle of the apartment building and say, tenants, tenants, and they go, yeah, what? You know your building's for sale? You gonna buy it and raise our rent? No, listen, you can buy it. What? We can't buy it, we can't afford this. Yes, you can, listen to me. How much do you pay in rent? $400 a month, it's too much. Now, hang on. What if I showed you how you could pay $100 a month forever and own this entire building? What? How? Okay, listen, all of you tenants, you each put up $10,000. There's 200 of you, right? Okay, roll it in at $2 million, $5 million, $700,000 reserve, and listen, you all own it. How many do you think would go for it, though? None of them. Probably none of them. You know why? Because they didn't come down to hear me say that. They're in their home, they're struggling, they're worried about bills instead of worrying about making money. They're concerned about everything in the world and what's going on at the Cosby Show and what Madeline did to Harry on Days of Our Lives. Give me a break. Buy the dumb thing. Listen, I had a Harvard professor that came to work for me. And Rick had a problem. Rick wanted to analyze everything. I threw a deal like this right in Rick's lap. And do you know what he said to me? Let's chart it. I don't understand Harvard stuff. I said, chart it? Chart what? He said, well, let's chart what happened, you know, here and there and there. I said, let's buy it. Right? Listen, you borrow $1.3 million from your grandma. The cash flow's $40,000 a month. You borrow $1.3 million for grandma, give her 12% interest, pay her $13,000. You got $27,000 a month left over. Let's say half of that money went for what? Maintenance, repairs, management, vacancy. I mean, you know, terrible, right? You're still making $13,500 a month net. And you live in Hawaii. And once a month, you go to general delivery, P.O. box, what have you, Waikiki, pick your check up for $13,500, go back to your boat. It's tough stuff out here. It's tough stuff out here. I know it. I know it. I don't want to make your life hard, okay? How many want it? You want it? Okay, it's available. Meet me at that table after the seminar, and we're going to get with it. This is one that you have to talk to Steve Tanaka about because it's in our Advanced Investing Mentor Program, okay? So Steve Tanaka is the person you want to approach. Now, you say to me this. See, there's always a doubting Thomas, and there's always a skeptic or somebody negative. Okay, so they always say to me, I know what building that is, Dante. I said, okay, tell me what building that is. Well, that's that bricker in downtown Los Angeles that's on the San Andreas Fault. I said, wait a second, come on, it's that. It's that. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to blow your mind. It's this. Let me show you something here. You want to see something beautiful? Whoops, wrong way. This is it. These are townhouses. They're so gorgeous, it's unbelievable. 92% occupied. Look at the grounds. Central air and heat. These are absolutely good. Is this junk? This is the most beautiful stuff in the world. I'm telling you right now, it's available. This situation that's going on, that we're involved in, with going into these institutions and bulk purchasing all these assets, I'm going to tell you something. It's the hottest deal in the country right now. 2 vice presidents from E.F. Hutton out of San Francisco came into my office and wanted to check us out because some of their clients got all excited and started pulling all that money out of E.F. Hutton. So they come into our office to see what we're doing. They sit down there, I run them through a little deal like this, and both of their mouths hit the table. They said, Dante Pirano, you absolutely have the hottest deal in the United States going right now. If you can maintain what you're doing right now, it's going to just through the whole country. I said, I know that. We're in 7 states right now. We're going like gangbusters. You want a part of it, yes or no? Yeah. It's hot. This is the hottest deal in the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you where I came from. There's where I came from. I was a modern-day slave, manager of beneficial finance company, making $399.54 every 2 weeks. And I was the manager. Do you know that in our company policy it said, don't show anybody your paycheck or you could be terminated? You see why? Would you want to get promoted? Oh, man, I was so sad. I didn't even know. Do you know that when Bing came into my office, the guy was my mentor. In fact, I'm proud to tell you that Bing, you know, and some of you probably heard about the guy. He's a big deal in California in real estate. But Bing was my mentor. And when I was 18 years old, Bing put his arm around me and he said, I'm going to make you a millionaire. And see, I didn't have belief. Belief is the most important thing. I didn't have the belief. So I looked up at him. I said, yeah, right. He said, no, I'm serious, Dante. I'm going to make you a millionaire if you'll just believe me and listen to me. I said, okay. I said, how am I going to do any real estate? I don't even have any money. He said, I do, Dante. I said, oh, okay, well, let's do it. So we went to the end of Main Street in Tuolumne City. We bought a little piece of property. We split it into 3 different parcels. I sold it, and I walked out of the title company at 18 years old with $9,700 and something in profit. Isn't that exciting? Now, what did I do with that money? I bought a Corvette Stingray. What else? I drove this Corvette Stingray up to this guy's office, and he came out of that office and took a look at that Corvette, and he said, Dante, don't tell me that you took that money and bought that Corvette Stingray. I said, yeah, I did. He said, Dante, do you know that that's a depreciable asset? I said, hey, I don't know anything about that. That's fun, man. See, I was 18 years old, single guy. I didn't know any better. So he dropped me like a hot rock. He didn't approach me again until I was 21 years old. When I was 21 years old, I was sitting in Beneficial Finance Company. He walked in one day and he sat down and he says, okay, you had enough? I said, enough of what? He said, you had enough of being a slave? You want to be rich now? I said, well, hey, listen, I make pretty good money here. He said, oh, yeah, Dante, how much you make? I said, well, that's kind of confidential. He says, well, how much does your boss make then? I said, my boss makes twice what I make. He said, how much is that? I said, he probably makes $1,500 a month. He said, that's what I thought. He says, listen, Dante, how about a $44,000 base salary and 10% of my entire corporation if you'll just kind of come over and be my general manager? I couldn't even believe those numbers. I said, are you serious? He says, I'm as serious as a heart attack. You want to be rich or not? I said, yes, I do. I picked up the phone. I said, Frank? He said, yes. I said, I quit. That was it. Drove off and lived happily ever after, practically. From 1976 until 1979, this guy and I built the largest real estate corporation in the Sierra foothills of California. 1979, I bought the company. In 1981, I sold the company. Bought a couple hundred acres and built a nice house and decided to grow fruit trees. And I'll tell you something that happens to you. Being a young guy full of energy and wanting to do something with your life, fruit trees don't talk back. It's a problem. And I sat out there for about 6 months, and pretty soon I decided, I got to do something. I just can't be out here. I mean, I've always been, you know, excited about life, and sitting out here doing this isn't any fun. So I got in my car and went down, moved in to the city, got a beautiful condominium, and who do you think lived next door to me? My wife. I married the girl next door. I couldn't keep my eyes off of her. I'm not kidding you. Every time she pulled in that sports car, man, I'd just go crazy. I was in love with her from the first time I saw her. So we ended up getting married in Yosemite. We rented Yosemite National Park, got married, big Wani hotel and carriages and all that kind of stuff. Just had a ball. And I'm going to tell you something. This is a good life. My wife was vice president of FCA Corporation out of Los Angeles. And my wife had worked for that company for 8 years. And when we got married, I told her, honey, quit your job. She says, oh, I can't quit my job. And I said, why? She says, because I've been there 8 years. I said, sweetheart, a lot of us make mistakes. See, understand things have changed. The one thing that's changed is the economy. When I was making a little bit of money back in the 70s, houses didn't cost very much. But see, you can't do it now. You can't. It was okay back then. It's not okay. People's salaries right now are doing this, and house prices are doing this. And if you don't get busy, you're not going to ever own a house if you don't own one right now. And that's why you need me. But I need you too. I need you to take action for yourself and your family and your children. Think about what they're up against. Do you know that if you don't start buying real estate right now, your kids will never own a house? See this chart? This is international money coming into the United States. The British, the Germans, and everybody else are investing like crazy. See that chart? And look at that chart. And tell me what you see. They're identical, aren't they? What it tells you is the more money that comes into the United States, the higher the house prices are going to be. And they're not stopping. Here's Los Angeles. They own it. They own it. It's not stopping, ladies and gentlemen. Please buy real estate, will you? Please, will you, sir? Will you buy real estate? I'm looking at you. Would you? Would you? Yeah. Doggone right. Would you? Would you buy real estate right now? You bet. Please. Whether you do it or whether you don't do it, I'm going to be frank, it's not going to change my life. I'm going to show you something that will make the biggest difference for your life and your children's life that you're ever going to believe. When my children turn 18 years old, I have a trust account set up. Every one of my kids, when they turn 18 years old, gets a free house. Free. And you know me, these houses aren't schlocky houses. I'm telling you right now, my kids are going to be well rewarded for being raised in our home. And when my sons bring in their wives into this beautiful free and clear house, and when my daughters bring their husbands into this beautiful free and clear house, that's my little way of blessing their life, making it a little bit easier on them. You got to, ladies and gentlemen, you got to. Look at what the poor kids are up against. You pay $1 million for a house, they're going to have to make $150,000 a year. They're going to have to put $400,000 down, get a loan for $600,000, and the poor kids' payments are going to be $6 grand a month. That's what they're up against. Come on, help them out. Wouldn't you love it if your grandchild someday said, boy, Grandma had foresight. You know, if it wasn't for Grandma just buying those 2 houses or whatever, we wouldn't even have a house. And look, we got a house. And all their friends don't have houses, but your kids do. Come on, do it. Buy some property. If I could give you a house for 50 grand, how many'd like that? Would you like that? I'll give you a house for 50. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Do I get a hand for that or what? Come on now. Come on now. Hey, let me show you something. I think you're going to love this. You saw what I made working for Beneficial Finance Company in 2 weeks, right? How would you like to see what it's like being an ultra manure and what you make in 2 weeks? Would you like to see what I make in 2 weeks now, would you? All right, watch this. This is the first check, 053, $46,183. Oh, and then a couple days later, I get this little check for $38,566. And then a couple days later, I get this check 048 for $46,149. That's over $130,000 cash in 2 weeks. Is that exciting, yes or no? Yes, it's exciting. Does it get you fired up a little bit? Boy, it does me, man. Sometimes I have trouble sleeping at night because I just lay awake and, wow, think about where are we going to go next? What are we going to do? It's fun. It's a fun life, man. Do it. Go for it. Have the best, drive the best, eat the best, drink the best, live the best. That's the way it is. That's America. Isn't it? That's right. My wife's all fired up, so she brings in these little checks from time to time. Then, on top of that, I got these guys around me that just won't let up. So we go in partners on little houses here and there and split some profits up. That's what it's all about. But when you add up all the money, then all of a sudden you realize something. It's a game, ladies and gentlemen. It's a game. It's the game of life. And it's not a dress rehearsal. This is the grand finale right now, and we're talking about your life. This is not a dress rehearsal. You will never live this moment again. If you burn up this moment, you'll never have it back. Please take advantage of while you're here and become the most that you can become, because this is the grand finale. Make it worthwhile. Make it exciting. I'll tell you something. It is worth it. Here, this is what I want you to do. I want you to get a list of these repossessed properties, and I'm going to give it to you. All right? Then I want you to get in your car, drive out there, and start looking at these houses. Now, let me show you how it works. Watch. This is the REO number. See the listing number? This is the address. This is what it is. This is where it's located. This is the suggested price. This is if they have any financing available. And always ask for financing even if they say no. This is who repossessed it. This is who you talk to. And this is the phone number. It can't be any easier than that. And you say, well, how many do you have, Dante? Well, I have almost 5,000 of them. It's like a phone book, ladies and gentlemen. These are all repossessions. And I want to ask you something. What do you think these contacts are worth? Those contacts took me 15 years to get. And if you don't think these contacts are the most valuable thing you ever saw in your life, I challenge you to go out and call Bank of America and try to get a list of their properties tomorrow. And you're going to find out something drastic. You call up and you say, hello, could I get a list of your REO properties? And they say, is that a new checking account we have? Say, what? No, REOs, you know, real estate owned. Oh, we don't have any. Oh, you don't have any. No, we don't have any. Oh, okay, well, let me talk to the manager. So then they transfer you over to the manager, and the manager says, hello? You say, wait, I think you better transfer me. No, I'm just kidding. So the manager says, we don't have any REOs. Say, you don't have any REOs. No. Say, well, what happened to the $14 billion worth of REOs you had here? Says, well, I never got a memo on it. Now, let me tell you something. Yeah, see that? After you go through this for a while, you are going to understand what a blessing I am giving you here. Because I am giving you almost 5,000 properties and all the contacts, all the phone numbers to get you directly into the REO departments, to get you directly to those real estate brokers that are handling these properties, to get you directly into these institutions so you're not wasting time. You can live your life two ways. You can make it tough, or you can make it easy. It's a personal decision. I choose to make mine easy. Get your hands on this book. I'm serious about this. You just run out there when we're done and get your hands on this book. We're only taking 100 people. That's it. 100 new associates. And the reason for it is because we have mentors and we personally service you. Okay? It's not hands away. It's come in. Our office is open right around the clock. We're a business. I have a beautiful conference room. You come up, we'll pick you up, we'll deliver you. We'll sit you down, we'll hammer out your deal, and we'll deliver you back. This is service, ladies and gentlemen, with a smile. Okay? With a smile. Also in the back, you're going to see stuff like this. Do you know what this is? Anybody ever seen one of these? Okay, this is FDIC's list of performing assets. In other words, when a bank fails, not all of the loans are bad. Okay, some of the loans are your home loans that you're still making payments on, and if you stop making payments, they'll take your house away from you. So they call up investors like me, and we come in and do what? That's right, we buy them. And would you believe me if I said we buy them at discounts? See? Okay, I want you to understand something. You know what this little piece of paper cost here? $100. Okay, 100 to 300 bucks they usually charge. You say, what? For that? Yes. Now, why do you think FDIC charges $100 to $300 for this little book? Because it takes the crowd from 5,000 people down to 500. See, people that aren't serious won't pay anything. People that are not serious in life want everything for free, and nothing in this world is free, and therefore they get nothing out of life. But the people that are willing to pay $100 for this, FDIC has found out that the crowd drops down, more people buy, it's a better environment, and they don't have to worry about the news media running in, causing this big convention scene because they're wholesaling out these notes. You want to buy a failed savings loan, you know what it cost you? $250,000 to get through the door in a cashier's check. Why is that? Same principle. They don't want everybody. They just want the serious people. So if you go to buy a savings loan and if you don't have a cashier's check for $250,000, you don't get in the door. But see, FSLIC says this. If these people don't have $250,000, they're not going to buy a savings loan anyway. All they're going to do is come down here and raise a big commotion about something and make a big upset and tell everybody that what's going on. We don't want that. What we want is serious people. Our organization is no different than this organization. I'm serious. If you're a serious investor, I want you. If you're not, don't bother me. My time is extremely valuable. I make lots of money, and I don't want to play. You get the hint? If you're serious, I'll help you. If you're not, don't mess with me. All right? Only join this organization if you're serious about buying real estate. Watch this. In the back of your book, I'm going to tell you about different places that you can buy wholesale real estate. One of them is bankruptcies. How many people would like to see how I made $1 million on one deal? Would you like to see it? Okay, watch how easy this one was. I called up this bank, or this trustee, who was an attorney out of Michigan, and I said, you got a bankruptcy going on. Do you have any real estate? He said, yes, Mr. Prano, we have one parcel. I said, what is it? He said, it's a 213-acre parcel. I said, where is it? He said, do you know where historic Columbia is in California? And I said, yes. He said, do you know where Jamestown is? And I said, yes. He said, this parcel is located halfway between Columbia and Jamestown off of Williamson Road. I said, okay, what's the story? He said, the story is we own it free and clear. He said, it's a bankruptcy, so we need all cash. And he says, and Dante, he said, we're going to need the money in 30 days or less. I said, okay, fine. What's the assessor's parcel number? He gave it to me. I went to the title company. I got a plat map. I drove out to the property. I see this property is all overlooking one of the largest lakes in California called Maloney's Reservoir. My mouth fell open. This was one of the nicest properties I'd seen in 5 years. I went to the planning commission. I said, sir, what can I do with this property? And the planner says, Mr. Prano, you can subdivide that one. Oh! 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 What a feeling. I knew that property raw was worth a couple $1 million, and when he said that, it was just like music to my ears. I go back to my office. I call him up on the telephone. I said, how much do you want for this property? He said, sir, I don't know. Make me an offer. I said, no, seriously, how much do you want for this property? He says, make me an offer. I don't know. I said, okay, fine. I hung the phone up. I called up these guys from Atari because they just sold to Warner Communications out of Los Angeles. I said, you guys got some money? I said, you want to do a deal? He says, what is it? And I said, it's a 213-acre parcel. We can subdivide it. It's overlooking Lake Maloney's. I said, it's a gorgeous thing. I said, it's a bankruptcy. I said, I don't know that much about bankruptcies. I said, but I understand that all I have to do is make an offer. He said, okay. He says, what are you going to offer? I said, I don't know. I said, how much money you guys got? He says, well, you know, we're all right. I said, well, okay, but no, seriously. Come on up and take a look at it and let's make a deal. He said, well, I can't, Dante. And I said, why not? He says, because I'm going to Toronto. I said, Toronto? And he said, yeah. I said, when are you coming back? He said, 2 weeks. Ooh, no. Not in this business, ladies and gentlemen. You can't wait. You can't wait 2 weeks. So I said, hey, listen, no, seriously, how much cash will you send me? He says, I'll throw in $100,000. I said, okay, fine. How much do you want me to offer? And he says, Dante, I got to go to Toronto. Goodbye. So he hung up the phone, and I thought, doggone it. It was close to 5 o'clock. I'm on the phone. I'm calling up other guys I know that have money, and all of them are on vacation, and nobody's available. You ever try to get a hold of people who are rich? They're hard to find. But anyway, I finally got a hold of this other guy, and he said, my money's all tied up in a money market account. I can't get rid of it because it's a CD, and I'll get paid. And I said, oh, forget it. So I sat there at my desk, and I thought, okay, here we go. What did I do? Wrote it up. What else? You got to write it up. How much did I offer? That's all I had. I thought they're going to laugh me out of Michigan, but who cares, right? So I write up the offer and I send it off. The attorney calls me about a week later and he says, Dante, we got your offer. And I said, yeah. He says, your offer's unacceptable. I said, yeah. He says, but listen, let me tell you what we did. I said, what'd you do? He says, we photocopied your offer and I passed it out to all the attorneys in our law firm this morning. I thought, oh, And he says, listen, he said, we came to the conclusion where we're going to go ahead and sell you this property for the price that you offered. My chair went up. I said, really? I said, well, then why did you say my offer's unacceptable? He says, well, we got this little problem. And I said, what's the problem? He says, attorney's fees. I said, I don't understand. He says, well, it's a bankruptcy, you know, and we've been working on it for a long time, and we run up all these attorney's fees. And he said, and this is the only property, you know, and it's like if you pay all the attorney's fees, we'll let you have it for $100,000. I said, oh, I get the idea now. I said, okay, so what's the story? I said, go ahead, how much do you got in attorney's fees? And the guy says, well, we've been thinking about it, and it's going to run you about $5,000 and some change. I said, wait a second, sir. I said, just hang on 1 second. I said, are we talking about this 213-acre parcel? He said, yes. I said, the one you own free and clear? He said, yes. And I said, and you'll give me a grant deed of insurable title through my title company for $105 and about $1,000 to close it. So for $106,000, you are going to give me the grant deed of insurable title to that 213 acres. He said, yes, sir, plus or minus some change. I said, well, I said that was more than I wanted to pay. I said, would you put that in writing? And he says, if it's acceptable, Mr. Pirano, he said, I'll have it in writing by this afternoon. I said, sir, that's acceptable. He says, okay. He says, Dante? And I said, yes. He says, it's been nice doing business with you. I says, well, it's been nice doing business with you too, sir. Call me anytime. Hey, so listen to this. I call up the guy's wife down in Los Altos Hills, and I said, is he there? And she goes, no, he's not here. He's in Toronto. I said, hey, when he comes back, I said, have him give me a call. She said, okay, okay. So he gets back, and he calls me on the phone. He says, hi, Dante? And I said, yeah. He says, you okay? And I said, yeah, why? He says, my wife thinks you're on dope. Oh, I said, yeah. I said, I was kind of excited when I called her. I said, guess what? I said, we bought the property. And he goes, oh, good. I said, no, 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 you didn't hear me. I said, we bought the property. He says, you and me. I said, yeah. He said, for $100,000? And I said, $106,000 and something. He says, I don't believe you. I said, you don't believe me. He said, no. I said, okay, you get in your little turbo Carrera and come up here and check it out. So he comes up to my office, I get in the car, we drive down on the property, I have the plat map. I said, okay, stop the car. He says, right here, stop the car. I said, yes. Right, Don, this is the, I said, this is, Dante, come on. I said, this is the property. I shoved the plat map over. He looks at it and he says, I'll be doggone. He said, oh, where's the title company? He still didn't believe me. We go down to the title company. He walks in, goes to Wanda. He says, show me that escrow file. She looks at me, and I said, sure, go ahead. He brings out the escrow file. He sits down. He's an engineer, you know. He sits down. He's going through it, page by page. Finally, he closes the file, and he goes, you did. I said, I told you I did. He goes, okay. Pulls out his personal checkbook. He says, how much is this to close it right now? She says about $108,000 and something. He writes the check, slides it over, goes to stand up. I grab him by the shoulder, down. He says, what? I said, my partnership agreement. I said, I've already signed it too. Shh. Slide it. He signs the partnership agreement. We slide that right over into the title company, and that's it. Up comes, boom, Heavenly Hills. I took that 213-acre parcel. I broke that thing into 24 different parcels ranging from 5 to 37 acres in size. And ladies and gentlemen, I didn't make $1 million on this one. I made $1.4 million. You like this? You gotta like it, man. It's great. Now listen, listen to this. This property used to be located on Williamson Road, right? It's now located on Dante Drive. Oh, you gotta do it once in your life, okay? Okay, now watch this. My wife and I just built a nice home right out here at the end of the road. My driveway leading up to this house is 1.25 miles long. We still have, listen to this, we still have 5 5s and 2 10s. We have 46-acre estate out there with the gates. It's just gorgeous. If you're ever up there, I want you to go take a look at this because this will show you what can be done. You just got to believe it. That's all. Let yourself succeed. Just let it happen to you. You know, I see people fight success so much, and they don't want to do nothing, all that. Come on, let it happen to you. You know, there's a lot of people around you that would really appreciate if it happened to you. You know what I mean? You know, they're all rooting for you. Just go do it. I read this, and this made me sad, okay? And what happened was there was a black man that lost his job, okay? And this is out of the Wall Street Journal. And my wife, she said, Dante, why are you upset today? And I said, because this poor man that lost his job tried to get another job for 8 months and 2,500 phone calls. 8 months and 2,500 phone calls. Ladies and gentlemen, do you know that if this man gave me 8 months of his life and 2,500 phone calls, he'd never work again? See, but he's programmed into working. You know, that's what college is all about. College isn't about getting rich. College is about learning how to work for somebody else. You know, don't do that. Please, don't do that. You know, look at me. I'm 33 years old. Okay, I'm having the time of my life. You can ask anybody around me. They have never seen anybody as happy as me. I'm never down. I don't need to be down. Why would I? You know what I'm saying? We go as we want. We have fun when we want. You ever come up to my office and look around, it's going to blow your mind. Sometimes I come to work in a jog suit, you know. Sometimes I don't come to work at all. You know, it just don't matter. You know, what matters to me is that we live right next to a yacht harbor. I have my boat out there, and my wife and I from time to time just walk across the road there, get on our yacht, and out we go. Okay? And then we come back whenever. And that's the life I want to live. But listen to what I'm going to tell you right now. That's the life I chose to live because I came from a poor family in a broke town where everybody said for me to work at the box factory. And I wouldn't listen to him. Thank God I wouldn't listen to him. Look at this guy having fun. His name was Bob Burns. And Bob Burns goes and buys a house for $4,000 and plans to charge it on 2 Visa cards. Not a bad deal, right? Now somebody that doesn't understand would read that and go, oh, that's good. I read that and holy smoke. So I go down, meet with the agency. I say, hey, you got any more homes? They said, yes. I said, how many? They said, 69,000. I said, what? They said, yes, our agencies have taken back 69,000 homes. How much money do you have? I said, not that much. I said, but give me a few minutes. Man, I went back and I said, gang, guess what? I said, I have just died and gone to heaven. I said, I have stumbled into the most incredible thing on earth. I said, for cash, they're willing to discount these properties. So we started going in and buying 10, 20, 50, 100 at a time, just knocking that price down to rock bottom. Then we developed our hot sheet program, and there's where the properties are. You can actually buy these properties for the dollar amounts that's stated in here. I have 52 properties available, mostly houses, mostly single-family residential houses. There's also duplexes, fourplexes, eightplexes. Listen to this. I have a beautiful 8-unit apartment building right now. Listen to this deal. They're in perfect condition. It's 100% occupied. The income, I think, is about $2,500 a month, plus minus, okay? What's the price? $150,000. 20% down, no qualifying on the loan. You don't even have to qualify for the loan. Just put 20% down and you can have this apartment building. You like that? Hey, listen, on top of that, listen, yeah, you can, yeah, no problem. Now listen, on top of that, there's a beautiful swimming pool, okay, with this 8-plex. So if you visit your project, you just stay in one of your units if there's a vacancy, and if not, just lay out by the pool. Just don't tell anybody you own it. If you're laying out there by the pool, that's not something you ever advertise. Your property manager says XYZ Corporation owns this, just leave it that way. See, you shouldn't ever touch your properties. And in fact, if you have blisters on your hands, you've blown it in the real estate business. The lazier you are in the real estate business, the more money you'll make. People that buy a property and they go work on it and banging nails and oh golly, you got to be kidding me. That's like work. Ugh. What you want to do is buy a property, get yourself a professional property management. We have professional property managers that manage all of our properties. If you want a referral and if you buy a property or something like that, we'll turn you over to our professional property management. Our company doesn't make any money on professional property management. We'll just suggest that you use a certain person that we've had good luck with. And if you use them, great. And if you say, no, I want to manage my own, well, do that if you want. You say, Dante, this sounds so good, man. I'm ready to go. And I said, what's holding you back? I don't have no money. Oh, geez. Don't let a little thing like that stop you. Just call up Grandma. There's Grandma. I am literally going to open up my computer to you. I have $600 million in cash. There is no possibility on the face of this earth that I can place that amount of money. I can't. If I tried to do it, I'll tell you what would happen. You ever seen a mutual fund that pulls in $600 million and then these guys run out and do all these dumb deals and end up losing everybody's money? I won't do that. I refuse to do that. I will only place your money in something that I believe is a good deal for you. Therefore, I have people throwing money at me all day long, and I'm telling them, hold tight. I'll put this MLS book, an REO guide, this is strictly repossessions. I'll put it in the hands of a group of people that are serious. These people will lock up a deal. They will call you on the telephone. They'll tell you what they have. If you want to do it, go ahead and do it. Enter into a partnership agreement that I will give you in this black case. If they don't want to do it, then you move right on to the next investor, because believe me when I tell you, I have hundreds of pages of investors. You don't have a problem with that. The only thing I want you to do is think about it this way. Give these people positive cash flows, discounted properties, quality locations, very little or no deferred maintenance, hopefully government guaranteed rent. Take care of them. Because if you take care of these people, and a crazy thing is going to happen. People, all of a sudden, the word's going to get out, and they're going to be calling you instead of you calling them, and your business is just going to go crazy. Just like mine has done. This is my third big success story. And every success story in my life that I have had are all based on the same principles. Put the people first, and then do the deal. Okay? And you'll always be successful if you put the people first. Don't talk to these people about $1-million houses in Malibu with $7,000 a month negative cash flows. Talk to them about fourplexes that they can buy that have incomes of, like we were talking about, $1,000 to $1,200 a month. Properties that they can buy, with very limited exposure. Look at, let me show you something here. Come on. Here, come on, thing, work. Geez, what happened there? There we go. I think I got it going. Now watch, I'm going to show you something here. All right, this is an example of those of you that join the organization right now, today. We only have 3 of these left. All right, I had 12 of them. This stuff sells really fast. I think that we have sold almost 60 properties since we came to town. This is in 2 days. Okay, now listen, these are going to go fast. I think I got 3 of them left. These are 2-bedroom, 1-baths, and this building is only 6 years old. It's right next to a new shopping center, and it also has a bank next door, and it has a new restaurant right next door. In the city, on a 1 to 10 scale, it's a 10, all right? These are rented for about $300 per month. The income for this fourplex is around $1,000 to $1,200 per month. What do you think the price is? Now, this is only 6 years old. What do you think the price is? 60 grand. I'll give them to you for $60,000. Okay, you're going to want to talk to Mark. Mark is, write that down. Mark is the person you want to talk to if you want to get involved in this particular deal. I think we have 3 of them left. We have professional property management set up for them, and all you have to do is take advantage. Understandably, your best opportunities in investing in real estate are going to be properties with little or no deferred maintenance, a good rental history, in a prime location. That's what you're looking for. If you secure this thing for $60,000, you bring in your grandma, she pays the money, and if you split it with her, you automatically have a cash flow of what, $500 or $600 per month. She's getting $500 or $600 per month, so in essence, she's getting what? Around 12% on her money. This is just rough numbers, and you end up making $500, $600 a month, and all you did was put the 2 of them together. So if on one side I feed you with these properties, and on the other side, if I feed you with the investors, what do you need to do? Just sit and make deals. That's what you need to do. Just sit down and make deals, all right? Now, I got about 52 of these properties available in this hot sheet, and that is the reason that I'm limiting the number of new associates to 100. That's it. And yesterday, you can imagine what happened out here. All right? I'll tell you ahead of time. You're going to have to make your move if you want to get involved with us. Then, next Saturday afternoon, for those of you that get involved, at the Marriott, write this down, at the Marriott Hotel, LAX, Marriott Hotel, LAX, and this is only for the serious people that get going with us. We got a workshop for you, free of charge. We're flying everybody in, and we're going to spend a day with you to get you into these properties, okay? Now, you cannot buy a property from us that you do not physically see first. You got to go see it first. When you go to see that property, you have to take this inspection guide with you, and the inspection guide is going to show you how to properly examine this property to make sure that you're making the right decision, okay, on purchasing it to begin with. Then after you've inspected the property thoroughly by using this inspection guide, then we'll allow you to go ahead and close the escrow, and it's now your property. And you'll end up with a 100% ownership position in this property for simply being associated with our organization and being exposed to this particular property. All right, turn to the last page of your handout quickly. Let me show you how this works, because I'm going to get you right into it right now. We have developed a system, and this is the system on making this program work. The very first thing I want you to do is I want you to go into your hot sheets. And I want you to see if there's any houses in here or duplexes or whatever that you want. And I want you to tell my guys what you want, all right? I have 3 people here. Mark's here for intermediates, Steve's here for advanced, and Kevin's here for you beginners that are just starting out. You go through your hot sheet and decide what you want to purchase, and then you inform them, and then they'll sit down with you and give you more details about it, and then you guys can get together on making it happen, all right? And next Saturday afternoon at the Marriott Hotel in LAX, we'll actually go through actual transactions and show you how it's done, and you're also going to meet all kinds of people that are involved with our company that are just making a lot of money, frankly, and having a lot of fun. You're going to have a chance to meet them and talk to them about their experiences with us. I'm listed with Dun & Bradstreet. We have the top rating. I'm a 7-digit company. I have perfect credit. I mean, we're squeaky clean, okay? I've been a broker for 15 years, never had a violation, never been sued. No, I don't have any problems. I don't like to live my life with any problems. And I won't ruin my reputation over a house. If you get involved with me and we're going through the escrow, and if you change your mind for any old reason, I'll tear your check up, throw the contract away, forget it, and we'll go on to the next deal. How's that? Can I be any fairer than that? You're not going to lose any money going through the escrow with us, because if your mother-in-law doesn't like the color of the house, you can back out and I'll give you your money back. I don't even care, okay? All I want to do is see you happy. I want to see you buying some real estate. Now, the next question that comes to everybody's mind all the time is, Dante, why would you do this? Because I don't want this. What I want is this. That's my specialty. See, if you're dealing in projects of 8 digits or above, you get me. You step under $10 million and you're going to deal with Steve, and then you're going to deal with Mark, and then you're going to deal with Kevin. But if you jump into a project that's over $10 million, I'll come right in, because that's my specialty. I want big stuff. You don't become a billionaire by messing around with small stuff for very long. You jump into the big stuff and get with it. And that's how you make $1 billion. Millionaires are a dime a dozen. Billionaires, a little harder to get there. All right? Okay. In this hot sheet, you may not see anything that you want. Now, the one reason is because we don't choose the locations, the banks do. When we go into an institution, all we ask them is, do you have a bunch of houses you want to get rid of? They say yes. We say, if we're willing to pay cash, and will you discount them by whatever, 50%? They say yes. We just buy them all up, and we shove them in this book. That's the way it works. So I don't have any control over that, other than I put them in here for you to go out and see, and if you want it, you can have it, and if you don't want it, don't worry about it. If you don't want it, then you go into this book. Now, this is the MLS and REO guide, and what it is we have almost 5,000 properties in here. It's like a telephone book. You go into this next. You get in your car, you go out here around this area, and you find these properties through the addresses that I give you, and you look at them. If you want to buy it, make your offer directly to that lender or that lender's representative, and bingo, you now own a property. That's the way it works. Some of the properties are represented by real estate brokers. Get to know those guys because they're representing that bank. And every time the bank gets a property, they list it with the same broker. If you build a relationship with the broker, he'll call you first. See? If you bought a property, listen to me. If you bought a property in Los Angeles and you just got a little 5% discount on a $200,000 house, how much did you just make? $10,000. You see? So don't be worried about 50% discounts in Malibu, because you probably won't get it. You'll wait 3 years and the price will double when you could have bought it for 50% today. You see what I'm driving at? Do it. Just go for it. But just make sure that you're getting a reasonable discount for the area in which you're buying properties. That's all. It's simple. Then move on to number 2. Go to the banks that have the largest problems. That's this publication. Take your yellow highlight pen. It'll take you about 15 minutes. Go through this book, pull out all the banks that are in trouble, call them up, and ask them for a list of the properties that they have available. The reason I do this for you is because you could get the jump on me. And if you get the jump on me, you'll find out about a property before anybody else, including me, which is great. Let's say that you called the bank the day after they repossessed a property. I may not even know that they just repossessed that property. But because you were a little bit aggressive, and because you called that bank on the phone, you now got the deal. Isn't that something? Go on to number 3, Lenders and Brokers Directory. Your Lenders and Brokers Directory, now this is a little piece of gold. This is every PPB and CFL lender in the state of California. Every single one. And all I want you to do is, once again, take a yellow highlight pen, go through your Lenders and Brokers Directory, and I want you to highlight every one in an area, where you're interested in investing. Just highlight those. You call them up on the telephone, you say, do you make real estate loans? They say yes, get a copy of their delinquent summary and their REO list, and bingo, start making offers and buying property. In the Lenders and Brokers Directory, I want you to be aware of something. In the state of California, they just came out with this thing. You guys beware. It's called the rights of rescission. It's a law in California. I think California is the only state that has this. If you buy a delinquent summary property and you don't have these 3 little forms signed that I give you in this book, they can take the house away from you up to 2 years later. I know it. It's sad. And what happens is this. You buy the delinquent summary property, and then they contest the sale in court, and then the judge deeds you out of your property. Can you believe this? But if you have these 3 little papers signed, believe it or not, you have these 3 little papers signed, when the judge says they're contesting the sale, you hand him these papers, and he says, case dismissed. You guys had a chance. Yeah, come on, let's go on to the next deal. Chances are they'll throw it right out of court. So please don't buy delinquent summary properties without these 3 forms being filled out. And I'll give you a detailed explanation on how to fill them out properly. There's only 3 places you need to make an insert and 1 signature. It's simple as pie, but it's the law. It's this California law. Pay attention to that, okay? All right, move on. Step number 2, examine the property. All right. I put the course on tapes because some people want to listen rather than read a whole bunch when they're starting out. So this is the way the tapes work. the first thing that we're going to teach you on the tapes is how to use your MLS and REO guide quickly and easily, all right? Because that's where the properties are, and we just want to get you in there buying right off the bat. Okay, the second tape here will teach you how to set your partnership up. The third tape is going to teach you rules of thumb and yields and investing. This tape is Pyramid Development Company if you decide to build something or do an add-on. But when you get to this fifth tape, I want you to stop right there. The reason for it is this is called the competitive advantage. The competitive advantage is designed so you can wipe your competition out by doing something that nobody knows. How I came across this is I used to go to these trustee sales, and there was a retired guy there, and every time we'd get into this trustee situation, he'd walk away with the property. And I thought, how is he doing that? Well, thank goodness he was Italian, and I asked him, I said, you like wine? And he says, sure, I like wine. I said, okay. I said, I got a 5,000 square foot mansion with a wine cellar in it that's unbelievable. I said, why don't you come over and see my wine cellar? He says, okay. So he comes over there, and I pulled out a 1959 Bordeaux, popped the thing, let it air out a little bit, and he goes, whoa, I like that. I said, you bet. I said, how about a 61? Pop that out, let him drink a little of that. After 2 bottles of wine, I got the strategy, thank God. Okay, now listen. Boy, he would have drank all my fine wine if I wouldn't have got with it. What he talked to me about was this. It goes 90, 21, 16, and 5. Now that is his strategy. He claimed that from this point to this point you didn't do anything but 5 days. You played the trustor, the trustee, and the beneficiary all against one another. I said, oh my goodness, I can't believe it. That is so good, I can't believe it. So anyway, I dictated to you exactly what our conversation consisted of so that you can take advantage of an opportunity to go to a trustee sale, buy a property without ever making a bid, and you got your price, your terms, and everything, and you blew everybody at the sale away, and they didn't even know what happened. It's really good. It's so good. Okay, now here, wait a second, hang on. Here's property management. Those of you that are just buying your first piece of property, this will show you how to manage it, and these 2 tapes will show you how to write a buyer's purchase contract. A buyer's purchase contract is different than one that's geared for the sellers because you want to be able to make purchase contracts without losing money, right? Okay, this will show you how to make lots of offers and never lose a dime in case the deal goes sour, all right? And that's what I want to show you how to do because you got to be aggressive, but you can't be so aggressive you're losing money, right? You got to be aggressive in the right area and make sure that the offers that you're presenting give you the ability to not complete the contract, but you don't lose any money in the process because, see, real estate is a growing and learning experience, and I want you to have a pleasant experience when you're going through real estate investing, okay? All right, that's how the tapes work. Okay, let's go on. Let's get going here. All right, Investor's Inspection Guide. We've already talked a little bit about that. The Investor's Inspection Guide was designed so you can go look at these properties or the properties that you're out there looking at and properly inspect it to make sure that it's a good investment for you, and this is the Investor's Inspection Guide. Move on to step number 3. Locate the money. The first thing I want to do is talk to you about a credit loop. When I was in the finance business, I had trouble sometimes loaning money because I had auditors. So the company taught me a thing that was called a credit loop. So I could take a customer in, and I had to turn them down on the loan initially, right, because they didn't put on their application what beneficial wanted to see. So I got them into a credit loop, and after we worked the institutions, all right, then they came back in and I could give them the money. Isn't that something? And do you know that when you apply for a loan, that it's based on how many points? Did you know that? Yeah. Well, I'll show you the point structure, and I'll show you how to add up all your points where you can go in and get loans. It's really hot. It's really great. Here we go. National Networking Directory is item number 7. The National Networking Directory is GRAMA. Just put GRAMA out alongside that. Now, that's right. This is where the investors are. You got to call in for this. The reason for it is we update it daily. So when you call our office and ask for a list of investors, we'll give you a fresh list of investors, okay? We don't want to give you old information. We update all of our materials all the time, okay? And the networking is the most important one. Number 8, syndicating single-family houses. This is the book I told you that I went out and I bought all these books for you. I'm going to include it in the materials because I want you to read this. This lady did a beautiful job, and she's going to show you how to use opium. Not opium, OPM, excuse me. There we go. All right, she's going to show you how to use other people's money. All right? Okay, here we go. Purchase the property. Buyer's, mentors, and brokers contract is located in the front of your hot sheet here. When you want to buy a property, all you do is sign this paper saying, I need help, and the mentors, they come in and they help you. The next thing is the special buyer's purchase contract is located in this black case. And this is the purchase contract that's designed for you, buyers, instead of sellers. Okay? The next thing is the joint venture partnership agreement. It's about 23 pages long. It's located in your black case. And listen, when you're going through your partnership agreement, I want you to call up the panel of attorneys. We're going to give you an 800 number. The 800 number is going to cost you $10 to hook up and $16 flat fee per month, unlimited. These attorneys represent Bishop Hawk. They represent Coldwell Banker. They're located out of Sacramento. This is a high-powered legal firm. They're real estate attorneys. When you call them up on the telephone, you tell them what your real estate situation is. They guide you into a specialist, and they answer your questions right over the telephone. If you get into a meeting, if you don't know what you're doing, ask to be excused to go to the bathroom, get on the pay telephone, call the 800 number, find out the answer, and go back into the meeting and do the deal. It's unlimited, ladies and gentlemen, unlimited. You could call 100 times a day if you want. Just make sure that everything you're doing is right. They'll review your documents up to 6 pages. Our purchase contracts are 4 pages. So if you want, once a purchase contract is written and you don't know whether you should sign it or not, you just fax it into the law firm approves it, they fax it back to you, you sign it, and you're home base. You see, make it easy on yourself. Don't make investing tough. It's not tough. Okay, here we go. Renovate the property. Now you bought it and you go, geez, I'm the proud owner of this property. Now what do I do? Okay. Well, you got to fix it up, all right? You got to fix it up for 2 reasons. One is you got to fix it up either to sell it or you have to fix it up to rent it. And let me show you how to do that inexpensively. I'll show you how to get competitive bids. I'll show you how to break the house into components. I'll show you how to work with contractors and everything. I'm going to ask you to do something here. I'm going to ask you to read. Please, please read this. You just have no idea what blood, sweat, and tears I put into this to put this program together. And if you don't read it, it's just all going to go to waste, okay? It's quality. It's first class. Everything in my life is first class. If it isn't, I won't do it. All right? It's good. It's the best. This is the best of the best. This is the Rolls Royce. And we're proud of it. We got a dynamic company, and we want to keep it that way, all right? Okay, let's move on. The California Connection. The California Connection is all my contacts for California. If you want to build this building, I got contacts. If you want to put in a shopping center, I can help you build a shopping center. Whatever. This all started a while back when my mentor, Bing, said we're going to build a commercial building at the corner of Industrial Drive and Highway 108 in Sonora, California. I was 22 years old. I didn't know how to build a commercial building. He said, you don't need to. I said, what do I do? He said, just call up all these guys that I know and they'll do everything for you. I said, what? So I called up these guys, and if you want to see the most beautiful building in that city, I challenge you to drive by that building today and tell me that we didn't do the most exciting job you ever saw. And I was 22 years old, just a little kid. I never built a building, okay? But you can do it if you have the right contacts. I took a husband and his wife that had done subdivisions for 35 years. I called them on the phone and I said, I'll fly anywhere in the world and pay for dinner for you and your wife if you'll just tell me who does all the work on your projects. We ended up in the La Virage in Walnut Creek. Over dessert in 1 hour, I probably saved $1 million because the man told me who did his road work and who did everything else. Here was the most successful subdivider in that community that disclosed all of his contacts to me. You're going to find out in the real estate business that these contacts are terribly important if you want to go places and do big things. Now, rewards to redevelopment. I want you to concentrate in this publication on a thing that's called CDBG. CDBG is the government's way of giving you free money. It's a program, an umbrella program that was set up. When I went to Stockton and started investing, I did 4 buildings. I did the corner of Lincoln and Oak. I did the corner of Van Buren and Oak. I did Sonora Street, and I did one over on Flora Street. Big buildings. I still own all these buildings, big apartment buildings. In fact, if you ever come to Stockton and if you want to see what I own, I'll tell you a little secret. They're Monopoly cards. They're Monopoly cards. You drive around the city, and every building you see with a Monopoly card on it that says Boardwalk Apartments, Park Place Apartments, Oriental Avenue Apartments, and it looks like a piece of Monopoly. You know the cards? Those are all the buildings I own. Drive around the city and you'll check it out. To me, it's a game. That's all it is, a game, all right? We're just playing big-time Monopoly, that's all. But after I'd done these 4 buildings, the city approached me and said, "Who are you?" I said, "A crazy Italian that came to town to have some fun." They said, "You want some money?" I said, "I always want more money." They said, "What about some free money?" I said, "What about the free money?" "Yeah, show me." He said, "Well, we have a CDBG program, and we noticed that you're dumping thousands and thousands of dollars into rehabbing properties when we'll give you all that money for free." I said, "What?" So on the Anderson Street property, they gave me $5,000. On the Wizard duplex I showed you, they gave me $10,000. Fourplex, $20,000. All free money. No payback. Just free money. And I thought, geez, the price was right. You know, why not? Let's do it. So anyway, I want you to concentrate on CDBG financing in this publication, and I'll show you how I get that money. Also, Los Angeles, Oakland are demonstration cities. That's incredibly important. I want you to understand what a demonstration city is, because you're going to get more opportunities in those 2 cities than any other place in California, okay? Los Angeles, Oakland, demonstration cities. Just make a mental note of that. Let's move on. Item number 15 is your inspection guides when you're ready to sell the property. Item number 16, I want you to sell the property yourself without using realtors. And item number 17 is called Terms That Earn, which is a real estate dictionary that I want you, instead of reading People magazine or that other stuff, I want you to learn about hypothecation and subordination and collateral guarantees and all that kind of stuff, real estate jargon. Okay? And once you understand a little bit more about the lingo, you're just going to be a much better real estate investor by reading this. Okay? That's all there is to it. For those of you, because I'm so confident that you're going to make a fortune, I'm going to give you my tax strategies. These are 1031 tax-deferred exchanges. There's historic tax credits in here. And what do you think the icing on the cake is? See, yeah, that's right. That's right. Low-income housing tax credits. I show you where to apply, who to talk to, and what to say, and everything is so good. You'll get so excited after a while, you just won't be able to sit still. That's all there is. And listen, let me show you this. You're going to like this. In the back of this publication, there are 500 different ways to save off your current taxes right now. Do you know that Beneficial used to do people's income taxes? And the way that they beat the competition was by this checklist of 500 ways to save people's taxes, and that's how they used to beat H&R Block and everybody else, because they had a checklist they used to go through to make sure that you were deducting everything you possibly could. You want them? Here's the 500 checklist that you can use right now. And just this checklist right here will probably save you $1,000 to $5,000 off of your income tax next year in money that you normally would have gave the federal government. And I'm going to throw that in as a bonus. Okay. Hey, listen. I know that's a lot of stuff, but I want to tell you something. Everything is here for a reason. It's all there for a reason. The price is $4.99. Okay. Now, let me tell you something. I don't encourage you to do it, all right, at $4.99. And I'll tell you why. It's because we have an executive program at $6.95. And let me tell you the difference. The $4.99, and all that does is buy books. I don't want you to be just buying books. I want you to go for the gusto. I'll give you the 3 mentors. This is the executive. 3 mentors plus 90-day follow-up plus workshop next weekend at the LAX, free for you, Saturday afternoon. That's the LAX Marriott Hotel for all you that sign up right now. And MLS and REO guide plus hot sheets delivered to your house for the next 3 months. Now tell me who can beat that. Now let me show you. For the next 3 months, you're going to get one now. And we'll probably send you the current issue, which is the update. And then on the 1st of next month, you're going to get a fresh hot sheet and a fresh list of properties that have been repossessed. On the 1st of the next month, you're going to get another hot sheet and another fresh list. On the 1st of the next month, you're going to get another hot sheet and another fresh list. And I'm going to tell you something. After you've looked at 4 of these with probably 200 or 300 that we have locked up that we'll just turn over to you, and after you've looked at probably 15,000 properties here at billions of dollars in repossessions, if you haven't bought anything, then you didn't want to. It's impossible to be involved with us and not buy real estate. For the first 100 people that hit that table, you get $100 off. It's $5.95 to you. Because procrastination is the language of the poor. God bless all of you for coming. I'll see the serious people at the table. Thanks.
How many of you in this room right now are making enough money? Can I see your hands? Wait a minute. Now, folks, this is what I'm trying to, the point I'm trying to make in this country is, seriously, if we don't do something right now to start changing and really start going for our dreams, then you know what we're going to have when we end up? And I'll tell you why I got into the real estate business. Back in 1979, my mother and father about that time were just about ready to retire, and I literally saw my mother go out to the mailbox and pull out a Social Security check. How many of you get a Social Security check right now? Can I see your hands? Nobody in here? Nobody's old enough yet. Well, you do, sir. Now, sir, I'll bet you know it. Oh, there's another lady in the back. Let me ask you something, ma'am. Do you know the exact day that you get that check when it comes in the mail? Oh, you got it before you left, yeah. Why? Too many people lift it out of the mailbox. Hey, that's really good. You know, it used to disgust me because, you know, I was a hard worker when I was in my early 20s. I was a real hard worker, but I never had any money. And when I saw my mother and father go down and grab that check out of that mailbox, that Social Security check, and it was like $972. By the time they bought groceries, paid the insurance, paid a couple medical bills, they absolutely had zero, nothing. And I thought to myself, well, wait a minute. And I sat out in the garden with my father, who's an Italian gardener, and I said, Dad, is this what this is all about? I mean, you know, I went to college for a few years. I was going to play for the New York Mets, play baseball, but I really didn't like that because then, you know, then somebody controls you. I was always kind of independent. My dad says, Dave, this is it, man. I worked like, you know, 30-some years hard driving the truck, and this is it, and I can't believe it. And folks, seriously, my father told me, I never knew his business, but he said he had $1,000 in the bank. And then all of a sudden it started dawning on me that here are my hardworking parents. My mother worked in a dress shop. My father was in construction. They went to work every day. They never missed a job, you know, one day of work. And they had absolutely $1,000 to their name in this dumb check coming in. And I told my father, I says, Dad, I am not going to do this. He says, Dave, let me tell you something. He says, when I was your age, I had dreams of doing great things, of making great fortunes. And he says, everybody's got those. But he says, I have to admit to you one thing. I never went for my dreams. And I said, what do you mean? He says, I always held back and said, well, no, I don't think I can do that. I better not try that. Because he was a little scared to, you know, to go for it. He said, Dave, I'm going to tell you right now, if I had my life to live over again, he said, I would go for it all the way. And he says, that's what I want you to do. Now, folks, I was standing there in the garden with my father with Levi's on, and I didn't have 10 cents to my name. I didn't have $500 because, you know, I had no credit. I had nothing. And I realized from that point that I had to find a way to make some money. So, folks, I found out some first of all, how many of you are serious in here about changing your life and doing something different? All right, and it shows because you're here, and what gets me is there are thousands of people in Los Angeles and all over this country that are in New York. We filled up Madison Square Garden in New York. People came in there, they're not happy with what they're doing, and so my question to you is this: why are you doing it? Why are you doing it? How many of you have a dumb, boring job? Can I see your hands? Folks, listen, just get rid of it. I'm serious. I know that sounds crazy, doesn't it? But I am serious. Don't sit there and stay at that job and then find yourself in the position like my mother and father. I want to show you some facts and figures, folks. And this just blows my mind because as I started studying and finding out what was going on in this country, I couldn't believe it. There are the highest paying jobs in America today. I want you to see if your job is up there. What are you laughing at? A surgeon is number one. Now, folks, to become a surgeon, you would make, your average income right now would be $164,724. You'd have to go to 3 or 4 years of college, 4 years of medical school, and you'd have to spend 3 to 8 years in advanced training. And by the way, the doctors borrow the money and go in debt to go to all that school. And when they get out, they have to work for years before they can ever get out of debt. And then they start making money. Isn't that unbelievable? Now, I want you to calculate in your mind, now this is one of the highest paying jobs in America. If you make $164,000 gross a year and you subtract 40% for taxes, and after taxes, what do you have left? How much is 40% of 164? Any good mathematicians in here? About $65,000? Or something, that's what the 40% would be, so you'd end up with around $100,000, right? Now, folks, after you make your Mercedes payment and your house payment in Beverly Hills, as the doctors do, the first thing they do is go out and buy a big car and a nice house, right? And after you pay all of your insurance payments and your malpractice, what do you think you have left over? Can anybody tell me? 20 bucks, she says. Almost $20. Actually, you have to borrow a little bit to get out of debt each year. Okay? Now, I know this sounds ridiculous, and by the way, what ends up happening is the doctor does borrow a little bit every year, and about every 5 or 10 years, he realizes that his house that he bought made more money than he made, so he refinances it and pays all of his bills off. The real estate always bails everybody out, okay? Well, anyway, the bottom line is you can take your pick up there, and if you go down to a pharmacist at $32,000 a year, an optometrist at $34,000, an architect at $38,000, folks, that is, in today's real life, is almost poverty. And in fact, it's ridiculous because the way the system is set up, it's taking all of our time, draining all of our energy, and we're getting nothing. Except there are some people in America that are making fortunes. And who are these people? Dave Del Dotto, he says. You got that right, buddy. But it actually is people in real estate. Now listen, I was no genius to figure out, it takes no genius to figure that out. And I got so sick of working in the construction business. So I just got to show you this. I love looking at this because when I look back over the years, look at that. That's my truck. And that's my little drywall rig. You want to see a close-up of that? Sarah Drywall. There's my old phone number. By the way, the house behind that was the first house that I bought. And I used no money, no credit, no nothing. And I learned a little bit about that first transaction, and from that transaction I went to about 4,000 other transactions after this one. And all I did, folks, was realize that all of a sudden the real estate business provides a way for anybody if they're willing to work. How many of you work hard at your job right now? Folks, you don't realize this, and what I want to do is wake you up to this fact. Do you know that if you took the same energy and time that you're spending at your job and you channeled it into the real estate business, you can't help but get rich? It automatically happens because you're in the right business. I stopped a Mercedes-Benz one day. I said, "Sir, please roll down your window." He rolled down the window. He says, "What do you want?" I said, "Listen, I'm dirty. I got jeans on. Could you tell me what business you're in?" He said, "Real estate." I said, "Thank you very much, sir. I'll see you someday." Folks, I ran down, got my real estate license in California, the very first thing, started learning everything I could. I read every book that I could. I went to the library. How many of you are spending money on books out here and you're just about broke right now? I did the same thing. I did the exact same thing, but what you don't realize is that'll be the best investment that you will ever make if you use that information. It'll just, one transaction. Folks, the reason I'm so excited about this business is I started buying that one little bitty house, a single family house, and from there, the transactions I'm involved in now are $4 million, $5 million, $6 million. Can you imagine getting a check for $4 million cash? I mean, can you imagine that? I mean, it's mind-blowing, but it's only because it's the real estate business. Now, what I did learn was this, and reading the books that I read, I studied one man's life in particular, which was very interesting. That man, this is before he actually became very famous. His name was Donald Trump. Donald Trump was born in a household where his father, Fred, was a builder and a real estate investor, and Fred built low-income units. And all Fred did was teach little Donald, Donald, if you want to make money, he said, stick with the government and take advantage of all the government programs that are available because the government will make you rich. And Donald said, I understand, Father, I understand. Well, Donald took $250 million that his father had got, had built up to that point, and most of it was in equities, and he leveraged that into over $1 billion. And today, as you know, he's buying airlines and casinos and everything else, and he's going where all the cash flows are, okay, where there's a lot of cash flow. But Donald started with single-family houses using government programs, okay? Now, I thought to myself, well, if Donald did that, then I read another article about another man in New York. Who are the people, the Helmsleys? Have you heard about them recently? Leona Helmsley and her husband, Harry. Harry Helmsley owns more real estate than anybody in this nation. I think he's got over 100,000 rental units right now. Can you imagine collecting that rent? There was a big article in the New York Times about how Harry had built his fortune. If you get a chance, dig that article up. You know how he did it, folks? You'll never believe this. Buying tax sale property. Now, my question is this. There have been fortunes built in real estate in this country throughout the years. Do you think you and I could just study what those people have done and see what applies in the 1980s and the 1990s and just copy what they do? Do you think we can make our first fortune doing that? Yes or no? We sure can, folks. As a matter of fact, all of the programs that Donald Trump has used and the techniques that he uses, by the way, till this day, he uses none of his own money. He uses partnerships, has everybody else put up all the money for him. He uses government programs, and he buys distressed real estate. It's all the same program. It's nothing new. And guess what? I just got a book. And this book is about the way that famous people through history have died. You know, how much money they had. Like Marilyn Monroe was $387,000 in debt at the time she died. You know, things like that. And it has in there the lives of some very famous and wealthy men who built fortunes. These were the guys before the Trumps and before the Helmsleys. Do you know how they made all their money? Buying distressed real estate. Now, folks, what you've got to realize is that our country goes through all these cycles. We have high interest rates, low interest rates, high interest rates, low interest rates. Every economy, the city of Los Angeles, the city of San Francisco, the city of New York, all have cycles. They have good times, then they have boom times. They have good times, then they have boom times. And the only way that you can consistently make money is to do the same things over and over again. I'd like to just list for you a few of these principles right now, and please write them in your Freedom Planner very quickly. I'm just going to take 1 minute on this. Always the same principles. Principle number 1 is use inside information. Ladies and gentlemen, how many of you at this convention, when you came here, this is your second day, we have one more day tomorrow, how many of you so far, your mind is kind of blown with all the information that is here? And all the things that you've heard by all these speakers. Isn't it kind of amazing? Do you realize that if the people out here in Los Angeles knew what the information is here, do you realize how much money people could make? But what are they doing instead? They're home watching the Detroit-Chicago game right now. By the way, Chicago's ahead. I hope they win so they go to the set. Folks, the point is this. People lack something, and this is the theme that you're always going to see through all of my information. If you want to make money, you need 2 things. One is a system of making money, which we can copy from somebody else that has already made it, like a Donald Trump, and like a Helmsley, like a Dave Del Dotto. It's simple, okay? But the second thing you have to provide, and what is that? It's the discipline in your life. Folks, go ahead. If you want to be normal, go ahead. Watch 7 hours of television every day. How many hours do you waste on the freeway driving to and from work every day on these freeways? An hour or two a day. Go ahead, turn on the radio and listen to the music. You have the choice. But if you really want to get from this level to the next level, you need to start disciplining yourself. You need to start spending that time in building your mind up and taking in all the information that you can so you can get to the next level. Otherwise, you're going to have what you have right now. It's as simple as that. And I don't think that you want that because, you're here. You're spending the time. You're excited. All right. What we're going to do, if we're going to accumulate assets rapidly, folks, seriously, people, if you have money and you're making 10, 12%, you're going broke. You're making nothing. The only way to make a lot of money in a short period of time is go into an unknown marketplace, use high leverage, and real estate provides you that leverage. It provides you, you can control a lot with just a little bit. Use existing government programs, buy wholesale, and how do you sell it? Buy wholesale and sell retail. Now, isn't that a simple concept? The only difference is hardly anybody knows how to buy wholesale because people don't study, they're not around the information. Okay, the next thing is to concentrate our assets. That's very important because a lot of people take their assets and they spread them around. What I'd like to, how many of you in here are starting with nothing? Can I see your hands? Wow. All right, I'll show you how I got started with no money, no job, no credit, and no ID. Okay? All right, you don't really need an ID to buy real estate, by the way. Okay, number 8 is very important for those of you that are starting with nothing. What is that? Other people's assets, but also there's another one. Put this down. It's OPC. It's other people's credit. And that's very important. And I'm going to show you how to do that, okay? Because it's a very simple thing to do. All right, let's start out. How many of you have a handout? You have a yellow handout. Inside the handout, you will see a list of foreclosure opportunities. Will you please turn to that page, folks? I don't have the overhead. I lost it, I think, somewhere. But I want you to take a look at there's a list of 17 different areas utilizing the principles that we see right here to accumulate wealth in a very short period of time. What is number 1 and number 2 on the list? Okay, all of these are distressed property situations, okay? All of them. How many of you in this room would just like to start off and just go out of this room, leaving this weekend, and in the next 30 days make yourself about $15,000 in cash? Can I see your hands? Okay. I'm going to start you off right there, okay? Just $15,000 in cash, and once you get the point, you can do it over and over again, okay? And then later on, you can leverage into bigger properties and apartment buildings. These young men that you saw here that I gave awards to in Madison Square Garden, they started with nothing a few years ago, folks. They sat in a seminar like you are right now, okay? With nothing. And I've even had people start with, zero, okay? And build themselves up to $5 million. The only person I'm keeping track of right now has only built up a net worth of $12 million so far. But that isn't bad. He's been at it 4 years. That's not bad for a kid. Okay, he's 25 years old. All right. Now, there you go. Those are the 8 different principles. I want you to keep those in mind. And let's go into number 1 and number 2 right on the page right there. You walk out of the seminar today. How many of you have a job? You have absolutely no time to go out and look at real estate. Can I see your hands? Okay, all right, now that's a problem, right? All right, here's what we've got to do, folks. Well, by the way, the last point there, number 8 and 9, which was OPC, using other people's credit, could you add one? Well, I'll get to that in just a minute. Let's move on. Number 1 is VA and FHA, okay? Right now, I've been in contact with Washington, D.C. Over the last few years, I have taken my film crews to every government agency that you see just about on that page right there. And I have interviewed with the top officials in this country. Folks, I tell you, we're in exciting times right now, but I will have to tell you this. And I want you to write this down so that 5 years from today, you're going to pull this talk out, you're going to blow the dust off of it, and one of two things is going to happen. You're going to go, wow, why didn't I listen to that? You know, you're going to blow the dust off. Because, folks, guess what? In 5 years from today, we are going to enter into some hyperinflation over the next few years. How much did property go up in Orange County this last couple years? 30, 35%? That's nothing. Wait till you see what happens over the next 5 years. Now, there's going to be a couple things happen. There's all these cycles happening in the marketplace, okay? There's always these boom and these bust periods, okay? The foreclosure rate is going to continue to rise in this country. By the way, folks, the banks are not telling you that they are $300 billion right now in the red. The government is just on the banks and savings and loan industry. Okay? They have so much real estate that they aren't letting people know about it, and they're just letting a little bit on the market at a time right now so that they won't collapse the prices. Did you know that? They have so many pieces of property that they're getting nothing on, no rent, no nothing. Okay? And they are just holding on to it and paying the debt and just holding on to it. If they were to unload that, you would see some real amazing things, I'm going to tell you. Over the next 5 years, if you don't get in the real estate business and you don't buy your first house, you will not be able to afford a single family home. 5 more years the American public has, and that's it. After that, it's going to be so high, it's ridiculous. I remember giving a talk here back in 1982, 1983. Everybody told me, oh, Dave, the prices are so high here in Orange County. I says, oh, yeah? They said, yeah, they can't go up anymore. I said, oh, really? I said, buy everything you can get and worry about the payments later. And folks, the people that did made 35% last year, made 30% the year before that. The people that were negative said, oh, no, that can't happen. That's never going to happen. They're still home. They're watching TV right now, okay? And they have $1,000 or less in the bank. It's simple. It's a simple program. All right, let's start off with buying government foreclosed homes, okay? We're going to start off right there. The government right now has an inventory of about 100,000 homes right now. There are many of these properties down in Southern California, but the question is, oh, by the way, folks, write this down. I want you to get on the mailing list to every one of these government agencies right here. Get on the mailing list, okay? Now, they have private mailing lists and they have open mailing lists. The VA and FHA has a list. I'll show you what they look like. And you can get these from local real estate agents that the VA works through, but I'm going to show you how to do that and let other people work for you. This is a little brochure that they use for Veterans Administration. By the way, you got to see these beautiful houses in here. These are nice houses. These houses, when I was in Houston, Texas, now is the time to go out and buy Houston, buy Dallas, you know. I mean, these houses are unbelievable. They're so cheap. You can buy these houses for $25,000. I mean, nice ones in nice neighborhoods, okay, if you could see these pictures. And the houses are worth $85,000. You can buy them for $25,000 at these auctions. The government is having these auctions every month, okay, all around the country. They're in a down cycle right now, all right? So where do you think all the big money is in the United States? Where do you think they're buying? Dallas and Houston, Texas are buying all the high-rises for a lot less than you can even build them. But they have the holding power to hold on to them, or they have the techniques to bring the tenants in, and that's very important to get your cash flow. All right, here's what I want you to do, folks. I want you to get a real estate. How many real estate agents do we have in the room that will help us get an FHA VA foreclosure? Will you please stand up? Please stand up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in this room. Okay. Folks, I want you to get these folks' business card because these people are going to go find your first house for you while you're at your job this week, okay? You're at your job working. You tell them what area that you want to buy in, and you have them get the government foreclosure list for the VA and HUD, and let them run around and bring you about 3 or 4 properties to look at by next weekend on Saturday or Sunday after you're off, okay? And drive around with them and go take a look at the houses, okay? Now, why would they want to go out and look for property for you? Do you have to pay them? No, you don't. Who's going to pay their commission? The government will pay their commission, folks, okay? Now, can somebody tell me what the financing arrangement is on a VA foreclosure? How much financing can we get to buy this property that we want to buy? Guess who was the first ones in America to provide 100% financing? The government, folks. I'm serious. The government. How about no down payment? Zero. Now, the interesting thing about a VA foreclosure, and this is the way I bought my first house up here, is that the government, folks, will sell these to anybody, and you do not have to be a veteran. Now, a lot of people don't realize this. You're thinking, well, VA loan, you got to be a veteran. How many of you thought to get a VA loan, you had to be a veteran? How many of you have your VA eligibility left available right now? Can I see your hands? Are you kidding me? All of you with VA eligibility, please stand up. I just want to take a look for 1 second. Holy smoke, are you kidding? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 26 houses we could buy. Folks, if you're sitting next to one of these guys, go over to them and make them your partner. They can get 100% financing. And if they don't want to buy the house, just take it from them. Pay them to use their VA loan to get 100% financing. Okay, have you ever thought about that? You veterans, if you need a couple extra dollars in your pocket, use your VA and go out and buy a house. Now, but the interesting thing about foreclosure properties is that you do not have to be a veteran. I'll show you this picture again. This little house right here was boarded up, broken down. I walked in it, it stunk. I mean, there were 75 dogs living in this house. It was terrible. It stunk. It was boarded up, and I was driving my little truck one day by, and I saw this little for sale sign, and I called the guy up, and I says, hello, what is this? The guy says, oh, he was a real estate broker, okay? By the way, this man later, 7 or 8 years later, the Modesto Bee just did a huge article on me last year, how this guy got me started in real estate, that sold me this house. Here's the real estate broker, and I want you guys to realize this. The real estate broker could have bought this house, but why didn't he buy it? He was too scared. See, real estate agents, most of them don't even believe in their own product. If they buy, they get rich. If they make commissions and just sell houses and sign you up on a contract, they just make a living. If that. Do you understand what I'm saying? Anyway, this guy says, well, Dave, if you'd like to buy that, I'll show you where to go talk to the VA. So I went down and I talked to the VA and I said, listen, I'd like to buy this house, but I don't think I can buy it because I don't have any money. He says, don't worry about it. $500. You got $500? Well, I did, and I said, well, I'll go get it. He said, okay, you need $500 to pay for the closing costs. I said, okay. I said, I don't have to be a veteran. He says, absolutely not. All right, so folks, I was looking at this house because this was on a big lot, and I knew that I could split the lot off next door and make 2 lots out of it. Okay? All right, and so anyway, I went over and I says, what am I going to do? I need money. Right now, those of you in this room, you're saying, I need some money. I need to buy my first house. Let's say you locate one of these properties. What are you going to do? First thing you're going to do is go borrow the money from Dad and Mom. I went to my father. I said, Dad, you got to help me buy this house. It's only $500 down. It's a VA loan, and it's 100% financing. He said, get out of here. I ain't going to give you no money. You've been borrowing money for years. Then what do? You go to your mother. I went to my mother. I said, Mom, you got to help me. Listen, Dad is not cooperating too much. He said, I'll take care of him. She did. My dad loaned me the $500, but he says, I want you out of this house. If I ever see you again, I said, Dad, don't worry about it. I said, I'm not going to end up like you guys. He was in the garden right next door. This is a big lot. He was growing onions and garlic over there. And anyway, now listen to this, folks. Listen to this. So I went over to the VA and I said, listen, my dad is going to give me the $500. And the guy says, great, fill out this. I said, what is all that? He says, paperwork. I said, I can't qualify for a loan. I don't have any credit. And he says, Dave, listen, I feel sorry for you, but can I tell you a little secret? And I said, yeah. He says, did you know that you can get somebody to co-mortgage with you to qualify to buy this home? And we'll look at their credit and their financial statement, and we'll put you on the deed with them, even though you have no credit and have no assets. I said, you've got to be kidding me. Like a co-signer, huh? He said, yeah. Well, folks, I got excited about that. Now, where do you go if you need a co-signer? Went right back to Dad. What do you think Dad said? My dad, oh, he was mad, but wait till I finish the story. I worked on him. He hated it. He said no. I went to Mother. Mother arranged it somehow. Father signed. He said, now wait a minute. Before I sign this, am I liable to pay this loan? How many of you are afraid to go out and get a loan on a property because you're afraid of the payments and the liability? Can I see your hands? Now be honest with me, folks. It is petrifying when you sign a mortgage, okay? Well, you know what? My dad was so irritated at me because I went to the VA and I said, listen, my dad is not too hot on signing for this loan. I don't think I can do it. And I wanted to do everything not to buy this house, folks, seriously. I tried not to buy it. Well, here's what he said. He said, Dave, if I tell you a secret, do you promise not to tell anybody? I said, I promise. Told about, I don't know how many, 10, 15 million people in 1 year. Anyway, I said, what is it? He said, on VA foreclosures, if you have trouble making the payments and you can't make them, give us the property back because we will not go after you with personal liability. I said, I didn't know that. He said, Dave, most people don't know this, but your house payments don't even show up on your credit report. How many of you didn't know that? How many of you are at the end of the month, you're low on money, your payment on your house is due, and the $15 Sears card is due, and you pay the house payment first and let the Sears card go? Can I see the hands? A lot of people do. Folks, go get your credit report and you'll find out that your house mortgage likely is not on your credit report. So what does that mean? You can be late on your house payment, pay the $15 Sears bill, because that is what will ruin your credit for the future for the next 7 years. Isn't that unbelievable? Well, I didn't know any of that stuff. Had to learn it the hard way. But anyway, so I went to my dad and I said, Dad, you're going to love this. The government says you don't even have to worry about the payments. He said, what? You know, he thought I was nuts. Anyway, my dad went through with it. He signed the loan. I borrowed the money. Now, folks, do you understand what we did here? We borrowed the money from, I started off with a relative, and later I went to business associates. And folks, when I became a professional of buying real estate, foreclosure property, especially government property, do you think I had a hard time finding money? People don't know how to do this, okay? And so people would give me all the money I needed. Then later on, I didn't need partners anymore. And that's how you get started with nothing. Use everybody else's credit and everybody else's money because you have the knowledge and they don't have it. Anyway, let me tell you what ended up with this. I went in the house, painted the outside, fixed up the windows, split the lot off next door. I gave the lot to my father, and he was growing this big, beautiful onions and garlic on this lot, you know, for the first year. And then I put the house up for sale, and I sold it for double what I bought it for. And my dad had the lot free and clear. Boy, I tell you, folks, I took a check over to my father. And by the way, were you the type of a kid where your parents looked at you and they said, oh, boy, this guy will never make anything out of himself? My father, I always used to hear him. I would be in another room, and he'd be telling my mother, oh, that kid is such a dreamer. He is so dumb. I don't know if he's ever going to make it. And, you know, he was saying that when I was trying to borrow this money to buy this house. Well, folks, a year after I had went in this house, okay, I took a check over to my father for more money than he made in a year at his truck driving job. And he looked at that, and he looked at me and looked at that and said, where'd you get this? I said, Dad, it's legal. It's legal. Real estate is a legal way to get rich. And he said, I can't believe this. And I said, Dad, I just found out the formula, and it's very simple. All I got to do is what everybody else did in the business. Go borrow all the money from the government. By the way, how did I fix it up, folks? Borrowed government money. That's how. You just borrow government money to fix and rehabilitate all the property, okay? It's very simple. They give you 100% financing to start off with, okay? Then they give you all the money to fix it up, and then they're assumable loans, and you just give all the loans to somebody else and let them take it over. And this is how I want you to buy your first piece of property. Get that real estate broker that's in this room right now next week to locate a property for you. Arrange your financing by bringing in somebody. How many of you, if you had somebody, how many of you are willing to go out and do a little work? Can I see your hands? How many of you would go out and find a VA or FHA foreclosure if I could give you the number of a millionaire that would provide the financial statement to borrow against so you could buy that? Can I see your hands? Okay, I'm going to give you his number right now. Okay? I'll give you the guy's number right now. Right there. Now you're saying, Dave, you're crazy. Why in the world would you want to do that? Folks, listen to this. Well, listen, Yeah, that's 575-2500. Folks, listen to this. If you locate a property, and I could just have to put up my financial statement, and if you go in there and you know, a lot of these, by the way, they clean them up. They're nice. They're not broken down pieces of junk. The government fixes them up. New carpet, new paint, new windows, everything. If you're willing to do that, if I own half of it and you own half of it, and you're willing to take care of it and manage it down here, because I don't want any management headaches. I live in Hawaii. Do you see that little deck there? No problems, okay? I don't want any management headaches. If you'll do that, you have a partner if it's as a last resort. But I want you to start using your resources around you, you see? Because, see, there are so many people here in Southern California that make a lot of money. They are paying taxes. And by the way, real estate is still the finest tax shelter there is. You can write off $25,000 a year and carry forward all of the other depreciation that you're accumulating. It's still the best. They will put up the money, but they don't know how to go do this, folks, because they're watching TV, okay? All right, now, that's FHA and VA. Oh, by the way, let me do this. I know this is hard. How many of you think this is hard to believe, first of all, that they give you 100% financing, 100% rehabilitation? How many of you find that hard to believe? Okay, I tell you what I'm going to do. Let's go to Washington, D.C. right now, and I'll interview the head of VA and the head of FHA a couple of years ago and let them tell you exactly what I just told you, okay? Watch this. By the way, they have more houses than at the time that I went in here to Washington, D.C. How many of you would like to make $1,000 a day doing nothing in the mail? Remind me to tell you about that a little bit later. Watch this. If it'll run. Boy, these guys are funny there in Washington, D.C. I tell you. They're sitting on all this information. They can make a fortune. Well, I guess a lot of them are now, too, huh? They're getting kicked out of government. Okay, let's roll her. There it is. Robert O'Toole. This guy's funny. Folks, listen to this.
How many properties does the VA actually have for sale right now?
Our current inventory is about 32,000 houses. Now, we've sold about 22,000 the last couple of years, but we still have a good number on the market that we have to sell to replenish the revolving fund that we use to pay claims and to keep the program going. We'll sell these houses to anyone. You don't have to be an eligible veteran to purchase one of our VA-owned properties.
How many can you buy?
You can buy as many as you can qualify for. We do the financing at a current rate of 13%.
Mm-hmm. How long of a loan is that?
It's a 30-year fixed rate assumable loan. Mm-hmm. The payments are made to us for a while, and then we'll probably sell that loan to a private investor. The processing moves along fairly rapidly, and there aren't any closing costs involved.
No closing costs?
No closing costs except for a 1% fee that the purchasers have to pay to us.
How does a person go about finding out about VA foreclosures?
Well, first of all, our offices advertise in the local newspapers and media, and to let homeowners know that these houses are available. Mm-hmm. The best place, though, is their local real estate broker that they're working with.
I see.
All of our sales are through real estate brokers who obtain a list of the houses that we have to sell.
I see. Is that list available to the general public?
It is. Anybody can come into our office or call one of our offices and obtain the list. But the list is sent out weekly, monthly to the real estate brokers. We don't send those lists to the general public normally. But they can come by our regional offices and pick up a copy of that list anytime.
You mentioned that a young couple could purchase their first house, but what about investors that would like to obtain a group of houses? Is that possible?
Yes, it is. A number of our offices have put together packages of houses up to 10 in most cases. They've offered them as a group purchase, and we've accepted offers and sold a good number of houses that way.
Now, folks, it's getting worse. The government is taking back more and more and more and more. They give you 100% financing. You don't have to be a veteran. I want to keep stressing that because I don't think a lot of people are getting this. After I left that interview, I went to FHA. And this is a nice lady who has now since left the administration, but she's going to tell you about 100% rehabilitation programs to fix up properties. One of these, I didn't get all of this, but this is a 203K.
I was reading in the paper last
Watch
week
this.
that there were many government foreclosures right now, and FHA had quite a few. How many government FHA foreclosures are there today?
Well, unfortunately for the government and the taxpayer, there are about 17,000 right now.
17,000. And where are they located? In all major cities?
All across the country. All across the country. Rural areas and metropolitan areas.
I see. Is it easier to qualify for FHA loans than other conventional loans, or about the same, or how would you rate that?
No, because we do serve those who are not served by the private sector, we're more lenient. We have another program that I think is really probably the best thing that we've done in a long time, and that's called our 203K program.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about that.
It's absolutely exciting because it means that inner cities can be revitalized and rejuvenated because we provide financing for acquisition and rehabilitation in one loan.
Wow.
And this is just something that's really
great.
not done. And so the program is established so that if you want to buy a house in an inner city and it's being sold for $30,000 and there's $30,000 of rehab, we'll make you a loan of $60,000. You can acquire the property and you can use the $30,000 rehab money. We'll disperse the funds for the acquisition up front, and we'll disperse the $30,000 for rehabilitation as you need it.
Wow.
So you can have both all in one loan. And
do you have to be a
very
contractor to get them?
Absolutely not.
You can do the work yourself?
Yes, you can do the work yourself. You can, as an individual, as a home buyer, owner-occupant, you can say, I want a loan, a 203K, and then you can go out to a carpenter and say, I have the bid for carpentry work and it's $3,000, and will you take this contract for that? And we'll disperse the funds to that carpentry contractor on completion of the work and inspection. And it's just wonderful for revitalization of inner cities.
Boy, by the way, right on that lady's desk as I was doing this interview, I was looking down, and I found 2 pieces of paper, folks, that I could not believe on her desk. I mean, you know, we were taping and stuff, and I'm looking around. I said, what is that, Shirley? She said, oh, you wouldn't be interested in that. That's just something there. It's just a bunch of money that we got in the bank that belongs to the taxpayers, and they don't know about it, but you probably wouldn't be interested in it. I said, you're kidding. She said, yeah, we got $50 million sitting in the bank accounts here in Washington, D.C., and all these people have money coming. Go ahead and turn that off. All these people have money coming back for the FHA insurance impound accounts. You probably saw that on television. Well, folks, I've been teaching that for about 4 years, and guess what? They got lots of money sitting there right now, okay? By the way, when you get an FHA loan, you have to pay into an insurance fund. The government buys a foreclosure policy, an insurance policy against you, against the house for you in your behalf, so that if the property does go to foreclosure, they go out and get somebody to back them up. Do you see how that works? All right, well, by the way, there's thousands of people all around that have money coming due them in these impound accounts. And all you got to do is get their name, and now you can write Washington, D.C., and get all the names, addresses, and phone numbers, and how much money the government owes them, and start a little business. I have housewives that are making $1,000 a week, part-time, mailing out to people and saying, how would you like to get a bunch of money that you don't know that you have coming back? I found that on her desk, and I put it in my books and tapes a few years ago. Anyway, let's get to the point. Write this down, folks. I'm going to give you a couple techniques right now. All you got to do, first of all, I would buy, if I was down here, every VA foreclosure that came on the market. Every one that I could find. Because if people people out here don't realize that if you buy these, that these are assumable loans, ladies and gentlemen. So when you buy them, you can give them to somebody else. Tack on $5,000 or $10,000, take $5,000 down in some guy's car or his watch or his jewelry for the down payment, okay? And give the house away after you've done this. You go get your 100% financing, No problem there. Okay, you get your co-mortgager if you can't qualify for the loan. Then you go to the government and you borrow $17,500. How many of you own one property right now? One property. You can borrow $17,500. How many of you own up to 4 units? Up to 4 units. How about $48,000? It's the simplest loan to qualify for in America. Do you know what the qualifications are? They put a mirror underneath your nose. If something shows up, you got the loan. Okay? I'm serious. It's one of the easiest there is in the country. And they're all over Los Angeles down here through mortgage brokers and people that deal with Title I. Okay? You got that? All right. Now, HUD will not give you 100% financing. They'll only give you about 85% financing. Okay? But they will give you cash for discounts. Again, get the list. You can order the list by going to VA and HUD, but they would rather you deal through real estate people. But let them do all the work anyway, because the government will pay their commission. It's no sweat off your back. You don't have time to look at them anyway to start off. Now, here's another area, folks. If I was broke right now, what I would do to go out and make a bunch of money is I'd just go out and get all the FHMA foreclosure properties. Those are Farmers Home Administration. The federal government right now is $1.9 billion in the red from the Farmers Home Administration right here. This is not FHA, by the way. This is a different branch of the federal government. Now, they've been loaning money out to farmers and small farmers and houses for years. People keep, not making the payments. The government takes back the property. They don't want it. So guess what, folks? You know what kind of financing they'll give you? How about 100% financing and 1% loans? 1% to 3%. Okay? Here, everybody's going out here and they're buying all these 12%, 13% loans. This is 1% to 3%. Now, I'm going to tell you something right now. The government is full of these right now. In fact, I was up in Portland and watched the television over the next 2 weeks. I'll be on the Geraldo show. I flew in from Hawaii to do the Geraldo show in Portland, and it was so fun because when I showed up, there was 1,000 people there, okay? And it was nerve-wracking. And so before I went on the show, I called up a government official at FHMA, and I said, "Sir, you got any property down there? I'm going on the Geraldo show, and I need some ammunition." He says, "Man, send everybody down." I says, "Well, how much you got?" He says, 100% financing, 1% loans. By the way, folks, the first thing I did to help my mother-in-law, who is actually, well, she's on my payroll now, so she's okay. But my mother, what are you laughing at? You got to take care of your family. Anyway, I got my mother-in-law one of these loans. It's a nice little 1% loan. It's not bad, The government it's a nice little, 1% ain't bad, folks. Now, let's face it. And she's living there nice, and I bought it for her a few years ago, and now she's got a bunch of equity in her property. She's got a nice little nest egg sitting there now. Well, this is still going on right now. Now, all of you that are afraid, you're saying, "Oh, Dave, I don't want to buy no houses, because if I go out and buy a house, first thing I'm going to do is get some renter in there, and this guy's going to run off, and he's not going to pay the rent." Anybody afraid of that? Can I see your hands? Boy, I know, that is a headache, folks. Well, listen, a lot of these VA homes, if they're not in a good area, buy them anyway. Okay? Buy them anyway, because guess who you can go to get the paycheck every month to make sure you get your payments? The government, again, folks, and Donald Trump and Father Fred found that out, because that's all they used were these kind of programs. They got guaranteed rents from Section 8 housing. It's in every city in America, and they qualify the people going in, or they qualify your house. And by the way, folks, you'll get higher rents than if you were to rent that on the open market. For some reason, the government wants to give away a lot of money. Well, they give away other money, don't they? By the way, Neil Aricchio, one of my students that just started 2 years ago, this man has now built up a fortune now, even from after the show, of $12 million. Do you know how he did it? Exactly right there. He is buying every apartment building that he can buy right now in the New Jersey area. And he's going and borrowing all the money. And by the way, folks, if you go in and talk to them, they have county, state, and federal programs. They will not only rehabilitate the units for you, they will give you grant money where they will going to give you $5,000 to $8,000 per unit on these broken down little buildings, right? They will give you the loan, and it's a 10-year loan with no interest, and after 10 years, the loan is forgiven. You never have to pay it back.